of coming back to life. I feel everything, everything. When I open my eyes, your face I'll never forget. Your horror, my pain, I'm alive, living again. I feel every stitch and every scar. Father, what's my purpose? Abandoned, left for dead, a monster. Why have you forsaken me? Accept me as I am. You feel like a god. Do you feel like a god? Creating without thinking, no pros, no cons. You let me walk, you let me see, you let me feel. I found her, but she did not know me. I reached for her, but she recoiled in horror. I wanted to beg anything for her love. The look on her face, I want out of this place. Father, what's my purpose? Abandoned, left for dead, a monster. Why have you forsaken me? Accept me as I am. It doesn't matter, it can't matter no more. I'm incomplete, I'm missing me. The world is darker than I remember. I wanna love her, but this heart is not mine. I wanna touch her, but these hands are not mine. I wanna tell her I love her, but this voice is not mine. Looking into her eyes, I saw how love died. Now that's where her body lies. Father, what's my purpose? Abandoned, left for dead, a monster. Why have you forsaken me? Accept me as I am. Revenge shall be mine, I'll catch you in time. You gave me the pain of coming back to life. I want you to see me, look what you've done, what you've done. A man no more from a madman's hands. I walk alone, no part of me is home. Place me back under the stone. Father, what's my purpose? Abandoned, left for dead, a monster. Why have you forsaken me? Accept me as I am. As I am. What's my purpose? reaching a dismal height. A new cycle has begun, the collapse of kingdoms, a new world rising, politics colliding. The truth becoming a stranger, the mouth of a new era opening wider, a ceremony of innocence swallowed. Second coming, a prophecy, a warning. Prophecy, prophecy, the second coming, a prophecy, a warning. An image, not one of holiness, a shared imagination, a symbolic revelation, a vision of darkness, a creature born from the chaos, a collective consciousness, brutal and godless. Prophecy, prophecy, the second coming, a prophecy, a warning. Prophecy, prophecy, the second coming, a prophecy, a warning. 2,000 years, the end of an era, history moves, it bends. When morals and spirituality become extinct to humanity, salvation hides where many won't seek, as an uncontrollable darkness swallows the world whole. Prophecy, prophecy, the second coming, a prophecy, a warning. Prophecy, prophecy, the second coming, a prophecy, a warning. The future looks grim from here to end, as darkness slithers in, up from your desert sand. A beast rises, a lion body ahead of a man, a soulless blank gaze, pitiless. An ancient power moving with purpose, showing no mercy, pushing itself into being. Cold, slow, and inevitable, birds flying in confusion as the ghostly remnants remain as echoes of the old world are left in. And prophecy, prophecy, the second coming, a prophecy, a warning. Prophecy, prophecy, the second coming, a prophecy, a warning. Prophecy, a warning. Yeah, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, a good shepherd is he, the one that guides me. Though in darkness I find myself alone, I lack nothing, for my God above me his throne. All his love he has shown. Though in darkness I walk alone, in a world so cold, this is my life above me his throne. A silent storm of chaos follows close behind, but in him comfort I find. I find still waters flow gently, reminding me in him I find safety. Though in darkness I walk alone, in a world so cold, this is my life above me his throne. I don't walk alone no matter where I go, on the highest mountain or the back alleyways. The Lord with me he stays. He restores my soul, renewed, unbroken, his righteousness spoken. Though in darkness I walk alone, in a world so cold, this is my life above me his throne. Guidance, protection, this is his love's reflection, guarding me from the opposition. The Lord's feet show me a righteous direction. Though in darkness I walk alone, in a world so cold, this is my life above me his throne. Overflowing blessings, anointed with oil, the Lord protects my soul from eternal turmoil. My cup overflows, his mercy he shows, abundance he sows. Though in darkness I walk alone, in a world so cold, this is my life above me his throne. I shall dwell in the house of the Lord forever, no matter where, for the Lord's goodness.
Welcome to Paranormal Roundtable. I'm your host, Josh Turner. This is PRT. Join us in the real reality. This is the real reality. And here we are today. I got to wear these stupid headphones. Let me see where they are here. Got a lot going on, folks. Sorry it took so long getting in here. I just had so much going on. Maddie was up here getting the mail outs done. Her and Anthony helping us. And we had to train a new guy, or train some, not new person, but, you train somebody on a job site, and it takes time. And then we had to train But a blessing, though. We got more work, and that's a good thing. Not complaining. Believe me. It's unbelievable. But it's so many things I got to do, man. I've just been running. Yeah, my phone don't want to cooperate. Come on, man. So I want to do a little skit to start the show off here, man. All right, let me bring Mr. Richards on here. What's going on, man? How you doing? Like the hoodie?
Good evening, sir. Thank you. Do you know where it came from?
No, I don't. What it says? What does that say? Popper para? What does that say?
Paranormal Roundtable.
Ottoman found table. What is that?
Right?
Huh?
I like it. It turns heads.
You'll have to forgive us.
That I don't speak it. How about that? How about that? I don't speak it.
Word Canadian gibberish.
Oh, I know. It's always like that with this guy.
I mean, you four.
You know, you're just a future enemy, Richard. You know that, right? You're just waiting to strike and to stab you in your back.
Well, if it happens, it happens. I believe it when I see it.
Hey, look, Marines call me Doc. He says, for the same as a combo meal at most fast food, you can become a member here on YouTube and on Patreon.
Yeah.
Right. That's exactly right.
For the same price as poisoning your body, you can put good things into your mind.
Into your mind.
By becoming a member on YouTube and a Patreon member on Patreon.
We get it. We here at PRT, we get it. So I got an email from somebody. It was so good. I wanted to actually read it. I can't believe this. Since this morning. Okay, so I got or maybe I moved it. Okay, so it's probably in the computer. All right, never mind. Okay, so I had so many new emails, and they're not all. It's not all from stories. It's just people asking different things. On that note, I want to say something about this. Okay, so what we're doing here. When we get a few more people in here, especially, I'm going to talk about it. But I'll say it again. I'll say it right now, and I'll say it again later. Do not send me emails, please, for the merchandise giveaways or for the Patreon, because I'm probably not going to be able to respond. I get a lot of emails, and one of the problems I have is that there's so many people are trying to email us that clutters it up. And so I hope you understand that that's not trying to be mean or anything, but there's an email address for that. Give them the email address for that.
Yeah, whenever you win a giveaway, you want to send your information to giveaways@prtpodcast.com. That email address is exclusively to keep track of what you've won, so we can send out your stuff. The Josh Turner at prtpodcast.com, that's a different email. That email is to send in your encounters. So it's very important. If y'all could just please the giveaways at prtpodcast.com. And whenever we do the giveaways, also we put a little banner right here at the bottom of the screen, and it scrolls and it tells you everything you need to know, gives you the email address. So yeah, that's what that email is for. We made that second one so that y'all's giveaways wouldn't get mixed up with people's encounters and cause all this clutter. So we're just trying to keep things organized.
Look at this. 39 Sean Man says Governor Abbott is saying he cleared out homelessness in Austin. That was one.
Yeah, they sent state troopers, and the APD was complaining that they weren't warned that some actual police officers were going to come and start doing their job.
Yeah,
you have to be warned. Why? How? Law enforcement was not warned that other law enforcement was going to do their job. Like that. That's how bad. This is like a circus.
Let me say something here. Okay, let me unwrap this present real quick, and then we'll get to the rest of the show. This is why I like the show, especially on a Monday. Here we go. Okay, so first of all, this is their every 6 months or so. They were doing it like every 6 months. I think they're trying to do it like every 3 or 4 months now. They're not actually doing anything. They are taking some of these homeless people and just relocating them, and then they just kind of wander around like. Imagine how do you an analogy for herding cats. It's a hell of a job, but nobody's going to do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's put it that way. So they're gonna go round all the cats up, and then you put them in a bag and take them and dump them in another place, and they just go all over the place, and then they just go and spread out everywhere.
They do the same thing here.
They don't do nothing. It doesn't do anything. I will say that I will say this: having worked closely with the APD on a few different assignments, and I've actually worked with the federal marshals too. I had a guy that, just a real quick sidelight to the sidelight here. I had a guy that I caught, a fugitive, and I can say this: he should have been apprehended, and that should have been the end of it. But the local law enforcement messed it up by showing up with blaring sirens and just it was ridiculous. So the guy who was in the area, we had him. And the federal marshals, they were really cool guys, and they had his ass. I mean, this was a murderer, and he was right there on our property. And it was in a very bad area. This was in 2019. The guy had literally murdered someone over a laptop, and he was supposed to be buying the laptop, and I believe it was like off of Craigslist or something. And the guy, so the guy brought the laptop, and instead of paying for it, he just blew his face off. It was a horrible thing. So I had him on the property. I positively identified him, and he was walking from our property to the property across the street, and I talked to the guy. And so we were told not to try to apprehend him, to let law enforcement do it. And I'm not no wannabe cop, and I'm not going to get myself killed by, some fugitive. So I let him know. I said, this is where, and so the federal marshals were around the corner. They were staking out another place where he had previously been living. And so they show up, and so they laid down on that property. And when the maintenance guy saw him again, and said, "Hey, I just saw him coming back onto the property in the front of the property." Then here comes a million local guys with their uniforms. One was a female cop, and she didn't like me because she was trying to tell me how to do my job one day over there. And I told her, I said, "Look, lady, this is what I said. I wasn't trying to be rude. I wasn't trying to be mean. But I told her, I said, you're telling me how to do a job. These people, I'm basically living here. I'm here 16 hours a day. It was a 24-hour post, but I was there 16 hours a day." And I told her, I said, "We are getting eviction after eviction after eviction." There were 72 units there, and we got 40. How many was it? 48? We got 48 evictions.
Yeah.
We had 48 evictions there. I was directly responsible for 38 evictions, but I think the number was 48 total. That's how many people we removed from that place. And so she came up because one of them said that I pushed him into the street, which I didn't. I actually did not push him. It was one of the drug dealers, and he was buying drugs. And so she told me I needed to be careful touching people. I said, "I already told you once. I'm not going to tell you again." And then so I walked away. She says, "Come here." And I just walked away. I'm like, "Lady, I'm not trying to be disrespectful." I said, "But I'm basically living here with these people. You are a guest here, but you're acting like you own this place, and you don't. And point of fact, I don't either." I said, "These people, that's why the owners and the managers don't even come here." That was when the managers, they would schedule people to interview, to show up there, and they weren't really even letting anybody on the property come at that time. But they would have one or two people. They would show up, and it was mostly illegal aliens, and they would look around and be like, they would leave, dude. These are people from Cuba, Venezuela, Mexico, Guatemala. They show up and they're like, "Those meals, why?" And then they would just get in their car and take off, dude.
It's too bad for them.
Because some big dude would just walk up with no shirt on and be like, yo, what you need, with his butt hanging out of his pants, and just You know what I mean? I mean, this looks like he's ready. It looks like Kimbo Slice.
Sounds like a businessman to me.
He's gonna walk up and he'll go straight up to their car. They have
Mhm.
little kids in there and everything. Because people buy crack with their kids, they don't care. And I would
Yeah.
be like, dude, these people, they were bad people. I mean, for real, they didn't care. They were not afraid of those cops. And they knew those cops, they would baby them, dude. They'd be
Oh
like,
yeah.
show us on the doll where he hurt your feelings. And they would come and try to punish me, and I pushed back. And so eventually it got to where I only dealt with the jump out or these, the feds that had come. And I wasn't one of those wannabe cops, suck ass, oh, you're a cop. I want to be like you. I don't give a shit. I have a career path, and that's not it. You want to be a cop, go be a cop. Don't work for me if you want to be a cop, because the cops don't like it, and I don't either. They don't need you doing their job. But some of these properties, you have to be ready to do what you got to do. So one of those officers was really cool. His name was Officer Nelson, and he told those other police just to leave. He's like, just leave him alone. He's doing his job. Stop messing with that guy and his people. That's the worst property in that whole area, and they're dealing with it. And you're over there trying to, because they were trying to, show their ass and treat you like you're a rent-a-cop or something, and I don't give a crap. I'm trying to do my job. That's it. And at the end of the day, I want to go home. That's all. And Nellie was in the hospital that time. So I wasn't doing anything else. I was doing the show and then that. And at that time, I was being attacked. And some of these jokers that were doing that, they're running around with these people now. It's the same bunch of shitheads because they're mentally disturbed. They can't stop. They can't help themselves. And so you're dealing with that nightmare and still doing the show. But luckily, the show was only 1 hour a week at that time, and there's a pre-record. But I was being attacked in these groups because I stood up for Christians and some women that were in there, and they didn't like that. It was a really messed up situation. So I remember when that fugitive got away, those federal marshals were PO'd, and that one cop she didn't like me. She tried to talk down to me, and I'd already ignored her. I'd already went and got my truck and rolled the window up. I didn't care. She's over there like, hey, like trying to get information from me. I'm rolling the window up, like, eating a sandwich, like, whatever. And this one federal marshal, I'll never forget, he walks clear across that complex and he just goes off on her. He's just like, get the heck off my property. Get the heck, blah, 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 blah. What are you doing here? Why are you messing with him? He's the only one doing his job. He's like, y'all came and look what you did. I mean, he was in charge, and that dude was pissed because they showed up like that, and that fugitive, he knew at that point he was hiding somewhere around there, but we didn't know where. And I was just laughing. I was like, pfft. And so when they left, the one marshal was like, I don't know how you deal with it. I was like, I just don't. So it doesn't surprise me that they got mad, because the state troopers, who, I will say this, they're not to be messed with. The state troopers here in Texas, I mean, dude, if one of them gets you, don't talk back. Don't be stupid. When they come walking up wearing that cowboy hat, just be polite and do what they tell you. And I'm going to give y'all some advice, and I'm going to tell you this could save your life, and I'm going to be honest with you. If you get pulled over by a police officer from anywhere, I got pulled over several months back in San Antonio, and the guy was actually nice. He let us go. He just said, hey, slow it down, whatever. And actually gave him a card to my show. But if you get pulled over, dude, the best thing you can do is find a safe place to pull over. Don't pull over. They'll understand, and just let them know, hey, look, and put your flashers on, pull over on the side of the road somewhere safe for both of you. If you're on the highway, try to exit and take it slow so they don't look like you're fleeing. And then just explain to them, I pulled over here for your safety and mine, okay? You don't got to be a suck ass about it. Just tell the truth and tell them, look, I'm sorry for whatever infractions I've done, but if it's dark, turn your headlamps, the interior lamps on. I'm telling you, there's nothing worse than a police officer. He's having to walk up to your vehicle when he doesn't know what you got. He doesn't know if you have a gun. He doesn't know if you have a knife or what kind of mental instability. Depending on how fast you're driving, it could also be jail time, if you're going fast enough. So this police officer is basically having to walk into a situation where he doesn't know what you're doing. So if you're not doing something horrible, which you shouldn't be, turn the interior lights on and put your hands up on the steering wheel like this. Don't have them down here and be going like this. And don't do that. Don't. I see people on these little videos, man. They do it on TikTok. They do it on Instagram. The police pulls up and they're like, whoa, what you asking me for? Oh, I'm recording you. It's all, dude, whoop-de-woo, whoop-de-woo. You're going to have problems. You're going to, maybe that police officer's in the wrong, maybe they're not, but you have just made a combative situation. What could be just a minor ticket or even a warning turns into like multiple felonies. And, like I said, do yourself and the officer a favor, and that will help you. I mean, this is sound advice. I mean, I can tell you because I have been pulled over for speeding, and one time I ran a stop sign. Totally, man. I'm telling you though, it was a state trooper. He pulled me over, and it was right there off of Congress, and I spilt my coffee, and I was like, crap. And I rolled, dude. That was stupid of me, very stupid. Because nobody was there, but I could have, when I paid attention, somebody could hit you, T-bone you, could kill you, or you could, mess up somebody's day at the very least. So this guy pulls me over and he gets out, and he looked like he was having a bad day. I said, oh crap. And, he walks over to the car and he's like, your license, registration, all that stuff, that they ask for, insurance, I don't think at that time, that was a long time ago. Maybe it wasn't registration. I know it was insurance. I gave him everything. He comes back to me. He says, why did you do what you did? Why did you roll through that stuff? So I said, sir, I wasn't even trying to tell you about it in a minute. I just spilled hot coffee on my leg, and it was a total mistake. I don't normally do things like that. I don't drive like that. I try to be very safe. And I wasn't trying to kiss his ass or be his buddy or whatever. I don't care, but I just told him, I said, that's the absolute truth, sir. I made a mistake. You got to write me up. You got to write me up. So he just kind of has a little book. He slaps the windshield, and says, okay. He walks back to his car. I thought he's writing me up. He comes back, gives me a citation warning. He says, be careful doing that. He goes, and I understand. He goes, I've spilled coffee on myself too. And I told him, I said, it was on my leg. It was, it was close to the jewels. I mean, it was not good. And he let me go with a warning. But then I got pulled over by a state trooper one time, and he literally told me to watch my speed. He gave me a warning for the speed. And then he goes, but I'm going to give you a ticket for no seatbelt. And I'm like, I looked at this guy and I was like, what? I said, excuse me, sir. I was like, I had my seatbelt off to talk to you. I took it off so I could get my information. My seatbelt was on. And he was like, would you rather have that, or would you rather have the ticket for speeding? So he was, kind of being snarky, but I guess giving me a chance or whatever. And I said, well, I guess if you're going to ticket me, give me the seatbelt. That's not what happened, but whatever. If that's what you want to play, whatever. So they're no nonsense too. Those state troopers, man. I just would be like very careful with them.
We're scared of the state troopers up here, man.
Really?
Oh yeah, they have a reputation that they'll absolutely do you up large.
I'm sorry, I'm coughing. What now?
They have the reputation. Their reputation precedes them even up here. Not to mess with them.
That's only if you're a native Canadian, though, right? I mean, if you're from across the world, and they pull you over and give you like $1,000, right?
Yeah, they pull you over and they wash your car for you, and
exactly what they do in Britain too.
Detail it. Yeah, I know.
They shine your shoes.
Give you lunch.
Yeah.
They pull you over and apologize.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I would have thought you were a Brit. Just going to give you a ticket there, but never mind.
Sorry for oppressing you. Sorry.
I'll send my wife over later for to give you a back rub. They're like, yes, you better do that. Do it now, you mother punk. You do it now. You do it.
They sunk 86,000 Hindu idols in my bay on the beach that I live at.
For what?
In their festivals.
Cthulhu?
Yeah. All the Hindu demonic gods that they worship. They have a website where they're actually calculating how many they've done so far, and it's 86,000.
You know what the
86,000.
Agoris are, right?
What's that, buddy?
Puck, I'll bring you on in a second here. Go ahead.
I said, you know what the Agoris are, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, they eat human. They're cannibals.
Yeah, like they'll pull corpses right out of the Ganges River and just start eating them.
Yeah,
like in public. I don't care.
Yeah, it's a heck of a culture, isn't it?
Hold on 1 second, folks. I gotta click.
What's up, Tony?
Oh, not much. Just finally got over the crud I had. I was sick for about 2 weeks. That's why I was missing.
Glad you're well. Not too bad, brother. Not too bad. Just getting ready to move here.
Oh, where are you going?
Next town over. We got bought out and sort of forced to leave this place immediately. So there was one of those situations. So we'll figure it out. I got a place for now, so
That's good.
yeah, it'll be all right. But yeah, moving's fun. Moving's a whole lot of fun. Still don't have my passport, so I still can't go too far. Not as far as I'd like.
What's up with your passport?
Oh, just everything here is like 6 months backlogged.
Oh,
Yeah, they've got huge backlogs on everything, so I don't know what's going on there.
it was funny. I renewed our passports a year ago in July, and I got in just days before I would have had to go through just got new ones instead of renewing them.
Yeah.
But anyway, and they were supposed to have this big backlog, but for like $60 extra, they'd accelerate them, and we didn't care. So I just let them go through, and it was funny. We got them back in 10 days.
Yeah, Canada's got a mail strike going on right now.
Jeez,
Yeah.
I got that too.
Yep.
Dude, you picked the wrong time to try and come to this country legally. You should have done it years ago when it was a free for all.
Ain't that the truth, brother? Ain't that the truth? I know. It's almost like they don't want you going anywhere.
Yeah.
They got all sorts.
It
go on.
was funny. Dick, back a long time ago, back in the 70s and 80s, I worked for a railroad company. I was an engineer. And there was a guy I worked with. He was Dutch. Of course, another white guy. And he spoke perfect English. He even sounded like he was from Texas. It was unbelievable. And his visitor visa or whatever he had expired, and he just stayed and kept working. And I think it's some kind of embassy thing. He finally became a permanent resident alien, and then became a citizen a few years later. But that was weird. Of course, being a white guy, he could pass real easy in perfect English. So you could make.
You know those Hollanders in their southern drawl, right?
Yep.
So D says, "Oh well, the alien rock is about to take us out anyway." Actually, that rock is not going to be close enough to do that.
Yeah, when is that supposed to?
The 29th, 2 days.
Yeah, it's not going to be close enough to Earth.
There's been a million of those like doomsday predictions.
Well,
like, asteroid's gonna hit, and
they never said that this was going to be. The people just started saying
it's like sensationalism. Yeah,
they just started saying that. Hey, it's 3i Atlas is not going to hit us.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Did you see that Dingleberry that said that he remote viewed it and there's 2 million Draco aliens in stasis ready? The entire Draco army's ready to invade.
Really?
Yeah.
It all comes off Avi Loeb, and he's just a cute looking little troll, and you can see the smile on his face. What was the last one he was complaining about? The Muamua, and now he's on this A3 Atlas freaking thing, and it's all just comes from Avi Loeb being a little gremlin troll.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Mr. Abraham Loeb is something, isn't he?
Yeah.
Have you seen his WEF profile?
Mhm.
I wish him well.
You know that cute little smile they get on their face when you're arguing with a leftist, and they say, "Yeah, but this," and they have that little smile because they know they're wrong and they're manipulating. They're
The
just
duper
trying
delight.
gotchas, and that's
Dupe.
what basically Avi Loeb is. He's just doing the gotchas,
It's
and
called
he's
the
got that duper's delight smile on
yes.
his face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the demon smiling at you. It's the
Yeah.
demon that lives in them smiling at you.
Uh-huh. It really
Yeah,
is.
It is, yeah.
It's only because he's cute he can get away with it.
So D says Michio Kaku seems to be hyperventilating over. There's a few scientists that are freaking out about it, but it's not. It shouldn't come close enough to Earth to do. But have you guys? On another note, here, the hurricane over Jamaica. Oh my gosh, dude! I mean, that is unreal. I mean, I guess this is what the biggest hurricane that they've ever seen.
Oh wow.
I mean, it is unbelievable. There's like, different layers of like yellow, green, red, orange, depending on how much of the bad parts of it. Over Jamaica, it's like black.
I was about to say I can speak of a black triangle event I saw after a storm, and that was doing the van lifing thing, and a lot of people cook outside and look at the stars and stuff.
Mhm.
And I just happened to come across it here 5 years ago. I wasn't looking for it; it was just there.
I'm telling you, there is some weird stuff out there. I mean, they're like, I don't even know. Here, okay, so I went over some things in my files, and I just got on the subject of like, there were two different things I was researching, but people's encounters in drive-throughs, like in the drive-through, right?
In the drive-through?
Drive-throughs. So I was talking to some different people. It's been like over the course of like, a couple of years, giving me encounters of things that happen when they're working in a drive-through. And I've had people tell me that they have been in drive-throughs and seen things. So there's this other story that Nelly reported, and it's an old one, but it was called The Vegetable Man. Is anybody familiar with this one? This is another one. I started researching that today. I don't have
salad fingers. It's salad fingers from Red.
Exactly. Woo! It sounds goofy, right? It sounds really goofy. But here's the thing: it's vampiric. Okay. So I want to put the feelers out there, no pun intended, right? But I want to put the feelers out there to anybody who has had an encounter with something that could be considered like not human, but not animal, not spirit, but something vegetable. I mean, that sounds weird, but I will read you
Watermelon head.
this encounter. Let me see if I can find it.
Has anyone heard of the melon heads?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I may have to wait until Halloween to read that because I don't know where that's at. Nelly sent it to me, and I don't have it.
Do you think they really look like? Do you think they really look like that, or they just project that into your mind?
Well, that's a good question.
I think the language used, because I do folklore and history and anthropology and stuff, and I got into Bigfoot first because I think he should exist. But then I got into aliens and stuff. And fairy encounters sound a lot like UFO abductions.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do. Okay, so I don't have the actual story.
If you can change your shape and form at will, what do you really look like?
Yeah, what is your real form? Smoke.
Well, maybe they're just appearing as the zeitgeist of your common population and your pop culture, right? That's why fairies turned into grey aliens after Communion came out. And they're literally just the same thing with missing time, being abducted for a couple of days, rock up with your clothes misbuttoned or in bloody new ones. And this was going on in the Middle Ages and stuff, and they called them fairy abductions,
Well, I don't think that the abductions with the Greys just started after Communion with Whitley Strieber. I disagree. I
I
mean,
believe they're the same thing, and it's their appearance in our like mind's zeitgeist that has changed, and they're like following our own pop culture, what we expect them to be. Like they used to look like, but if you went back to like the 16th century and described a grey alien to someone, would they not call it a gremlin?
mhm.
There's hieroglyphics of gray aliens. Egyptian hieroglyphics from however many thousands of years ago. There's the one that looks like the pharaoh. There's one dressed up as a pharaoh.
Oh, what's his name? Akhenaten. Yeah, I know all about that one.
Yeah, but there's
weirdo
literally
yeah.
I've seen the hieroglyphic where he's dressed up in the pharaoh's garb, and it's an obvious gray alien.
So they've got like a full face bust of the dude, and he just looks flipping weird.
Yeah.
So I don't have that story. I'm going to have to get it. It was something.
You know what's another mad thing from Egypt? When they have those faces of those statues that have the perfect symmetry, and it's like they've been using a CAD program to create a perfect human. And it's like if AI tried to recreate itself as a god and look like a person, it knows humans love symmetry and find it attractive. So why not make a perfectly symmetrical face, like those baby face pharaohs from Egypt? And it's like, how do you do that?
Well, I think AI has been a problem for a lot longer than anybody realizes, because we've got circuit board cities from back in the ancient days. I mean, the Canaanite stronghold city was called the city of AI. I find that a very strange coincidence.
That's
So,
interesting. I haven't looked into that one. I'll put that on the list.
yeah, look that one up. Joshua destroyed it.
Yeah, I like all the interesting stuff. Like I'm down to talk about flat Earth, but I believe it's round. But I'll discuss hollow Earth with people as well. You know, like I'm down to talk about all of it because now we've got these quantum materials that exist in two quantum states at once. Like, who the hell can say Bigfoot doesn't have a portal?
Yeah.
Hey, did you see that guy that had that red laser he was shining on the wall, and they could literally see into the matrix? He made like a dye sign-in laser, and they could literally see the coding of the matrix on it.
Is that like source code of the universe or something?
Basically, it's I don't know. I thought it was very, very interesting that you could literally see the binary code.
Here's something interesting. In Vietnam, during the Vietnam War, they made night vision goggles that they used red. They were red.
Dye sign-in. Dye sign-in.
I was going to say, okay, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, exactly the same stuff.
They used it on the lenses, and so these people were seeing demons. They were seeing the flying demons. Now, here's the interesting thing. When people think of a demon, a lot of times they'll think of something with wings. If they think of an angel, they'll think of something with wings. Do you know why that is? Because these things exist, because they don't have to walk. So we think that they have to have wings to fly. So that's something that we put on them ourselves. These beings really don't have any kind of like if they become matter in a part and they blend in with the matrix here, then they have to walk. Otherwise, they don't have to. So there's something with that these people were expecting to see. They weren't expecting to see this, but they saw these flying entities. Now, here's the misconception, and there's a few things here to unwrap with that. You don't need wings if you're them, right? But there is one particular class of demon, and it's actually considered one of the weaker ones, which would make sense because to fly, you need hollow bones. Like, the animals, they need to be able to fly, at least, in the way that we know. But they are considered like, okay, just for example, the Jinn. There's a type of Jinn that flies. I don't know the name of it off the top of my head. But they're considered one of the weaker ones. So these people were in a helicopter. And so the people were saying, well, they were seeing the demons, and then they knew they were demons because they were flying. Not necessarily. There's demons that are all over the place. They're just those in the air with them were flying because there's demons up in the air.
Didn't the door gunner open up on him?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
He began firing, and everybody freaked out. And the thing is, the cyanin, that is something that was, we were told that you could use that to see these things. There was a guy that created them, and he warned everybody that you would be able to see things that were not normally seen.
So when Rowdy Roddy Piper came out and said that They Live as a documentary, what do you think they put on those sunglasses?
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
I had a good conversation about something similar to this the last night. And we kind of were nutting out is why in the northern hemisphere people have winged gods. And in the southern hemisphere, like even in Australia, we have the rainbow serpent. And some depictions of the rainbow serpent are both feathered and horned, just like Quetzalcoatl or Viracocha and all these Naga from southern China and stuff. And it seems once you get across the like equator to the north, they have the winged gods and spirits. And then down south, we've all got our earth creepy crawlies and our magic serpents, right? And our fish people. And it's just weird that we were just talking about it. And you guys are bringing it up at the moment. And it's just if it's a strange observation, right? I can't figure out the reason for it.
I stopped bringing out my infrared camera at night because I kept seeing things flying around that you couldn't see to the naked eye, and it freaked me right out.
Mm-hmm. Why do you think it is, though, that if these beings, they don't really need to fly? Why is it that we see them, at least the type of them with wings?
The principality of the power of the air.
Mm-hmm.
It's just their realm.
I was about to say, if you look at the Spanish flag that conquered Southern America, one of their flags is an eagle holding a serpent in its talons. And it's the same symbology that I'm kind of talking about, like north and south. Like, we have serpents, but they're not bound by gravity, but they don't need wings, right? They fly. We've got dragons and things, and, you know, all that kind of stuff. But you guys seem to have, like, winged human things up there and eagles and stuff, you know, like phoenixes and all that kind of thing.
Why do the Chinese build dragon holes in the side of their buildings?
I don't know why.
Well, because the spirit of the dragon, if it gets interrupted by your building, he'll curse your building, is what they believe.
Mm-hmm.
Well, a dragon can change its size to that of a worm, to that of an enormous thing that can block out of the sky.
Shapeshifter. It depends on the energy. The mass has to equal the energy. Here's the interesting thing. I find it interesting that these beings would need wings, though, at all.
Yeah, I get you.
That's what I'm kind of getting at with Josh. It's like, but in the northern hemisphere, you do notice a lot of things are depicted with wings, whereas in the southern hemisphere, we have a lot of scaled creatures that are kind of like, you know, a bit more terrestrial, but they still fly around, you know.
I don't, because I think that it's like this. I think that they actually do need the wings, which would also explain why they are weaker, because we're seeing a sliver of reality within our reality. Think of it like this, folks, and I want you to listen to what I'm going to say. I'm going to say this. I want you to follow what I'm saying. If you ever looked at you can look at a map of any continent. Doesn't matter which one. Doesn't matter. You can go to Asia, okay, and you'll look at Nepal, right? And you'll see the Nepalese people, and some of them to the east look a little more Eastern Asiatic. It's all Asia, but people have a tendency to think Asian means Orient. Now, somewhere along the line, we were not allowed to use the word Oriental, even though saying that you were from the Orient, right? And then they said, well, that's racist because if you say Oriental, which basically is...
I can still buy my 2-minute noodles in Oriental flavor in Australia because we're not that woke.
Well, but what I'm saying, though, is Oriental became like a type of, you know, whatever. Like it became some kind of, you know, you're being racist or whatever.
Well, that's only in your country, is what I'm saying. It's like, no,
yeah, because they got so woke that everything went out the door. So if I use that term, the Orient, that's what I mean East Asian people. You know what they look like, and I'm talking
Well,
about.
how are you going to talk about history in the East
Hold
India?
on. I'm talking about
Sorry.
China. I'm talking about Japan. I'm talking about Korea. I'm talking about Taiwan. I'm talking about Thailand, just particular Thailand, then go across to the right. You could probably throw Myanmar in there, throw Burma in there, Laos, Vietnam, and Cambodia. Okay, so when I say the Orient, that's what I mean. And I mean the Northern Orient and Southeast Orient. So you think of, I said Korea, Dale. So you think of these places as Asia, but really Asia starts in the Middle East. That
Yeah.
is Asia right there, right? So if you were in Egypt, you're in Africa. If you go across, to Israel, you basically go into Asia, right? So that is the Near East, the Middle East, the Far East. Okay, so the Far East Asian countries, and if you take each one of these countries, there are these in between countries where the people look like they're a little bit of a mix of both. Have you ever noticed that?
Yeah, Mongolian looking.
Mongolians in particular.
I love anthropology and following modern genetic phenotypes and stuff.
Mhm.
We've got people that have they've found South Americans that have the same amount of Denisovian DNA that Australian Aboriginals have. And we're the only population has Denisovian, where Europe has Neanderthal. Well, Australian Aborigines have Denisovian in them. And there's like one little population on the south coast of America, and they've got the same shit. And it's like how you can't migrate there without leaving a trace. They must have got there by some kind of magic boat.
So we can get to that in a second here. I got something to tell you about the Denisovians, but here's what I'm going to say. Take Belgium, for example. Pre-immigration destruction Belgium, because it's destroyed now. It's not even, there's no Belgian people. If you take Belgium in between France and Germany, right? They're like an in-between country and the Netherlands. Those three countries are around Belgium. Belgium, they don't have a Belgian language. It's Dutch, French, and German. They actually speak like three languages. That is one of these in-between countries. That's what I mean by these in-between countries. My point was an analogy. It's like the realm between us and the fourth density where the Jinn, Fae, if you want to call them, whatever you want to call them, fairies, elves, whatever, where they're from, is a density. When they talk about where they're from, it's like if you were to go to another planet, here's another analogy, and some alien species asked you where you were from, and you said Texas. Well, they're going to think that your home planet is Texas. They're not going to know that Texas is a state within a country, within a continent, within a side of that planet, within that, you know what I mean? They're not going to understand that. So it's like really weird when people talk about these beings that come from Andromeda. Andromeda is an entire galaxy.
Yeah.
It's like Pleiades, a galaxy. You're talking about a cluster of solar systems. It's like huge. I mean, that's not that. Yeah, that's where we're from. Is from the Milky Way, but it's not. Like it's really. We're from a solar system. We are from a planet. We are from a country. It goes down, down, and down. Right. That's what I'm talking about. This is an analogy. These beings, they exist in between the third and fourth density. If you are in the fourth density and you have the right, whatever energy, and you're linked up to that density, you don't need flesh. You don't need bones. You don't need to fly. You wouldn't need wings. It wouldn't make sense. It's not practical. But if you are in the third density like us, you go jump off a building. Yeah, you'll figure out real quick how it works or it doesn't work if you don't have the right equipment, right? So these beings, I think, this is my reasoning on this, and I think it's a scientific thing. They come from the fourth density. That is their home. But that's also not really their home. That's just the vibrational, spatial vibration where they exist. Where we exist is called the third density. So if you were to go there, you say, I'm from the third density. Well, yeah, but there's a million, billion, zillion, quadrillion, unquantifiable number of things in the third density, just like there is in the fourth density. So these beings are existing in a pocket dimension. Dick, I don't remember if you were in on the recording with Sean when we got into how these beings will suck you into a pocket reality. I don't know if you were on that one.
I think so. I was in on most of them. I might have been asleep for that one, but
yeah, that was very cordial of you too to do that. Thank you for that,
dude. It was like 4 a.m, and I had to work all day. What am I gonna do?
Just say, "Hey, I'm not gonna record with you guys because I don't want to be a rude asshole." That's what you could do, but that's okay. We get it.
I never want to miss a party, bro.
What are those? What is it called? FAFO? Not FAFO. Fear of missing out.
Yeah, exactly.
FOMO. It's called FOMO.
Yeah,
fear of missing
the
out.
Me Too syndrome.
Yeah, you got. I'm awake. I want to know what's going on. As a kid, you're like that. You're supposed to grow out of that by the time you're 11, but that's okay. You do what you got to do.
Well,
there are very immature people now running around pretending to be adults. That's all I got to say about that. Now I'm going to move on. Look, so what I'm saying though is, if you're in that third density, right, you would need wings. So if these beings, and I'm going to say this, some of the researchers who I've talked about this, Ron Moorhead was one of them, Linda Godfrey was another one. Multiple researchers have espoused this idea that if these beings come into our reality, they have to play by the rules of our reality. So therefore, they're flying around in the third density. They would need wings, but you couldn't see them because they're invisible. So hold on. Does that make them a spirit? Not necessarily. Because you hear about Bigfoot and Dogman all the time, and Chupacabra. I've heard this too recently, because this is recently. Somebody told me about it in Tennessee. This thing cloaked. They cloak. Why are they cloaking? That doesn't mean that they are spiritual at that time. That means that they are disappearing to you visually. Not necessarily that they are, they're invisible because they're a spirit, but their essence is of the spirit. But if they manage to straddle the line between third and fourth density, there's certain things you're going to need. You either need a jetpack or you need wings. That's why you would have those, because when you move from the fourth density into the third, you don't crash and die. And the Levantian, the Arabians, and I say Arabians because they were the predated Arab as we know them. They believed that these were a weaker species, that they were not as volatile or could hurt you as easy, these winged beings. But there are stories, in particular, in the area of what is modern-day Qatar. Now, there is one, I remember, from Ibn Sa'id Salim, 100 different names or whatever, his kingdom, the Hermitite kingdom, and they talk about these beings, and we would call them the sylphs. But they were a type of being that would snatch up children and take them. Now, what one of these encounters entailed, this was in the 700s in the 8th century, was of them taking one of the royal children. And when they took them up into the sky and they got to a certain point, they vanished. The child is never seen again. Why would that happen? Is it an abduction? An alien style abduction being done by a flying demon? Why was this thing an insectoid flying demonic looking creature? That it was described as being coated of silver. Really weird encounter, right? So this child was taken by the royal court. This is a matter of their history. Like I have a lot of friends in the Middle East. And one of my friends went to work there, and he was there in Qatar, and he was talking about this. He said, I thought this was interesting. His name is Morgan, and he sent me I've known him since I was a kid, but he sent me a thing. He says, here, he works in the oil fields, but he says, this is interesting because this is a story. It's noted there in the Qatari, like in the capital. They believe this is like something that they believe really happened. This isn't even a matter of question. A royal child was snatched up by what they called a flying jinn. Something we would think of as a sylph. Everything all right? Oh, man. Yeah. Constantly. Hang on one second, folks.
So one interesting thing about the Pleiades is that... Oh, sorry. Continue.
Oh, no. What I was saying, though, was it was a work call. I thought I was going to have to deal with it. Nathan's got it. One of the things I thought was interesting about this encounter, though, was that they actually hold that to be something that's a matter of fact. This isn't like up for debate for them. They don't think, oh, well, this is, you know, a legend or a mythology. No, this actually happened. But it was known that these beings were doing this. What they did to combat this was pretty ingenious. And you got to remember, these were smart people. I mean, they were pretty smart. They're the ones that made our Arabic numerals and taught us how to bake bread. Okay. They weren't a bunch of rabble like people think they are, because I believe that the religion of Islam dumbed down a lot of people, and religion does that. I'm not even going to say, I'm not going to pull punches. I'm going to tell you that it makes you stop thinking. It makes you stop, understanding knowledge and just give in to whatever the cleric or imam says. So what these people believe, though, they used iron to stop these beings. And it was interesting that they started putting iron on their children and copper. These children would wear copper bracelets and on their ankles, and these around their necks, they would wear like different types of metal, purification metal, silver and gold if they were royal. And these were being used. And this is weird, because in this thing that I was sent, it's written in Arabic, but it talks about how to protect your children from these beings. Then Islam comes along and tells you not to wear jewelry. If you wear jewelry, it's haram. Which, these different metals actually protect you from these beings. And then Islam comes along and says, hey, and this was before Islam had taken complete control of that region. It was like the early 700s. And so once Islam eventually swept through there and, took out everybody, toppling kingdoms and everything else, and spreading ignorance everywhere, my opinion, you ended up with not having protection. And in my opinion, Jesus Christ is who you call on to get help. That's who you call on, right? So what do they have now? They have a bunch of superstition and throw in stuff and see what sticks and see if it works. Well, you don't have much, because you took away the one thing that the Irish knew forever, was that you could stop them with iron. Hang horseshoes up in crosses, take metal and smelt it down into crosses and hang that iron around to break up those electrical charges. That's what they did. That's what it was. And so these children were not being snatched up at the rate that they once were, because they figured out to use metal, right? And it was sort of by accident too, because some of these beings looked like they were wearing some type of armor, but I think it was just their skin or whatever it was, their shell reflecting from the sun. We don't know what they were. We just know that it happened.
The shining ones.
Yeah. Right. So when you stop and you look at these cases going way back into the ancient times, and then you have something similar like that happened in China, it's interesting. And these were supposedly hearkening back to a time before time, is what they always talk about, the ancient times. This was ancient times to us, but to them, there was another time that was antediluvian that they considered ancient, and that was how you dealt with these beings. These beings were snatching these smaller people and children because they could carry them. Because physically, that's what they had to do. And then when they got up to that point where they no longer were, beholden to the third density, then they're gone. That was my take on it. And I thought that's very interesting, that this is something that these other countries think of as facts, that these really happened. Something interesting there in that same land in the 800s, they fought an army of werewolves. I'm not even joking. I'm not even kidding. I'm not the only channel that's talked about this either. You can go look it up. There's another channel that's
Have you ever heard of the werewolf truce of World War I? Where it was during the Brusilov offensive, and when they were coming through the Black Forest, that they chased so many werewolves out of the Black Forest that the Russians and the Germans literally had a 2-week hiatus when they had to clear out the werewolves.
Yeah, that story though was turned into wolves, not werewolves.
Wolves, my behind.
Yeah, but they claimed that they were wolves. But think about it like this. There's an author named Bert Wall who wrote about which he was one of the people that really got me interested in the Devil's Backbone. He's deceased now. But he talks about this goat it was this creature.
The goat, yeah.
Yeah, and they tracked it down to a cave there near the Haunted Valley. I know where that's at. And they killed it. And when they found the creature that was doing it, they said it was a goat. Now, Bert Wall was very much a ghost person. He was writing about ghosts. He wasn't writing about cryptids. So his thinking on it was pretty simple. I'm not going to say that this thing was a goat man because people are going to think I'm crazy. But there are tons of stories off of Purgatory Road about a black goat man type creature. I've interviewed people from there, at least half a dozen, who've seen it near an old cemetery. They don't see it in the cemetery or at the cemetery. They see it near the cemetery in that particular area going south toward it. Or just south of it. The interesting thing about the cemetery is it has its own entity, and it's a black dog, a very large, aggressive black dog. Those two entities are never seen at the same time. They're not seen around each other. I think they keep their distance. I think they each have their own little area, right? Just like in the book of Daniel, when it talks about someone being held up over, an angel of the Lord held up over Iran until Michael relieves him. What is going on there? What is going on is that he ran into the principalities in high places, basically.
Yep. Regional powers.
Places, there's not just high places. They're talking about up high. Why do sometimes people catch glimpses of cities in the sky? Why do people see these beings that fly around? Because they're there. And when you use the glasses, what is it again? What's it called?
Yeah, Dicinin.
Dicinin. When you use the Dicinin, and I just read a story about that not too long ago about the Vietnam thing. I just refreshed my memory about it. You start to realize that these creatures are there all the time.
Yes, all the time, sitting on the couch beside you.
What?
No, they're always around. They're always around. It's right.
You
right
running
there.
high fever, man? Are you mad?
It's right there.
They're sitting
The Lord
beside
rebukes
you
it.
right now. They're sitting beside your body.
They're all over the place all the time.
Chaplain Tony, can you please slap at this man? He is irritating me with his ridiculousness.
Well, I hate to tell you, but I may agree with him to a certain extent.
You lost your mind too, so we have an apostate,
Blasphemer,
blaspheming heretic. So together you are the blaspheming apostate heretics.
Well,
own them.
bad guys are here. This is Satan's kingdom.
It is.
You know, powers and principalities.
Watch, they're going to cut that right there. He said it on his show. This is Satan's kingdom.
Talking about PRT.
This is what he's doing on the show.
Well, I guess if you twisted it enough, if you were a good enough Philadelphia lawyer, you might could twist it around like that. But
well, they
talked about there were 72 lesser gods or angels, some people would call them, that were given different parts of the globe to be over. And they were like the watchers. They fell away and rebelled. And so when it talks about the powers and principalities, those principalities are those 72 high-ranking angelic beings that were at one time, they were kind of watchers also. And they were very high-ranking. But, there's so much of a spiritual realm around us that there's no telling what all's there that we can't see. And, like you were talking about the night vision in Vietnam, there's a guy I know that his dad was an officer in charge of that night vision stuff, and he knew quite a bit about it. And what his dad told him, he said that the people that actually wore those, a lot of them went insane because of what they saw. It flipped them out so bad that they were honorably discharged from medicals out of the military. And he told about it one time. This guy's dad gave a door gunner a pair of them to put on, and he put them on, and he just starts ripping with his 50 caliber machine gun. He almost shot down some other helicopters, and they couldn't see anything out there, and he saw all kind of wild stuff flying along with them at the door, and they that was the end of the testing the red stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They had to go green.
The first, have you ever seen the night vision that was on the Panther tanks that they came up with in late 45?
Mm-hmm.
Right before the end of the war?
Yeah, they were using those and it was mostly just for the ones that were using the heavy machine gun. That's what it was for them to see.
And that was a Dyson lens as well, which makes me think that there was something else to that.
Yeah.
What kind of lens?
Dyson, it's called. That's the red stain that they put on the actual lens itself. They've changed the recipe since then, but it's that recipe itself that allows you to see into that other dimension.
Look it up. It's a German guy that invented it.
Yeah.
Look it up, Anthony, the Dyson.
If Saltaholics Anonymous is in the chat right now, he's got the recipe. So,
well, it's interesting that the Germans came up with that red version. I wonder if they got that from their Vril Society people,
right?
That were speaking with the aliens / demons.
Well, that's what I think too, is that they were going at something. There was something else going on that they've sort of obfuscated from the records. I mean, when they talk about the people talk about the gremlins that they used to see all the time in World War II and all of these Foo Fighters that were everywhere. I wonder how much of that had to do, how much those lenses had to do with actually seeing those things as opposed to looking for enemy tanks in the night.
Or Admiral Byrd's trip to the South Pole that got cut short. They ran into a bunch of weird stuff down there.
Yep. Admiral Byrd was taken to see the King of the Earth.
Yeah. That was at the North Pole.
Oh, was that the North Pole? I thought that was okay.
He was flying an airplane and got taken over and had a visit with some of the inner Earth people. So his diary says, or his journal. But the trip down to the South Pole was the one where the flying saucers basically ran them back up the coast. And
didn't they attack the fleet?
I'm sorry?
Didn't they attack the fleet?
Yes.
Yeah, there was like 3,000 people killed, wasn't there?
There was a bunch of people killed, and they lost a bunch of airplanes, and they just couldn't hold it. And, it's basically flying saucers with German icons stenciled on them. So they had to go home.
Amazing.
And they stopped somewhere down there in South America. Some newspaper guy interviewed Admiral Byrd, and I think he said a little too much. And when he got back to base, that was his last interview.
Yeah, exactly. They sunk a bunch of ships and stuff too, didn't they?
They lost a bunch of people and equipment. I don't know what all they lost, but I know it was airplanes and personnel.
Crazy.
They just couldn't. They couldn't hold it. Of course, back then, right after World War II, they had just started producing a jet type airplane, very crude. Most of them were like P-51 Mustangs and that vintage of aircraft. It was a combustion engine, and you got something like a flying saucer. And what was it? Byrd said that it could fly from pole to pole in a matter of minutes.
Oh, what was it called? Oh, come on, brain.
Yeah, they had a name for them. I can't remember what it is.
I used to know what the name of it was too. The Bell, Die Glocke.
Yeah, and that was something that they were working on over in Germany. Well, it might not have been Germany. It was one of those. It might have been Poland, where it was close to a concentration camp, and they used people from the concentration camp because they found out real early on they didn't want their German scientists too close to the thing when they were making it levitate off the ground because it fell off some kind of radiation or something and it killed them. So they were using concentration camp people.
Yeah, it was like red mercury. That was red mercury engine or whatever it was.
Yeah,
as a
something
fuel
in it.
source. So they say that the Vimanas used red mercury as well. So is it just ancient technology that they were awarded again or given again by certain things?
I think everything that we've got here today has been here before.
Yeah, I believe so.
You know, I know there's some people that don't agree with this that have a theological background like me, but there's some people that believe by looking at the ancient texts that are language experts that when it says the earth was created, that actually what the original text says, the earth was recreated.
Yep.
So this isn't the first time around, possibly. So, and there's things in Genesis where there was a void over the water and stuff, and it was almost like maybe God had smoked whatever was going on and hit the reset button.
Enoch
and
talks
he almost
about
did that with the flood.
yeah,
So,
absolutely.
it's possible.
Enoch talks about the angels that traverse the heavens in their flying, spinning chariots.
Yep.
So what was he talking about there?
Well, spaceships.
Absolutely. Yeah. Same ones we see today. Nothing new under the sun, right?
That's right. And some people would ask, well, why would a demon or Satan need a spaceship? Well, when they fell, and came to Earth, they lost some of their heavenly power.
Amen.
And so Satan is not omnipresent like God. In other words, he's not everywhere all the time. He's somewhere. And the demons are all somewhere. And they have to travel some way. Well, they've been around since the beginning of time. They know about all of these, about space travel and different types of ships. That's why I don't trust any of them. As far as I'm concerned, until they prove me wrong, I'm considering they're most likely demonic spirits that have inhabited some type of a body.
Well, you know how they say that Lucifer is the angel of light?
Yes.
He is the false light bearer. So I find it very ironic that when I got abducted in 2010, that the orb that I saw, so say it's like this, on the bottom here, there was this real bright light, some sort of weird sort of technology, and it was like a little line of light, like a bottom of a smiley face almost. And then it began to twinkle on this side, and then it like moved down like along. It looked like the twinkling light was moving along the sort of semi smiley face light, like the mouth of a smiley face at the very bottom of it. And when it got to about halfway, I remember putting my hands in front of my face and saying, "Why is this thing so bright?" And then everything went out for a split second. So they used some sort of strange technology on us.
I wouldn't doubt it. And who knows what it is?
Yeah.
You might have been transported.
I think, well, we disappeared for like an hour and 45 minutes.
Well, maybe, like Star Trek, the guys get up there in the transporter room and they just dematerialize and they end up someplace else.
Where else did they get the idea from?
Yeah. You talk about people like Steven Spielberg and some of the stuff that he comes up with in the movies. You got to wonder where they came up with all of that.
Absolutely. It's like I keep saying this and I say it a million more times. Bram Stoker's Dracula has more clues into the paranormal and there's these little things that we keep hearing about that Wolf keeps talking about, like them walking backwards and doing that weird spider crawl, or the dead werewolf thing, or the wax that was dripping upwards, or the wax that was dripping off the candle, the way that the flame was going. And they show it all in that movie, just these tiny, tiny little hidden gems in the movie that if you're when he appears, the vampiric entity goes through the room like smoke and attacks Lucy and drains her blood as an entity of smoke, and how he's able to there's so many of these little Easter eggs in that movie that should probably watch it and try and pick more of them out. But yeah, it's our inverted reality that all the history's fake and all the myths are actually what's going on, and all of the Hollywood.
That's what I've always thought, that the mythology is we're told. I explain that as being, if you go to the land of Canaan, there were different tribes of Nephilim. And they were different. Some of them were giants. Some of them were little people.
Yep.
Some of them were, I guess, what they call them, chimeras, like, part horse, part man, part goat, part man, There were different types of them.
Those were the Edomites. The Edomites were the little goat men, like the Avites, the Jebusites, the I don't know. There's about 20 different names of them, and they were all the tribes that Joshua destroyed. And if you actually, that's where Gary Wayne actually is very good, because he goes through and explains what each one of these tribes was and what they look like from their mythology, from the ancient Hebrew mythology and the mythology of the people at the time. And like you said, they were all the different stuff that you might find in like a Lord of the Rings episode.
That's right.
Yeah.
And, you look at the Lord of the Rings, it's good versus evil. The age-old story.
Did you know that Tolkien was the actual chronology keeper for the elites? Like, he actually kept their history and their
Middle Earth we're an in-between world.
Yeah, I think he just told the truth.
Mm-hmm. Because I was just explaining when I was trying to tell you about the analogies of these countries, like in the East. I was going to use Mongolia, but Richard, you were ahead of me there. You said Mongolia.
Great minds think alike.
Mm-hmm. You have those in-between countries. Look at the stands: Afghanistan, Pakistan, all these stands. Those are in-between countries. Not Pakistan, but Afghanistan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, what's it called? Kazakhstan. All those countries are sort of in-between countries. You
Armenia.
Armenia, not so much. Armenians are a little bit different. Armenians, though, are Greek. They are from the Ptolemies. It's really interesting. If you were to follow the bloodlines, you would see. And there's another thing too. Here's an interesting thing. Have you ever noticed how some people have sort of slightly pointy ears? I mean, that's a strange thing. There are people, the Russian Laplanders in particular, some of their elders, not so much anymore. Their bloodlines kind of been, diminished. The Finnish and Russian Laplanders had these kind of pointed ears. I know that sounds strange, but the elves, the North Pole. I mean, when you tell people these things, they look at you like you're crazy, like you just drank the green fairy from the absinthe. But it's the truth. I mean, you're telling people, you're like, go ahead.
Another throwback to Dracula, where Dracula tells Lucy in the bar that the green fairy in the absinthe bottle is trying to take your soul.
Because that's what it is.
Yes. It's crazy.
The absence of the soul. It's called absinthe. But it's the absence of the soul, then it can inhabit the vessel. Yeah. It's an interesting thing. When you stop and you look at the color too, where are these beings from? Now, I'm not just talking about the Jinn. And that's funny. We just talked about the green just came up behind me. And that thing just does it at random. But here's a weird thing. The calf, that's where the Jinn are from, right? But Ireland is called what? The Emerald Isle.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. And it's interesting because the color of the fairy is green. The green fairy in the absinthe wants your soul, right? The Emerald Isle, that's where the Fae are from. The Jinn are from the calf. They are from the green mountains of the calf, and they are known to be it's the land of emeralds. It colors their mountains.
Have you ever read the Book of the Green Fairy?
No. Mm-mm.
So there's a bunch of these fairy books that are from back in the day, and it's like the red fairy, the brown fairy, the whatever, the green fairy. There's 5 or 6 of them. But yeah, the green fairy is all about the Irish fairies.
Mm-hmm. They each have their own little fiefdoms. And you know, there are
Yep.
stories of them snatching people up and plopping them down in the unseelie court or Sealy court to be judged. Let me put another person in the queue there. Hey, welcome to the show, Death Star. So they are to be judged. And a lot of times it's something that's just kind of like you thought it was just something innocuous. I remember reading a story, and it's from one of these old books that probably isn't even published anymore. And I can't remember the name of it, but it was, and it wasn't Brad Steiger. It wasn't that long ago. It was somebody that passed away maybe in the last 30 years. But it was a book. It was an old book. And in that book, there was a story of a woman. And I don't remember what the book was. I just remember there was a woman who had like hot water, and she was boiling water, and she threw it into the sink, you know, for whatever reason. Like she was boiling eggs or something, and she heard a scream. Then she sees this creature pop up and kind of run across the counter and then vanish. And then 3 nights later, which typically they do take like 2 or 3 nights because they talk about it and they pass judgment on you. You don't even know they're passing judgment on you, right? She gets snatched up. It was some woman from like England or something. I can't remember what part of England. But she was taken from England, and they plopped her down in the middle of this circle, this stone circle. She asked where she was at, and they said, well, you would call it Scotland. She's like, but they're like, that's not where we are. We're not from, this is not where you're at. And they told her, they said that this is the court of blah, blah, blah. And it was that she had burned to death a small little entity that was somebody's such and such, you know. And there was this grieving elf-like mother that was sad because she had burned her young one in the sink. And it's interesting that this happened in England. They let her go because she was ignorant of it, because this was supposedly the Sealy court, not the unsealy court, which clean and unclean. The Arabs, when I used to work with the Arabs, the Lebanese in particular, they told me a story. I remember I worked with this guy. When he would wash his hands with hot water, he would say something in Arabic. I didn't know what it was. And I was like, what is that? He says, before I turn on the hot water, I tell the jinn to leave the sink. I'm not even joking. Yeah. And so I looked at this guy, and I was like, his name was Tariq. And I said, Tariq, are you being serious? Like, I was like in my early 20s. I had no idea. He said, yes, my friend. Oh, yes. If you go to take a shower, he goes, you must run the water cold and then say, I am making hot water, because it will burn them, and then they'll come back and they'll attack you. And I thought, whoa, that's a trip, because I read a book when I was in my late teens about this woman from, I think it was like Greenwich or something, Greenwich, England. But she had, I think that's what it was, but it's some small place. And she got taken out of her bed. And then there was another guy who actually beat a changeling, you know, and he was mad. He thought it was his own kid, and he thought his kid was stupid or whatever. So they came through the wall, and they gave him his child back and said, don't beat it. That's ours, and traded back. It's still another guy who I remember reading that he had been cursing them. He had eaten wild mushrooms, and he was out there wandering around, and he was kicking them, and because he could see them once he started tripping, and he began kicking them. It was like in Sweden or something like that. And I remember, this is something I read, you know. And I thought, this is weird. I'm never going to, you know, but I didn't realize at the time I was going to have a show where we talked about all this stuff. But this guy was punting these, not funny, but, you know, these diminutive little beings. And so they snatched him up, dude, and pulled him out of his bed and drug him to the unsealy court, and they lashed him with like fiery ropes, like they didn't say whips. They said it was like rope, fiery rope, and they lashed him. And he carried the scars for the rest of his life because of that. And he was just some wood chopper from like Sweden or something like that. But he told people the story in the tavern. He was always like, this happened to me. And so they put these weird looking brands under his eyes too, so people knew if you had those, that the fae had gotten a hold of you for doing transgressions, whatever. It's really weird. I mean, like, you stop and you think of that even though these are worlds apart, the Arabs are on one side of the country, you know, and the Irish on the other side of the world, you know, it's like, but they have similar beliefs. And every place in between has these weird beliefs, these weird beings, these weird whatever. In Norway, they have the red caps. People are literally terrified of those things. One of my friends is married to a Norwegian woman, and she's like terrified of the red caps, dude. It's like she believes, and I'm not gonna say that it's not something real, but she believes that these things will come and hurt her children. So when she enters into a room, she's always she announces her presence. I thought it odd. I was over there and I was in my 20s, you know, and I was playing video games, and that was just his girlfriend at the time. And she was in there talking, and I was like looking around. It was just me and my brother. We were with my friend, and I was like, because we, you know, I'm gonna be honest, we were imbibing, you know, and we were drinking a little bit. I said, "What is your wife doing?" It was his girlfriend, but they were practically married. I said, "Why is she doing? Why is your wife doing that?" He goes, "Oh, dude, she's Norwegian, dude." And I was like, I looked at my brother. I was like, "What does that have to do with anything?" Later on, we went to go eat dinner, and I asked her. I said, "Why do you do that when you go into a room?" And she told me. And it's a fear of these creatures that she has. She's like, "I don't want them messing with me or my family, so I always announce my presence." It was an interesting thing. So I learned a lot from these different cultures.
Do you know what the deal with the red caps is?
Yeah, but you want to tell it?
It's their magic wand.
Mm-hmm. It's their
literally a
version.
magic. Yeah,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
exactly. It's like a magic hat that they wear, and that's where their power comes from.
Yeah. So I got a new person here, Speak Easy, and then I got Death Star. Death Star, you were up first. You want to tell us what you got going on, my man?
Oh yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, I just came here to make sure that this faggot next to me doesn't fuck your channel up. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
I got you, boy.
All right, I appreciate it. Well, so who is the guy next to me? Who is the guy next to you?
You drop less words on his channel and say, "I'm gonna fuck his channel up." Okay.
So this guy's a piece of shit.
I don't
He's
even know who
streaming you
this
guys
guy
right
is.
now, and he's going around trolling channels. And what I'm
Well,
doing is
no, that's actually
I'm
not.
trolling him.
That's not
It's
what I
true.
do. So you're just
It's
making up
true.
shit as you go.
I mean, you could check it out. Look him up.
Yeah, look me up if trolling is my content.
Okay, so he's streaming us, and so you
Yeah, whenever I'm on the internet, I'm streaming. It's my job, right? So
okay.
He's made $84 today. It's big money, you know.
Okay,
so I made 1,500 last Monday. Since you're keeping track.
So let me.
He's big
This is an
sad.
interesting development here. So what exactly do you do, Speakeasy? Tell us. About
Mostly debates. That's mostly what I do for like.
Wait, so are you here to debate me? Is that what this is?
No, I heard you guys talking about some like paranormal stories, and I was going to tell you a paranormal story of my own.
Okay. And Death Star, you showed up
debating?
because he was streaming. What happened, Death Star, from your perspective?
So basically, this guy is a Satanist, and I don't like Satanists. You know what I'm saying?
What?
He's got red hair. You know what I mean?
He's got red hair.
Yeah, he's got the Eye of Providence tattooed on his neck.
That means I'm a Satanist. That's good.
He's ruined a lot of channels. So you know, I'm just.
Oh
looking
yeah,
out,
I've ruined
you know.
tons of channels, bro.
If he tells you any story, it's going to be about how he got anal probed. You know what I'm saying? But he liked it.
Oh, God, dude.
That was a good one.
Wow.
Bro.
Well, y'all seem like the best of friends.
How do y'all know each other?
I mean, I don't know him, but he knows me.
Apparently. He don't know me.
Well, you know him now.
I don't know you, buddy.
You do now.
Jeez. Freaking Mondays, dude.
Yeah,
well,
Mondays
I
is
still
fun.
don't know you, but anyways, I don't pay attention to crackheads on the internet. So it's
oh my gosh, dude! So we got.
Well, he's an actual drug addict, but that's beside the point. Let these guys get back to their content, you clown.
You're the one who derailed the whole thing.
So Speakeasy, what is your channel?
It's just called Speakeasy. Yeah.
Oh, it's just called Speakeasy.
Yeah.
And so you basically just go around and watch other people's channels and then restream it, or how does that work? What do you do?
No, that's only so. Well, you're reframing that in a weird way.
Well, no, I'm just going by what
I have a
you said.
show, so I have different shows that I do
Yeah.
on my channel.
Okay.
One of them's called Open Panel Purge. So it's where I go to other people's panels and either debate, have different like the last conversation I just had was about UFC, just about the Tom Aspinall getting his eyes poked
Oh
and
yeah.
what I thought about that.
What do you
Like, yeah,
think
it's
about that?
literally this guy's trying to make it out to be something it's not. He's a little clout chaser, obviously.
Well, let's
I
do
don't
this.
have a channel.
Let's start. I mean, you're welcome to be here, and so are you, Speakeasy. But so speaking on that just briefly, because I like UFC too. What do you think about that? Because Aspinall, he did get poked in the eye.
Yeah. So the thing, my take on it all was like, if you pay attention to like when I watched the replay, he gets a really deep poke in his left eye compared to the right, but at the end he's holding his right eye, and I feel like he's just making a bigger deal out of what happened, so he didn't have to do the fight. Like I find it's a main event heavyweight title fight that was waited on for a long time, right? And I feel like this was a way out of it, right? Because like dude's a monster. All right, he was at the top of his game. You know what I mean? So I feel like he would have lost that fight.
So you're thinking he kind of threw it. Okay, so you're not the only one that thinks that, because it was funny. Not funny, haha, but kind of strange, because I thought, and then I was like, he went to the hospital. Now, if it comes back that he's got like his cornea has been scratched or something, I don't know, something worse than that, then I could kind of see it. But if it comes back and it's just like, well, this guy just got, boo-boo in his eye or whatever, then I tend to agree kind of with what you're saying.
Yeah,
so
that's the way I feel. Like, yeah, I'll take it back definitely if I hear that like somehow dude's nail scratched his cornea or something. Sure, yeah.
Because nothing worse than getting. I mean, I was in a bar fight one time throwing a guy out the back door. It was weird because our front door was next to the back door, so it wasn't really the back door. But I was throwing him out the front of the club because he was punching, one of our bouncers, and I had to like stop him. And so he didn't punch me. He just really quick just went into my eye, and 2 fingers went into my eyeball. And nothing will make you jump back and stop what you're doing quicker. I mean, orcas and great whites will back off if a seal scratches their eye. I mean, it'll make them stop. It made me stop in my tracks. But I learned, never, and I was really young. I was like 21 at that time, but I learned never, ever take your eyes for granted. So, I had my own opinion about that. And you're right, dude. I mean, if you're going to have to fight somebody that you may not be able to take, well, you can always, hey, look, he scratched me in the eye. But then again, it did kind of look like he went in, and it did look illegal, but it could have been something that was accidental too. But yeah, you're probably right about that. Like, I mean, why not? Why not take that?
And the worst part is like UFC has a patent on gloves that are made to make sure they're not able to fully extend like that, and they choose not to use them for some reason. Like,
really weird.
It makes no sense. It's almost as if they want some people to be able to do this type of shit. And, we always hear about how sports are rigged we see it all the time. So I don't know, maybe this is just what's happening now with the UFC as well.
Yeah. And here's an interesting thing about that too. The NFL, a lot of people would call it the no fun league. And I'll tell you, they're so it's, a guy can't dance around the end zone or whatever, that's offensive or whatever. They have these weird little ticky-tack rules, but they've made it clear that they are an entertainment organization. They're not really for the sporting aspect of it at all. So they can throw a game, and if somebody decides, hey, I don't like what they're doing, this is not correct, and you can literally sue somebody for anything. People don't realize that in this country you can get sued for anything. It doesn't mean that it's going to stick. It doesn't mean that it's going to work, but somebody can give your life problems by suing you. So somebody says, hey, I don't like the way that they're treating my Tennessee Titans or Dallas Cowboys or Philadelphia Eagles, whatever. You can say, hey, I'm going to sue this league for what this is bullcrap. Well, they can say, hey, it is an entertainment. Right. And the refs are told, because we know that there were a couple refs. There's even a documentary out on Netflix about this ref in NBA that he was gambling. He was betting with these gangsters. And so the NBA used that. They were like, hey, the referee did what he did, but we're an entertainment organization. We're not here for the sporting aspect of it. That's part of it. So that's how they avoid getting in any kind of trouble with a fan that's disgruntled because they feel like they've been ripped off because they're being false. Well, they say, look, it's entertainment. And then that's the thing. These referees can throw a game. One of the things he said in that documentary, I don't remember the guy's name, but he said that there were certain players that were given favoritism. And that the coach from the Lakers, I forgot the guy's name, the Lakers coach forever, where the glasses, was it Riley?
Yeah.
I can't remember his name. Yeah. I can't remember his name, but he told him, he said, when he threw a foul on somebody, I can't remember who it was. And the coach told him, he says, yeah, he's like, that's right. That was illegal. He was traveling. But the league he told that ref flat out, the league doesn't care if he does it. And I believe I think it was the coach for the Bulls. Sorry. It was Michael Jordan. But there's a whole documentary about it. So it's crazy, dude, that these people, there's players that the league wants. I mean, Brady is pretty obvious in the NFL. If you pushed him a little, whatever. I remember they were playing and Warren Sapp kind of bumped him and that flag came out quick.
Right.
Where if you're like a backup quarterback or a journeyman, they don't care. They can pick you up and body slam you and they'll be like, well, put some dirt on it,
Right.
Yeah.
And you've seen plenty of times like baseball. Baseball is another one that like you find dudes are just throwing games, right? Like guy that's hitting his best games a week in a row, and then all of a sudden on the game that it's needed, he sucks all of a sudden, right?
Yeah, there's been a few ex-NFLers that came out and said it's all rigged.
Yeah. I mean, it was more entertaining when they were allowed to do steroids anyway. So like,
they need to do a steroid league.
League. Just to see how big of a monster you can be.
Buddy, imagine how awesome that would be.
Listen, I'm for allowing them to do it in all sports. Like
steroid Olympics.
Just let them go as hard as they can.
Though, Speaky, you got a point in one way, and I'll tell you why. Because there's going to be people that are going to do it, and they're going to use clean pee, and they're going to get away with it.
Right.
And so you're going to have monsters against regular people who aren't doing it, and you'll never know if the playing field is level. So you're right in some ways. Just putting morality to the side just for a second here.
Right.
Logically, if you thought about it logically, it would make sense just to let him go and see how big and strong you could get and see if your head can become a size 9. You're right.
Like you're watching Gladiators now. You know what I mean? That's what's up. I think that'd be the best way. And then, all the women's sports leagues, they can't keep up anyway, so we can just do away with those. You know what I mean? We don't need them.
Well, the WNBA wants to get paid. So there was an umpire named Angel Hernandez, and he was known. He missed like almost 200 calls in his career. If you look this guy up, this guy is like a clown, dude. I can't believe. And how long did he umpire for? Like 20 years, 30 years, or some crap. And it was obvious that he was rigging these games. I mean, it was very obvious, and Angel did that, and he was horrible. And he's known as one of the dirtiest officiators in any league ever. There was another guy in hockey who, when he retired, like he admitted that he had done some things. And
hockey's rigged.
Hockey is horrible. I mean, the Maple Leafs wouldn't even win a game if they didn't get. I'm kidding. I'm messing with you.
No, F the Maple Leafs.
Oh, you're from that area. I thought you were into the.
Don't even give me that crap. You know how long they've been losing on us for? Since like 67?
Yeah, they're terrible.
Get out of here.
I still owe a friend of mine a favor. I got to wear a Maple Leafs hat.
So they're the Cleveland Browns.
I didn't think they were going to make the playoffs, and I said something, and he said, "If you do, you wear the hat."
They always make it, and then they just shit the bed right at the end every time.
They're the highest grossing hocky team.
It's crazy, right?
Yeah,
and then they don't win. Jack, the Raiders and the Cowboys, dude. Man. This is about paranormal. So I'm over here. I could get off track here, talk about all kinds. This is a Monday. This isn't our main day or whatever. So
Monday's kind of
apparently after the last time the Leafs won the Stanley Cup, there was a coven of witches that put a curse on them to never win another Stanley Cup. So
the curse of the goat over there in Chicago.
Yeah,
look at that. And then it was broken. And then of course the curse of the Bambino with the Red Sox. The Red Sox are one of my favorite teams. But as it looks behind you, Speakeasy, is that just what is that? That's not the city you're from.
No,
right?
That's just a green screen background.
Yeah. Where are you from?
I live right outside Toronto, and I also live in Michigan, so I travel back and forth.
Okay, cool. So Death Star, let me get you back on the screen for a minute. Death Star, let me ask you a question. So far, Speakeasy seems to be a pretty cool guy. But what is your beef with the guy? What is your?
So
Try
I
to
mean,
keep
I
the
know.
profanity down a little
Look,
bit too.
all I could say is he's faker than his background. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
That's the reality. All the dude does is lie.
You're breaking up real
You're
bad.
breaking up real bad there, Death Star.
You
Hello?
broke up that
Can you
all
hear
the
me?
dude does is something.
Oh, all the dude does is lie and grift. You know,
He's a lying grifter. Okay.
that's his thing.
What do I
Yeah.
grift?
And a satanic witch.
What do I
He's a
grift?
satanic witch.
Oh, he grifts money from he grifts ladies.
From ladies?
Yeah, middle-aged
girls
ladies,
want-
like old decrepit. You know,
Like old decrepit ladies, huh?
If the girls want to give up the cash, that's on them, bro.
Yeah.
So he finds
look,
out.
I
so
get
he
it,
finds
but I don't
these
respect
lonely
him.
sugar mamas.
You know,
So Death Star, let
like
me ask
as
you
a
this:
business model.
Are you a Christian, Death Star? Do you consider yourself Christian? What are you? Yeah.
I don't consider myself any religion, but I would consider myself a follower of the teachings of Jesus Christ.
Okay. So that's that.
You know.
Therefore, you would be you have a problem with Satanists for sure, because
Yeah.
it tends to be like, you know, Jewish people, Muslim people. They don't really ever talk about Satanists. They don't really have a problem with it. It seems like it anyway.
Yeah, I don't like him. He
yeah,
might also
well-
be a Freemason. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
I'm
Speakeasy.
debating
And
on
you
that.
just made all of this up based off a tattoo.
mean,
That's crazy. That's
No offense.
amazing.
I mean,
No offense
Hey,
to Speakeasy, but like I checked out his channel. It's a fairly successful one, but like if he was a Freemason guy, I think it'd be a lot bigger than what it is.
Does he throw up the hand signs?
So Speakeasy. How big is his channel? How big is it?
It's like 8,000.
Yeah, I got about 8,000 subs. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, yeah. So
it's
he's
not-
between 8,000 and 9,000
he's
subs.
moving his way up. Basically.
And like
Yeah,
he's just like
yeah. I'm still really small, but
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he's streaming on his channel right now, but it's not like he's stealing our content. Like it just shows like a square of his
I'll
face,
say
and
this.
that's it.
I'll say this, and Death Star, I don't know you, and I don't know you, Speakeasy, from Adam. You guys seem fine to me. But here's the thing: when somebody has 8,000 subs on their channel, nobody ever does that.
Mhm.
It's very rare that people do that. Typically, they start buying subs, and they become, you know, they're like, "Well, I'm 8,000. Let me just go to 10,000," and then they jump real fast. And if you notice, there's a bunch of people who have these humongous channels. I was in a chat today; it's a sports one, and I like the guy. I think he's got a good channel, but he only had 400 people in the chat. And he has 137,000 subs, which is kind of suspicious because, you know, you're like, well, I have 400 people in my chat pretty much. I can go live at 3 a.m. and I could put 400 people in the chat. And I only got 45,000. Are we at 700, 45,007 or 6? What are we? I don't even know where we're at.
What are we at?
Anyway, it's 45 something. You know, we have a lot more people actually on the podcast than we do on the YouTube channel. But
45.7.
45.7. Okay, so you have 45,700 people, and you put 400 to 600 to 700 people in the chat, typically. And I've had people tell me that's really good for having that low number of subs, because we get a lot of interaction from people, you know. But I would say this: I think your numbers are probably legit because most people don't just hover around 8,000. But I have some friends that have lower number channels like that. And that's one of the reasons why I know that they're good people. I'm not saying you are, because I don't know you, and Death Star could be completely correct, or you could be completely correct. But typically, people don't hover around that. They just go straight for the throat and say, "I'm gonna be 10,000 strong coming out."
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, and right now, I mean, to his credit, he's got 90 people in his live chat, which is pretty good for his channel size.
Okay, and those 90 people are watching us right
Yes.
now. Talk to
Well,
them.
well, they're
Well, they're
watching
listening
him,
in
but they
right
can
now.
hear us. They don't see us.
When he went on cam at first, I put your image blocked so that he didn't do nothing stupid because I don't trust people that this is their whole goal.
Okay.
Yeah. So let me ask you a question about your background, Speakeasy. What are you? What is your deal? Like what are you?
Well, I am a completely ex-degenerate. I definitely was a degenerate in my past. That's why you see me full of tattoos and all of this. But you know, I found my relationship with God, and now on YouTube, I'm just a a conservative commentator, and I do a lot of debates. I host debates, and then I run a on Fridays. I do like this open panel blood sport debate where you can win cash. Right now, the prize is up to what are we up to? I think it's up to 600 right now.
What do you need me to do
to win? Show up on Friday. Just
money.
show up on Friday.
Show up, and if it's a debate about politics, or if you pick the subject, and I can debate.
Well, so what I do is I have a based theme of the night every Friday, and then we do topics based on that, and then I post them in my Discord ahead of time so people can know what topics. Like this week, we're doing good versus evil for the theme of the night.
I got one for you. Is altruism real?
Is altruism real? In what sense?
Do people really do things out of the goodness of their heart, or is this part of the matrix? Is this like we're just programmed good or evil at birth, or could it be like the Arabs say, you're born with a good demon and a bad one, a good jinn, bad one, whatever? Or are people really truly altruistic? Because I like to believe that I am, but a lot of people are good because they know that there is a punishment reward. But if there was no punishment reward, would people just do for themselves in a true satanic fashion? Would they just do what thou wilt, or would they actually do good because they are at heart good? Because do you do things for the right reasons, I guess? So
the duality of mankind, Ungin goes right into that.
Yeah, so I can get what you're asking here, and I would say if there wasn't something like sacrifice, someone who sacrifices their life to save someone, police officers, firefighters when they run into that burning building, right? I would say these things is a example of altruism being real, especially one of sacrificing your own life.
Yeah.
Right? Because this is you're ready to just dive into the complete unknown to make sure someone else lives, right?
You know that the Bible says. Sorry, the Bible says you go straight to heaven if you sacrifice, or you go straight. You inherit the kingdom of heaven straight away if you sacrifice yourself for a loved one.
But there it is, though. There it is, though. Is that the reason for people being altruistic, in quotations? Because there are people that will say that. I've had people tell me when I was a kid, I went to the Alamo, and they gave us a tour, and they said these people are in heaven. Now, this is conservative Texas in the 80s, right? So they don't care. They're just going to tell you. These people from the Alamo, all 100 and whatever, they're all in heaven. And I thought about it, and I said, well, what about the Mexican soldiers? That lady didn't blink an eye. She goes, well, some of them might have been in heaven, but most of them went to hell. I mean, she was straight up like, hey, these people went to hell. I'm not even joking. And she was like a Hispanic lady with like a country accent. So I'm sitting there and I'm thinking about it, and I'm like, whoa, that's crazy. So when I asked my dad, he's always working. He doesn't have time for this. And he just says, what do you think? You're going to a Christian Science Academy or whatever the hell it is. What do you think? You think you're going to go to heaven just because you're a good person? And I said, no, but they sacrifice themselves. They automatically go to heaven. I thought about that. And my dad said, well, shit, if that's all it takes, and I'm going to do that. Next time I see somebody in trouble, I was going to go throw myself into a fire. And he just says things at random because he was that way. But is that the way it is? Now you have to test yourself. And I've said this on the show. And this ain't no act. I'm just telling you straight up, even if there was no reward or no punishment, I'm just programmed to not be, I just can't do it. I'm not going to do something evil. Now, when I was a young man, much like you, Speakeasy, I had a past, and I was like, I was a mean son of a bitch. I wasn't but I had morals. Like I always had that moral compass or that code, not to take it too far. Like a guy goes down, you don't kick him in the face 100 times until he has a second baby head. I've seen people do that kind of crap. And I'm like, man, I can't do that. I'm not into that. And I don't care what anybody has done to me, no matter how much crap they've done. Here recently, there's a guy, he's been messing with our channel. We get trolled pretty bad. We got some pretty bad people. But there were people making fun of this guy and trying to post a video in one of our groups making fun of the guy because he was eating canned food or whatever. And I thought that was just completely in bad taste. I don't care what the guy did. Just all bullshit aside, I mean, that's wrong, because the guy maybe hit hard times or whatever. And maybe it is justice for the things he's done, but that's not for me to judge. I'm not going to judge this guy based on whatever. God's going to take care of it. It's going to get sorted out, believe me. And these people, it's going to happen, one way or the other. But I'm not going to take part in mocking somebody. And the whole thing was, the one guy, he messaged me after last night's show and he says, "Oh, I get it. You don't want, judge not lest ye be judged." And I said, that's not what I'm talking about. I said, you missed the whole point of what I said last night. And I told him, I said, what I'm talking about is, it's not about the punishment of I did it so it could happen to me. Because that's what a lot of people think. It's reward and punishment, right? I just said, it's not right, period. Like, that is just part of me. His exact wording to me, and that's why I blocked this guy. He goes, "You're programmed." And I thought about it, maybe through this matrix we live in. Yeah, maybe I am programmed. Maybe that is my program. And maybe it is a malfunction in this evil, amoral world.
So I get why you would say something like that, because I do believe morals are objective. They come from God, and I believe they're written on our hearts. That being said, I do believe any one of us put in certain situation would be able to do some really evil, horrendous shit, right? I'll bring it back to the Yahtzee times. You know what word I'm talking about, but I'm going to say Yahtzee so that no algorithms get hit. But take it back to the Yahtzee times, right? I'm sure there was a lot of those soldiers that didn't want to be doing the horrific shit that they were doing, but realized if they stood up and said something, their family's gonna die, they're gonna die, maybe their kids, so there's a lot of things that stop them from doing the right thing and participating in the evil. So this is what I think happens. I believe we have free will, right? We have the choice to make, but as human beings, we can see patterns and we can foresee what choices will, or what the outcome of a choice will be, right? Mm-hmm. That's why we seem to get into places where we're making choices that we think it's the only choice to make. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
I have an idea for a good litmus test as to whether or not someone actually has actual altruism. If you can take a person and put them in a setting or an environment where there are absolutely zero tangible real world consequences for whether or not they perform good or evil deeds, there's no reward for good, but at the same time there's no punishment for evil. And one good example of that is video games, especially RPGs, like these virtual worlds that people become immersed in. And a lot of them, they have these mechanics where you play this character and you have a decision to make throughout the story,
like Fable.
Yeah, and you can make good or evil decisions.
And most people make the good ones, right?
Yeah, and I'm not trying to self-aggrandize or anything. It's just, but myself as an example, every single game that I've played like that, I've told myself okay, on this first playthrough, I'll do things the way I would do them, make the decisions that I would make, and then I'll beat the game and I'll go and do a second playthrough and just do all the evil, bad stuff. And to this day, I've never been able to do that. I've never gone through and done a bad, evil playthrough. And it's weird to wrap your head around, because it's just a game, right? There's no real world consequences or rewards for anything you do on there. But it's a good, watching how people play video games is a good, you can get a good barometer on who they are as a person, because how they conduct themselves in a virtual world where there are zero consequences will tell you a lot about them. So
I've still never played the GTA ending that you kill all three of them. I always make I've made them all survive. It just seemed the right thing to do, right? We all get to live.
Fable, Skyrim, Red Dead Redemption, Fallout, New Vegas. I've never been able to do the dishonorable playthroughs.
And games like Red Dead, boy, they make it to where they throw incentives in there for you to try to.
Yeah, you can do some vile things. in that game, dude.
They're just and like the one with the Outlaws, where they had killed that family or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, so you start playing through it, and you're just like, dude, they are tempting you to be bad. Fable did the same thing. See what it's like to destroy the whole world. Like you kill everybody in the world except for the guards that repopulate. Everybody else is dead. Then you do, and you just run around the world, and there's nobody there.
Yeah,
I know. I remember Zane did that.
You can have it all, my empire of dirt. You know,
I don't think everybody though that does that. They may just want to see both endings. There are people who are curious, but then again, curiosity can lead into some very bad things. There are people that are curious, like everybody. I think is curious about these murderers, and whether it's the weirdness of it, or why their brain works or doesn't work the way it does. But there are some people who get into the actual gory details of the murders, and they're overly fascinated by death. And it is so weird. And somebody just said something about the Aztecs, which this one person keeps trying to say that I said I was an Aztec. I never said that. I'm like, this guy, one of my troll stalkers, and that's what they are at this point. They're basically idolater stalkers. But he tried to say that those type in Aztec, and I was like, I've never said I'm Aztec because I'm not. I'm Comanche. Ridiculous. Aztecs are very short too, man. And
what does that say about me? Because in Total War, I always execute all the prisoners and sack all the cities. And
you're a Roman.
We're gonna have to put you in the nut house, sir.
You got to go somewhere, Richard, because you're obviously too Roman.
Have you guys ever played the game DayZ? It's like a survival game. You have to go and collect gear, and there's like zombies, and it's like open world. Everybody else. That's a good game to like see this exactly what you're talking about, because I found myself getting killed a lot in that game because I thought, I'm gonna be good. I'm gonna give him a chance and tell this guy, yeah, we can help each other in the game. Nope, just to get killed.
Oh, dude, Age of Empires. They had this. Was it Age of Empires 1 or 2? It's an old game. You guys, younger guys, might even remember this game. But it was. They had a thing where you could switch alliances. Yeah, because like on Age of Empires 3, you can't kill your allies.
Yeah,
you're on that team. You're on that team.
Yeah, you can betray your allies in like the first and second one.
The first and second one, and they can flip sides in the middle of it, and they'll be in there fighting and helping you. Next thing you know, the orange are attacking you, and you're going like, "What? Like you were attacking light blue, now you're attacking me? Why is?" And you're like, "Oh, and it just does a little horn, and that they have switched sides," and you're like, "You sorry." Nothing worse than traitors, dude. I never did that. I could never. If I'm starting, that's it. I'm on that. You leave the dance with the girl you brought. That's just the way it is. This is the best policy. But I'm not into that at all. So, anyways, you had a story to tell. Moses, welcome to the show too. He says here, what does he say? FDA, Silver Springs, Maryland. I don't know what that means, but anyways, so we have Death Star here. Death Star, did you have a story too? Or were you here to watch Speakeasy?
I could tell you a story, but I was here to just combat the lie. The father of lies is Satan. I know who his daddy is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And so where are you from?
These empty platitudes are amazing, bro. You should write a book.
I mean, just do your research on the guy if you really want to know. It's all out there.
Okay.
True.
You know what I mean?
Just do your research on the guy.
I got no respect for him, I didn't mean to bring this to your channel, but it was coming here whether I was here or not.
Okay.
That's the truth.
Well, and the truth comes out. It comes out. So Death Star, let me ask you this. Where are you from?
Originally, I'm from New York, but I'm in Missouri. I've been here for 11 years.
Missouri.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So what part of New York are you from?
Originally Staten Island.
Staten Island. Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So you watch this guy, or you just like, how do you know him? Like, how do you know this guy?
So I was going through the panels, right? And I seen this guy on a woman's show, and he was essentially trolling that show. So I decided to hop on there and smoke him off that show. And then he started looking for other shows, basically to go mess with people. And you guys ended up, being in his roulette wheel.
What a great story.
So he had a roulette wheel?
Not a literal roulette wheel.
He was just okay. Yeah,
he was just looking for someone. Yeah, he was planning on coming here with a country accent and telling you guys some bullshit. You know, he probably had AI write him a story. If you don't believe me, go to his channel. I put it in the comments. You can run it back.
Yeah, go to my
he was
channel.
on here.
See if I agreed to do a.
I mean, it's all there.
A southern accent. Go ahead.
Just run it back. You can run it
What's
back.
happening? I'm seeing that he must have read something someone in my chat said before I came here, and he's assuming that's what I said.
No, tell me you weren't practicing a country accent. Tell me
I
how
don't
you
need
were
to
saying I
practice a
can't
country
do it.
accent. I can do a country accent.
Look on his YouTube.
I said
it's live right now.
Well, then bring it up. Yeah, bring me up saying I will do a country accent.
You weren't practicing a country accent to come on here and troll these nice gentlemen?
I mean, I checked the chat.
No, I wasn't practicing anything.
Well, we can look at it after the show. But I mean,
Yeah.
and here's the thing.
Seems all right so far.
I mean, in Death Star, I'm not saying one way or the other. I know this. I have literally been trolled a lot. And so I had a guy that bragged like an idiot on Facebook that he had given me a fake story and I retold it. And everybody was like, well, what does that say about you? You lied to the guy. They didn't come after me about it. You know, I get attacked quite a bit by people with country accents. Believe me, I have one that's just, they don't stop. They don't. They're just like criminals, and it just happens all the time. So it's not like one of these things where I got a troll on there. We get them all the time, and I'm going to go, "Where's a troll?" Let me, you know, it is what it is, and I'll talk with anybody. I'm interested though in going to your channel, Speakeasy, and debating. I would love to do that. I would actually go on there. Death Star, you think I should go to his channel and debate people?
I'm not going to tell you not to debate people. You know,
no.
Yeah, I'd love to have you on. We do, like I said, the verbal combats every Friday, but I also do 1v1 moderated debates. Like if you go look on my channel, I have a bunch coming up. There's one next week. We got Planet Peterson coming on for an evolution debate. This week we have. Let me make sure we got. The TikTok ban debate and the death penalty debate. Yeah, so I'd definitely have you on for a debate. Yeah.
Jeez,
are you yay or nay about evolution?
Well, I believe that humans have adapted over time. I don't believe we come from some like monkey thing.
No, that's fake and gay.
Yeah.
So on that one there, adaptation versus evolution, it's almost the same thing because
in a sense,
they can change into different things. Your ancestors are different than you are. I mean, that's the thing people don't understand. But I think that adaptation can happen a lot quicker than we think it does. For instance, your animals are just they can adapt to terrain, you know, and it doesn't take much. It could be 2 or 3 generations with dogs. I've seen it happen. I used to breed them, you know, mastiffs. And my friend who literally the way that his land was laid out, there were dogs that would be more successful in that, you know. What I mean is like climate, different things like that, you know. There's animals that are going to survive and do better, and then animals that aren't going to live, you know, and they're not going to breed. And then the next thing you know, you have another species. I mean, it's just if you were just to take a Stafford, you know, just a terrier, any kind of terrier, just take it, you know, and look at the origins of it, what it came from. The Canes Corso, look at the history of that dog and how it became what it was. It didn't take long to make a new species. You know, just
I don't know if that would be considered a new species, though. Actually,
Well,
do you
no,
like
species,
this
but-
topic, though? Do you like? Have you ever heard of a creator named Made by Jim Bob?
Mm-mm.
Well, he's really big on evolution debates, and he's also another big creator. And I think you two would be perfect for this topic.
Because I mean, adaptation. I mean, you're right. It's not another species, but it kind of is. Now, there's a species debate
And
about
I have
whether
a cane
dog
corso,
is
by the way.
separate from- You do, yeah. Well, they have mastiff roots. When you look at the mastiff, though, there was a Roman dog that's no longer around. The name of it, I don't want to mess it up, but it's like a name, like a Latin name. And it was based off of the centurion, but it was like Centurios or something. Not, I know that's not it, but it's something like that. And if you look at this dog, there's only pictures of it, not pictures of it. There's only drawings, but it looked like, and I think it was the Medicis who actually bred it out of existence by turning it into what we now know of as the Mastiff. But if you look at the pictures of this thing, it looks like some kind of monster They said that 3 of them were worth a lion, you know, and the Romans had bred this dog. They brought it back from the Iberian Peninsula, thus the Spanish Mastin, which they said this dog is the most brutal dog ever. And it was brought back by the soldiers from Gaul, the Transalpine Gaul. And it ended up being thought of as the Iberian Terror. You know, that's what they called it, because it would fight bears and it would fight, you know, whatever. But that particular dog is now the great, however many back grandfather of the Mastiff, of the Mastin, of the Cairns Corso, of the Rottweiler, of so many different types of dogs that came from that. The Pyrenees, all these different dogs came from the Neapolitan Mastiff.
The dog called them Molossus.
That may be what it is. Let me see it.
There you go.
And so okay, there's pictures. All right, so look, it's not the greatest picture, but it's a Roman picture of it.
It's no longer around.
It's no longer around because these dogs go extinct because they become something else. But we ourselves, and we've talked about this on the show, and Richard, you've talked about this, we were once giants. I mean, our ancestors were giants, according to the Yugas of the Hindu, which kind of mirror Enoch. I mean, whether people want to believe it or not, we become something else. That's the thing. I mean, you know, our ancestors were huge. Lawrence Morgan says was studying the Iberians recently. Oh man. So does anybody in the chat, without looking it up, know who the Iberians are? Who they became?
They were Celtiberians.
The Iberian Peninsula is Spain. And they were known as the Iberian Celts. And they were big, strong people.
Celtiberians.
Well, weren't they like still separate though from Celts? Like wasn't the Iberians...
They had their own type of Celts, but they were Celts. Yeah, they were Celtic. They were Iberian Celts, and they were the original. Yeah. Okay. As far as we know, going back to the Roman times where there were records, we don't know what could have been there before, but that was what was there when the Romans showed up, and there was no North African influence, i.e. the Moors invasion, which took place and then changed their everything about them genetically. But Marcus Aurelius was a smart guy. And that was one of Italy's first conquests was Spain and Transalpine Gaul, and then later Gaul under Julius Caesar. So he said, you know, we're fighting these Germans in Trier, which is modern day Austria. And he says, and it's these people are towering over us. Literally, there was a story that was told, and I think it was a Cato story. You know, he would talk before the Senate. He described a German spearing 3 Romans with it's almost like the Afghanistan giant, the candle, you know, and you're sitting there listening to this going yeah. So he's over there in the Senate telling them we need to get bigger and stronger. And they're like, well, how do we get bigger and stronger? We breed our soldiers. And of course there was this light bulb, you know, and Aurelius says, well, maybe we should interbreed with the Celts. And the Senate was like, what? These people are savages. They're barbarians. He's like, exactly.
Yeah, but their chicks are hot.
They're 6 foot tall. So he ordered like 10,000 of these soldiers, just kind of as an experiment, to Iberian Peninsula without their wives. So what happens? They take wives of the Iberians and considered them sort of like nobility, interbreeding and creating a bond there, which lasted for a long time. Because guess who became their biggest ally in the war against the Gauls, who were the northern French Celts? The Iberians. They became their auxiliary units and then eventually became frontline troops. And they used the Germans once they were civilized and ready to fight. By the time the Roman Empire ended, it was more German. It was like 70 to 80% German and Celt. That's crazy. By the time the conquest of Dacia happened, they call it, you know, Romania because it became the land of the Romans. But honestly, if you look at the bloodline of the Romanians, it was changed and a lot of it became Germanic because the Roman army became so German. Just like Alexander. They took a page out of Alexander's book. By the time he was done, he only had 20,000, not even 20,000 Greeks left. The Macedonians had been wiped out, and most of his army was Persian. The fighting that was done in India, in the Indus Valley, a lot of it was done by the Persians. They were the frontline troops that were fighting with the phalanx and fighting against these elephants and porous, when he went to meet Alexander, literally he had to walk through the dead Persians to get to him. And he was looking at them and thinking that the Greeks looked odd compared to what he had been told. That's because those weren't Greeks. Those were Persians, the enemies from 10 years before. You see what I'm saying? You don't always have the same army that you started out with, but you have an ideal, a principle, an ideology. That's what makes things like that so dangerous. An ideology is more powerful and more potent than any racial bond, any familial bond, and any physical bond you could possibly have. The mental aspect of an ideology, that idea lives on through blood, through everything, because all it takes is convincing someone, which is what Islam does, is in essence, convinces people, hey, fight the non-believers who are near to you. So you go and you fight. Some of you die and some of you live. The ones that live, you tell them, hey, remember, we got to fight the non-believers that are near to us. And they're like, but we're done fighting. No, we're just further west. Now we have to fight those non-believers. Oh, so then the people that you conquered, they become part of your army, and then they move further west, and then you fight more non-believers because the non-believers never stop. The army changes. It becomes something else. So by the time you're done, look at the Ottoman Empire. The Janissaries, they were white people. Most of the Ottomans at that point, by the end of the empire, was a bunch of people from the Balkans.
Yeah.
They were white.
There's one Turkish family.
But I would still say that it was all like they were still all human, right? Like this is what I'm trying to say. Like I don't believe that we evolved from something that was non-human and became human. That's where like I don't believe in this macro evolution. Like again, we have examples of like what we call micro evolution or adaptation, right? We have examples of this everywhere. But to see something, we've tested this with like bacterias and all different types of things where we can just like multiply generations and generations of it and it never changes, right? It stays the same. So like I just don't, there's no like the evolution, you can't put an actual like the scientific method to prove the theory of evolution.
Absolutely.
So I just don't see why it's held on to so strongly. Well, I could take a couple guesses of why it's held on so strongly, but
Take one.
well, it's a good way to make us all believe that there's like nothing inherently valuable about human beings. So we can continue to have abortions by the millions every year, and we can continue to live in this world of as long as we're not doing anything to someone else, we can fuck up our own lives no matter how much we want. Like it's sorry, I don't know if you have like a
No, I
language
don't. I
thing here.
prefer it not to. But
Okay, sorry.
Go ahead.
I'll keep
I
it.
hear
But,
what you're saying.
but yeah,
No,
like
you're
it's
right. You're right.
it's a way to make sure that humans don't see any inherent value in being human.
Like
It's an
we're just
attack
another
on-
species of animal, right?
That's the communist playbook right there too.
Yep.
It's an
There
attack
is
on
no
God
value.
too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
of course, and an attack on the creator. That's the whole point of evolution too. You're right, and I'm not an evolutionist.
Evolution. The name is evolution. Like
Yeah, Moses, you're being very quiet here. You want to introduce yourself, Moses?
Hello, how are you, Mr. Turner?
How are you?
Hi. How I'm wishing very well of Mrs. Turner and hope she is doing well through faith and prayer. She will
Yeah,
most
turn your
likely.
TV down in the background, Moses. I appreciate that.
So sorry, it was your show, and I was listening to you. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. So Moses, I wanted to tell you welcome to the show, and I will get right back to you. Just hang tight for a minute. Speakeasy, did you want to tell your story, your paranormal story? And then Moses will come back to you.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you a story, but I think I can actually like equate what it actually was, and this was gonna be my main question to you guys.
Okay.
Right, so like I've actually had a lot of like experiences in so my old house here in Canada, the house in Michigan, And then like even now in this house that I live in, there's been like things that you could like people would call it poltergeist or whatever, where like things move without being touched and stuff like this, right? And then especially at my old house in Canada, there would be always this like figure I would see to my right, but it was never actually there. Like there was nobody actually there. So I also have like a very low trust in like like the good things always happening. I'm always prepared for the worst. And I'm thinking that this actually has a play on why these things are happening, that it's not actually happening. It's my mind playing games on myself out of like some type of like paranoia in a sense. You know what I'm trying to say?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do. Do you want me to comment on that? Or?
Yeah, you can comment on it. Yeah, I was kind of just wondering like what you guys think, like because like I don't know about like a lot of these different things that people have seen or experienced. I obviously can't prove that they've never been through them, but I always think there's some type of explanation to it.
So
I got one for you.
Go ahead.
You can go first. I'll throw it in later.
Okay. So what you're saying is you think that most of to put it in a nutshell, most of the things, the phenomena that people experience can be explained by natural causes, basically, not something that science hasn't figured out. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, so like I would say there was like a logical explanation to it that I'm just not seeing.
Okay.
Right? And like the reason I even come to this conclusion is because it'll happen in times that like things aren't really going, smoothly the way I need it to. And then something like this happens and I'm like, is it because I'm expecting the worst? So like this like worst thing is happening, I don't know.
Yeah, and that's a real thing too. Like people can bring about. I have a friend. I'm not going to say he's deceased now, and Anthony, I'm talking about. John passed away a few years ago. I love John. He was a great guy. I worked with him for years. He was a tough little son of a gun, but he was a very negative person. And he had a saying. He was like, if it wasn't for luck, and I'll probably heard it before, you probably heard it. If it wasn't for bad luck, I wouldn't have any. So he was always talking about his bad luck. And I told John, I said, you are alive. He was literally in a gun battle one time and he lived. I said, dude, you lived working in government housing. And he got shot at. His car was shot up, but he didn't get hit. I said, that's good luck. He looked at it from, well, these gangbangers shot my car up and nearly killed me and ruined my car, blah, blah, blah. Insurance didn't cover it because it's not covering 9mm bullet holes. But he looked at it in a very negative way. And I'm over there with a couple of our friends, and I'm like, you were lucky. You and God looked out for you. He died, unfortunately, a devout atheist. He would never come to Christ. And that's a very sad thing. And I went to his memorial when he passed away, and his mother and me talked. And she said, you were one of two friends that he had. Two friends. My nickname for him was Doc Holliday. He was a very sickly little skinny guy, and he was tough as hell, but he was always coughing and choking. And he died, and didn't surprise me because he wasn't in good health. And I was one of two of his friends. There was one other guy who's now a police officer, and we've been friends for years, and we all work together. And I told her, I said, his own brother told me, I think he was a sociopath. And I told him, I said, hold on. The fact that he had two friends, me and this other guy, I was like, and he did care about us. And he did go out of his way at times to help people. I saw it. He wasn't a sociopath. I know that he just was very jaded. But I used to tell him, I said, you bring negativity upon yourself. And he had a couple weird experiences in a place it's now a bar right there off of Congress. But it used to be, there was an apartment up above where the company we would work for. Very large company now here, and it's one of our competitors now. I own a security company. And the guys that own it, one of them's a real great guy, and the other one's not. I'm just going to say that. But there was an apartment up there above the office, and he lived up there, and he had 2 or maybe 3 paranormal experiences up there because it was haunted. I spent the night up there one time when I had to go back to work right away, and I didn't want to go all the way back home because I was living way South Austin. So I said, I'm just going to crash here. I'll get up in a few hours. And I heard weird stuff in that place. So I knew there was something going on there, nothing too dramatic. for me. But he told me, he said there was something dark and evil there. Yet one of the other guys that lived there was this Puerto Rican dude, and I remember him. He was very upbeat, very positive guy. And when something happened to him, it wasn't evil and nasty and mean. Now, if you take these two people, one Carlos and one John, John's had a very negative, nasty encounter with something very dark. Carlos claimed that he saw something that was almost, I wouldn't say it was angelic, maybe angelic, but it was a contrast. But it was weird too to me that they had two completely different personalities, and one was very upbeat and positive, the one was always very negative. And I thought that something played into that. Now, what could have been going on there, if you break it down, was that there could have been some sort of vortex or portal, and good and bad came through there. Vortex is like an energy superhighway for entities. So something comes through this negative, it goes towards him because he's probably already got attachment. Something's already feeding on him, which I believe he had something very dark on him. And then this other guy is very positive. So the positive entity goes to him, negative entity goes to him. That could have been it. That could have been what's happening. It could be that simple. Or it could have just been you bring the energy to you. You're attaching yourself to these entities in a way that we can't really comprehend. So at different times in your life, you have something negative that's going on, and you're like, something weird happens. I see a shadow, or I don't know what your story is, or you see a hellhound or whatever. Could it be a very tumultuous time in your life? I saw something that looked like a freaking werewolf. That's how I got into all of this. Okay. And now I've been written a book about it and have all kinds of stuff. But I've told people this story before. When you see something like that, my home life was absolute shit. I had a horrible, just shit home life. I was bouncing around. I ended up living with a friend and his family and his sisters and his brothers. And they were very nice people. They were poor, but they took me in and they fed me and they let me live there. And I was with him the night that we saw that werewolf looking thing. My life was a horror show. I was in and out of jail because, as a kid, you get locked up as a kid or whatever. But the bottom line was, I saw that during a time of high negativity in my life. And I have to say, the 10 years that I lived down in South Austin and I dealt with the haunting down there, and I've talked about it on the show. My brother's writing a book about it with me. That was a time of high stress and darkness in my life too. I was on the dark side for sure. I was doing all kinds of crap. But I've also had times in my life where nothing is going on and I think everything's running smooth and I see something would happen. And a lot of that would be based on my job. I would be sent to a place of dark energy. You get there, it's foreboding, and you're like getting out of your truck and you're like, okay, I can already feel that there's some crap in here. Lovecraft could go in there and write a book after he's done, and then we named one of the episodes.
So do you think that like ghosts and all of these like experiences people have, even like alien abductions, these things, like I've come to the conclusion in my head with this stuff is that like I think a lot of it has to do with like some like demon and the devil trying to like get people while they're weak. You know what I mean?
Manipulate, yeah.
May I contribute something?
No, you may not, Mr. Richard.
All right, never mind.
The Canadians here. Go ahead, Richard.
So in the Bible, it talks about when we live a life of sin, that you come under the bondage of the elements and the rudiments of the earth, which are a type of entity called the stoichion, which are basically the ones that I believe are the ones moving the poltergeists, who are, because they are these strange elemental forces, that they're the ones who have the ability to move things around in your house. They will manifest in all sorts of strange, mysterious ways. But it's basically got to do with allowing them in through the, like Wolf was saying, through that weird portal that we open when we allow sin into our lives. And it was the same with me, like being abducted by UFOs, encountering shadow demons and freaking werewolves and all sorts of crap. But it was always while I was living that life, living a sinful, whatever, you know what I mean? You're doing things that you really shouldn't be doing and living that you're living in the dirt, right? And that you come under bondage of these evil entities, and they will really play the game on you. I
completely agree.
Yeah, I definitely think that has something to do with it for sure.
And yes, they are a demon type. They are a demon type.
Mm-hmm. And the uninitiated, I got to say this because there's a lot of people, the uninitiated, and if you haven't been watching this show and paying attention to we have over 1,000 videos, hours and hours and hours of material. We've interviewed thousands of people, and I've retold their story, or they've come on and told their story. Every Monday we do this. People come on here. I remember there were 3 out of 4 weeks where somebody talked about a vampire, and people have a preconceived notion of what a vampire is. They think that it's some guy that's pale skinned and he's drinking blood and whatever. Yeah, there's some of that, but there's also what this really is a symbiotic relationship, and really it's one-sided with a demonic attachment that attaches itself to a vessel, a human. Not necessarily just a human, though, because there's animals that do it too. And then these things go out and they do what they do. They suck energy. They suck life force. They suck blood. They drink it. I'm not even joking. If you'd have told me this 3 or 4 years ago, I'd have thought you were out of your freaking mind. I'd have been like, okay, because I know what I saw. But I was not at the point where I was going to stop and go, okay, yeah, but if that exists, I know all these other things could probably exist. But the idea of the vampire had been so made into like a vampire was like a Halloween mascot. It's a goofy thing, you know. You just like, yeah, but it's
especially with all the vampire movies and
the
TV
movies
shows
and all the BS, dude. And then you realize these things are nasty, evil beings. They're horrible creatures, and most of these entities that we're dealing with are vampiric in nature. They really are.
I think there's a lot of energy vampires too. People who just try to like suck the energy out of you. You know what I mean?
That's you.
I was just, I want to explain because my chat was wondering. That's a picture my daughter just drew for me of my mug, my coffee mug.
Mm-hmm.
It's blue. She did it. She nailed it.
So
nice
Death Star, you have a very low opinion of this guy. So how did you come across this guy?
Man, I don't really want to get into
Misery
all
loves
that
company.
anymore. I'll put it out there. I was going to tell you guys about what we were all just talking about.
You better work on that internet connection before you get into your story.
You know what I mean? I could go into it. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, it's kind of fading in and out, but yeah. What's up, True? How you doing tonight? So your story, you were talking about Speakeasy. In the meantime, Death Star, you can get your internet going there.
How's that? Is that better?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. So what do you want me to do first? You want me to expose this guy, or you want me to tell you about the nature of paranormal activity in my opinion?
It's whatever you want to do. I mean,
I feel like I could wrap up all these
let's set some parameters here. Much like Speakeasy, you have a show where people come on and debate. If you guys want to debate, let's debate and be friendly about it. No name calling, no cussing, and none of that stuff. Let's not do ad hominem. Let's talk like people, like adults. This subject too is weird. I know if you're not a normal person, I've talked to normal people, like let's say normies, right? And you'll talk to them and they'll be like, oh yeah, this is stupid shit. They don't get it because they're living in the little box, which by the way is a prison. If you look at Saturn, there's a big box at the top of it. Mm-hmm. That's why I tell people, if you're going to die, the black cube, if you're going to die, I'm going to give you awesome advice. Leave your house. You think I'm joking? Walk outside and die in the front yard. You'd be happy. Believe me, much happier than dying inside your house, because the square is geometrically a prison. I'm not joking. Look it up. I mean, there's a lot of stuff out there that people don't get. That's why in Paranormal Roundtable, we tell people, welcome to PRT, join us in the real reality, whether you want it to be the real reality or not. People live their lives in their day-to-day, and I get it. You have to pay bills, you got to pay mortgage or rent, you got, me, I have a ranch, I have a house, I got a lot of things I got to take care of. I got vehicles to take care of, I got this studio, I got all kinds of, 3 businesses. I buy and sell gold, silver. It's doing very well right now. And that's the thing. That is the mundane world. But at night, I become a vampire. I'm joking now. And at night,
werewolf. You're a werewolf.
Well, that's what I've been accused of by some stupid people that are really nuts. They're the nutty ones. But that's
actually a running joke on my channel, is because I'm always I'm streaming through the hours of the night, and it was the running joke is that I'm a vampire, because I also have done a few marathon streams. Like I don't sleep the whole time.
Wow.
The last one was 50 hours.
Jeez.
50 hours?
Yep.
Jeez Louise, dude. How do you do that? You don't sleep? You just, what do you?
I just stream. I literally just just go through all the different content I have planned, open up a panel, talk to people. Yeah, just went the whole time.
Jeez.
Coffee is my best friend.
Jaime says after that you need a shower. What's up, Jaime? How you doing?
Yes, yeah, definitely.
That's what amigo. So yeah, this is true. You dropped out of there, true. As soon as we started talking about vampires, he's like, I'm out of here, bro.
Too much.
It's too much. He's like, you people are too much.
You took too much, man. You took too much.
You guys
No,
mind if I
there's
go into the thing? Into
There's
like
a guy that goes around telling people that I am a shape-shifting werewolf. Sometimes I'm a
reptilian shapeshifter, werewolf, and vampire.
He told my business partner of almost 19 years now that I shouldn't be alone with him because I might wolf out on him.
Yeah.
And I was like,
can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Coming through. Do you mind if I expound on the nature of the paranormal activity, poltergeists and whatnot?
Go ahead.
I have a pretty good understanding. So the way I understand it, you can understand it vibrationally, right? Now, what is sin? Sin is the reduction, right? The reduction of your vibrational level. So when the fallen fell, right, they fell from a spiritual existence, and through their sin, they became physical. You guys were touching on this a little bit earlier. You said that we descend from the giants, but the truth is that essentially they corrupted mankind, creating the Nephilim, which are the offspring of the sons of God and daughters of men. Now, at the end of the day, these are the demigods and the Hercules and whatnot that you see in ancient mythology, and their daddies were the lowercase gods. There was the fallen in physical form. Now, when you understand about vibration, right, doing things that will essentially bring that vibration down is considered sin. So these are the bad things, right? This is evil. This is why you see Satanists and witches and different types of secret organizations, right, performing rituals that are going to cause these people to lower their own vibration so that they can come into contact with these entities. Now, these entities are attracted to suffering and all kinds of different negative experiences. And when you're living a life of sin, you will have them around you. This is my understanding of the paranormal activity. Now, when you do fully submit to Jesus Christ, you are protected from it. And so you won't really see them anymore. Now, I'm not going to say I've never seen entities, shadow people, but I was living a life of sin. Nothing wicked, but I was a violent individual. You know, I grew up in a real rough city and I became very violent. You know, that was my biggest flaw as a man. I was a victim I was a rageful, violent man, you know? And at the end of the day, when we take substances and different things that lower our vibration, they weaken our spiritual armor, and we are going to encounter things if we're on that level.
It sounds like you're very similar to Speakeasy, because Speakeasy, you were saying something very similar to that. You both have a past. I have a dark past too. My enemies like to jump on that and attack it and say that I was in a loony bin. I was never in a loony bin. But that's a rumor that they started. They start all kinds of rumors because they're irrelevant. But people don't like certain people because they see something in them that they covet or they see themselves. That can be something too. But with you two, it seems like Death Star, you say you're doing something noble by keeping Speakeasy and his audience at bay, and not allowing them to attack or harass us. I appreciate that if that's the case. But so far, Speakeasy's been on his best behavior. He hasn't really trolled or said anything negative. You guys are saying something very similar, though. What you're saying, to expound upon that, Genesis 6, right? The book of Enoch is the long version of that. And there were giants in the earth in those days. Enoch talks about this and expounds upon it big time.
Yeah.
And it is the
They
Nephilim.
found themselves in
everything. And after the flood, they became evil spirits for all time that plague humanity, right?
Yeah, they're offspring.
There were many different types of Nephilim, and not just from them, but the Watchers were all different. They weren't all just one species. Some people say they were aliens. They call them the Anunnaki. Other people say, no, they were just angels, but the angels aren't all one kind of angel either. So you had different fathers, different bloodlines, all intersecting and becoming all kinds of weird stuff. So, Speakeasy, you're talking about having paranormal encounters in a time in your life where things aren't necessarily going smooth, things are negative, and then you have some sort of negative encounter. Death Star just said the same thing. Y'all have a common ground. One thing that people need to do, and this isn't me telling you what to do, it's just an advice, and take it for what it is. You can find common ground with anybody. If you were in a gulag, now speaking to you, Speakeasy, and of course, Richard, I know where you stand. Imagine if you were in a communist gulag, China, Russia, whatever, pick one, Cuba, and you are the way you are. You believe in freedom and you want to be able to eat. Okay. And, and they say, no, we're not going to let you do that. We're just going to starve you to throw you in a camp. And
I'd sell you out for a shoelace.
There's a guard there, right? What if that guard is your only lifeline to anything and you need food? You have to find some sort of common ground with that guy. What if that guy is, a devout communist? Can you find anything in your heart to say, you know what, Karl Marx wasn't the best person, but you got to find something in common with this guy. You know what I would say? I would say he was a great historian. He predicted the end of the Civil War, and he predicted it very accurately, even though Karl Marx, to me, was a piece of garbage that started a horrible ideology carried out by a bunch of horrible people who did what they did and created the NKVD, and the rest is history. But I would say this, I would talk to the guy. And if this guy is educated at all, I would just be like, I get your ideology. I get your fervor or whatever, if he has it, and just find something. Even the most notorious, most horrible person. You could say Ed Gein was a great taxidermist. I mean, I'm just saying, you got to find common ground. Right?
I agree with you completely. The problem is that everything that Speakeasy does is an act.
Oh,
he's
like
pandering
most people on the internet.
To a specific audience, and so he's actually nothing alike me. His mask is like me. That's the truth.
Gotcha.
Well,
yeah, this is the whole thing, right? This is like how you mentioned you have like trolls that like follow you around and do shit. This is a prime example of one of
I've
those,
never
right?
followed him around.
You
never.
Literally followed me to 3 different panels today, sir.
I was inspired.
You literally followed me to 3 different panels today. Are you gonna lie about that?
I just said I did it today. I was inspired.
But he never follows me around and then contradicts himself within seconds.
You also said you don't know me.
Okay, so Speakeasy.
I don't know
1 second,
you.
Death Star.
Oh,
okay.
really?
I don't know you, dude.
Death Star, hold on 1 second. I got to ask a question.
This is like some parasocial thing you got going on. I don't know you.
Okay. Speakeasy. So let me ask you this. This is the 3rd panel you've been on tonight to go talk to?
Yeah. Well, 4th. He's made it to 3 of them. He couldn't find the last one, I guess. Hey, Rhett?
Oh, I found it.
Well, let me ask you this. How does ours stack up to the others that you were on tonight?
Oh, this has definitely been the most fun, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's important.
Listening to what you were saying about evolution, and like, I think you and Jim Bob would actually be like a really good evolution debate. If you look up Made by Jim Bob, you'll see who he is. He's another bigger creator too, and I think you two would have a really good back and forth. How would I actually get a hold of you to set up these? Because, like I said, I got this week scheduled, next week scheduled. We're working on the next following 2 weeks. So, like, I book the debates pretty quickly.
It's right down there at the bottom. So just send your personal paranormal experience to Josh Turner at PRTpodcast.com. And you can get a hold of me that way and just say, hey, this is Speakeasy. And if you put something out there, because I have no problem going to people's channels. I mean, it doesn't bother me a bit. I don't, people can hate me and say I'm crazy, whatever. If you watch enough of this, you'll see who I am. This isn't an act. This is who I am. I've said this before on the show, and this isn't a braggart thing or anything like that, but just to prove my point, I have friends that I've been dealing with for decades. I have people, my longest tenured worker that's been with me since 1999. So there is a track record there. I pay people. I don't screw people over. And there are people who tell lies. And those are people who are disgruntled and angry because for whatever reason, I didn't spend enough time babying them or pandering to them or giving them the
I know
attention
all
that they need.
about those. Don't worry. I'm not going to listen to any people that go online and tell a bunch of stories about
There he
you.
is.
Don't worry.
Scorpion. That's Scorpion right there. We call him Scorpion. Today is actually Scorpion's birthday, folks, and it will be his birthday until another 30 minutes from now. But he's
Happy
working because
birthday.
he's a real trooper.
Happy birthday, bro.
He was offered to get the day off. He says he'll take it this weekend coming up, and he's working, and that's what he does. He's a hardworking guy. So happy birthday to Scorpion. You've made it. How old are you now, Scorpion? 58? No, I'm joking.
Sorry, I don't celebrate birthdays.
Are you Jehovah's Witness?
No.
No, you just don't do it, huh?
Yeah, I don't celebrate birthdays.
From the
Self-idolatry.
sound of it, it sounded Gnostic to me.
The
but I
first
could be
person
wrong.
to ever celebrate their birthday was Nebuchadnezzar.
Yeah, King Nebuchadnezzar. And we all know about him, right? Does everybody know what he's referring to with Nebuchadnezzar?
He put the horns on his head, belt around his waist, hoops on his feet.
And became a beast.
Yeah.
Right? He made a beast of himself. So what do you think that was the first person that ever celebrated a birthday? You think that's really the first person?
That's to my knowledge. The first, self-worship. That's what it was about.
And that is
Worship
in
yourself.
essence also satanic, to worship thyself.
Do you
That's
know
also
what
in the
they-
book of Enoch too, is one of the great sins of our generation, that people would become lovers of self, put themselves before God, as in the days of Noah.
Well, there are people who like legally married themselves now. So
Yeah. Well, there's people that are marrying chickens, and not real live ones, but like a 12-piece from Popeyes. There's a lot of craziness going on in this world. I mean, it's gotten pretty bad. It's pretty out
Not
there.
wrong.
So Speakeasy, what other stories do you have?
Well, like based on paranormal experiences, like so I was babysitting when I was young. I was like 13 years old. And we were watching a movie. Actually, I was watching a movie and the kids were watching movies in their rooms. There's 3 kids in total. And all of a sudden I just hear all this like glass smashing. And I didn't know what it was, couldn't figure out the whole time what it was. And then when I was babysitting for like my mother's friend, so like my mother and her friend and the husbands and then more people. It was like a couple gathering thing they all went off to. When they come home, I tell them about what happened. We couldn't figure out what it was. And then later I get told that all the like plates and cups in their drawers were all smashed. And like, again, I didn't get to witness that part, but I heard it. Like I heard everything smash and I couldn't figure out what it was. And it ended up being all the plates and cups and everything like that. But again, I don't know. If there's an illogical explanation for it, I think the other explanation would be like demons, like something to, like a dark force. Like, I can't, I don't believe this isn't the nature of God or angels to come and mess with us like this, right?
Makes sense. How old were you when this happened?
The babysitting, I was 13.
Wow. So, and that was one of your earliest experiences with this kind of stuff?
Yeah, that was the first time I ever experienced anything like that, and it was weird because like I already thought it was like they had like these creepy dolls and like weird stuff in their house that I already didn't like, and that was just I told them I didn't want to babysit anymore after that.
Yeah,
that would be it for me too. So, who came on the show here? Reverend Russ.
Yeah, the Hat Man just joined.
The Hat Man.
I think he came over from Speakeasy's chat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
He's a good guy. Is he a good guy, Death Star? What would you say?
He's my favorite wrestler. One of them.
He actually lives here in Austin.
Hello, everybody. God bless. Grace and peace from God our Father and the Lord Jesus Christ. It is great to be on here with you fine gentlemen this evening.
What, the last part there, what was that, Reverend?
Oh, it's great being on here with you fine gentlemen this evening.
Okay. So what brings you to Paranormal Roundtable?
Well, I heard a little bit of talk about Nebuchadnezzar's birthday, and I just
Yeah.
had a question.
Turn
And
the
I thought
volume
I'd
up a
bring
little
some
bit.
scripture to this as well, if you guys don't mind.
Okay, go ahead. Are you there, Russ?
You're
Oh,
muted,
yes,
Rev.
I'm here. Sorry about that. Okay, so the scripture I have is Genesis 5, and I'll pick it up kind of from the top here. I'll read the kind of the first 3 verses. This is the book of the generations of Adam. In the day that God created man, in the likeness of God made he him. Male and female created he them, and blessed them, and called their name Adam, in that day when they were created. And Adam lived 930 years, and begot sons in his own likeness, after his image, and called his name Seth. And the days of Adam, after he had begotten Seth, were 800 years, and he begot sons and daughters. And all the days Adam lived were 930 years, and he died. So my question is, if Nebuchadnezzar was the first man to celebrate his birth, how do we know that Adam lived 930 years?
They counted
Exactly.
their years, but they didn't celebrate their birth or themselves.
Yeah.
But counting our years is celebrating our birth.
That's not true.
Well, in every culture, in every civilization, every year that we count that as the year of our birth. In every culture and civilization, even the Jews celebrate it. For example, the bar mitzvah celebrated on the 13th birthday of every man.
Mhm.
So
I'm not
they count
talking
years
about
and
Jews.
they celebrate their birthdays.
Well, here's the thing about that. I'm going to say this: the Jewish people, are not the same as the people in those days. That was a totally different. That is not. They did not come about until after Jacob, and they were called the Israelites, and that is a completely separate bloodline, something different than what is you know. So you would have different origins, to that. But what I believe Death Star is talking about is the celebration of your birthday. I personally don't celebrate my birthday for no other reason. It's just I'm pragmatic. It's just, I don't have
It's just
time.
not practical.
It's not practical. I don't have time. So I don't make a big fuss out of it. My brother, on the other hand, my older brother, who's in the chat, there he is right there. He's just talking about kind of quiet, whatever. Diablo is what we call him. My brother had his deals. He was a former Satanist, reformed now, a staunch Christian, and he's a very right leaning person, and he's changed his ways. He can tell you about the dangers and the pitfalls of falling into self worship and the other things. We've never hidden our past. I was not like him. I did not commit any of the Satanist whatever, commit myself to doing any kind of evil religion or whatever. But I don't look down on people who were and changed their lives, right? Because everybody has a past. I was just a hypocrite at that time, doing sin and then being like, "Well, I'm good because I'm still a Christian," but you're still doing bad, and you continue to live and do bad, and then eventually you have to stop, right? Here's what I'm going to say: Death Star, what he is talking about is not the keeping track of the years, and I'm not challenging you, Russ. I'm just explaining what I think Death Star is talking about is celebrating your birthday. So he doesn't celebrate it because he's very staunch in he's got his fervor about, not doing it, because Nebuchadnezzar was an evil man who we are told went and lived as a beast for 7 years out in the middle of nowhere and ate grass and did all kinds of, kooky things because he was not a good guy. And you would think that if God tells you not to hurt certain people and do certain things and whatever, and he still continued to do it and wanted people to worship things that were not their gods, the God of Israel, whatever.
Does anybody know what Nebuchadnezzar's birthday actually is?
Tell us.
I don't. I know that Nimrod's birthday
Because I don't know it.
I know that
Well, I was going to
Nimrod's
say, though,
birthday.
if you look at like ancient Egypt, right, like the pharaohs, that's like what they were celebrating is their birth as a god, right? So like their birthdays were celebrated.
Yeah.
I know that
But
Nimrod's
there again,
birthday
though,
is-
that would be considered a. I'm sorry to talk over you.
Yeah, no, go ahead, sir.
Sir. Go ahead, sir. Okay, Peppermint Patty. Sir.
Aye, sir.
Aye, Captain.
SpongeBob over here.
No, but
We love you, Dick.
Richard, you're a weird guy.
You have no idea.
Did you hear that? I just heard the thing turn the dot. This place is. We got to get out of this freaking studio, man. It's got a lot of weird energy here.
I heard that earlier.
Yeah, it was weird when Speakeasy was talking earlier. We heard something weird, like there's nobody in the building at all but us right now.
Yeah.
You've looked over like 3 or 4 times tonight at weird
I keep
things.
seeing
that
somebody
happen.
moving by the lawyer's office. My lawyer's office is literally right there, and he's diabetic. And sometimes, like a few months ago, he passed out, and he was here late at night. We didn't know it, and that's a horrible thing. But he's gotten better. But I know there's nobody there because I keep seeing a like a light or something. Who knows? But here's the thing: here's the thing too. Like my mom's Hispanic, and their families is very. If you talk about it, you bring it up. So who knows if there's something to that? I don't know. Maybe we've talked about it so much that there's something there. So Rain here says. Speakeasy was making fun that PRT had 400 viewers and he was going to have a hard time making up a fake paranormal story and not laughing. Well, let me ask you this, Speakeasy. Were you able to do it?
No, I didn't make up a fake one though.
Uh-huh.
I literally told my chat I can't do it. I won't be able to because I wanted to make something like I was gonna start off with like some like extravagant crazy story, but I'm not good at doing that without laughing, right? So I was like, yeah, I can't. It's not gonna work.
So the story you told us though, that was a real one, huh?
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, like my wife was in my chat just now going off about it because she's witnessed this shit too. Like it's been weird, man. I can't lie. Like there's been some weird shit.
Well, I appreciate you not coming on and doing that. I mean, and I'll say this. I know that there are people who probably think that all this is a bunch of goofy crap. And if I wasn't initiated, I would probably think that too. But as Bane said, we are initiated, And yeah, so I don't hold it against you. And I do appreciate the sentiment, Destar, that you came to actually help, I do think you guys have a lot in common, though, that you don't see it. That's unfortunate because we all do. And I do like your views on a lot of things, Speakeasy, and I would be welcome you to come back. And I'd like to go on your show and talk to your audience, too. I have a pretty thick skin. I have arrows in my back that have been there for a long time. And there's more being chunked at me all the time.
You better see a doctor, bro.
Gangrene, right? But I don't hold it against people. And I tell my enemies this all the time. They talk about my wife. They say things bad about her. She's been ill and they make fun of her. Our dog died. They made fun of it. They've said the most horrible, most horrific things they could possibly think up. And they're still.
No, I wouldn't do anything like that. That's low tier. I would never come and like try to like do some shit that's gonna like ruin anything. Like I would have ended up going on to tell my actual story, right? And like the reason I wanted to make up like a big extravagant story is because I find that this is something I was gonna bring up. Is I find a lot of people that like maybe either had an experience or want to have an experience or believe in these things. A lot of them will repeat any story that they're told or believe any story that they're told without like even having like any sense of like logically what like even thinking of what logically could be the explanation to what they're hearing, right? So I find that's definitely something that can be dangerous about like these experiences that only we get to have. But you just explained earlier too that you said you and your brother had this experience together.
Well, which experience? Because me and my brother lived in that was my best friend Daniel. Yeah.
Oh, sorry,
he's now a preacher.
Your best
he's
friend
a preacher in my hometown. Yeah, he's a Pentecost preacher. I'm not a Pentecost, but he is. And it works for him. He does his sermon in Spanish and in English. He's told his congregation the story, and the night we buried his mother, he told a room full of people, about 40, 50 people, about what happened. His son, one of his sons, is named after me. We were very good friends, and he's like family to me. He's like a brother. And I'm pretty close with his children and his wife and all of his brothers and sisters and his dad now still around. And anybody that was there can repeat that story. There was a police officer that came that night, and he passed away in 2000. I want to say 12, but a couple years before he passed, he was retired, and we were at a barbecue cook-off, and he told me and two of my guards. One of them was Scorpion. He's in the chat. That he believed in this creature, and that in the late 60s, when he was a rookie cop, that there were murders that took place, and that he believed that this creature had done them because one person, as he said, looked like they had been put into a blender. He knew a human being couldn't have done that. But they didn't want to say it. So I didn't put it in my book because I thought, man, 3 weeks on the Amazon bestseller list. I don't want to piss them off, because it is Texas, and that is notorious tough county. So I didn't want to come afoul of them and say anything negative. So I took that chapter out of my book. Yeah.
So let me ask you something. If say I did, like, my objection to come up here was to debate about like something about paranormal existence of paranormal activity and stuff like that. I think what you had said earlier is you'd be open to something like this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So even if that was my goal, this rant over here wouldn't have been stopping anything, right?
Who was with Death Star?
Oh, Death Star. I know he doesn't want to have his actual channel.
I thought you didn't know who I was.
Must be embarrassed. Oh, I know your channel name. That doesn't know. Is that like, that's a very parasocial
What
way
channel?
to think. Like, you don't know
I don't have
somebody
a
because you
channel.
know their name. That's weird.
I don't
Come
have
on,
a channel.
dude. That's just weird.
Well, I could say this, and this is what I'm going to say. Now, here in the chat, there are people who are saying, oh, this guy came on to do this, and he did this, and he did that. And I got to say this. I got to tell people this. This is something from being around for a long time. Some of my closest friends before this show, back in the day when I ran a nightclub, they didn't like me. It's like I just showed up down on 6th Street, and then next thing you know, people were doing whatever. They were aggravated and angry because I kind of changed things down there. The environment changed. I did things the way I thought they should be done. And I quit taking people's shit that weren't supposed to be in the club. And we had a lot of fighting and a lot of things. But when things calmed down, which they eventually did, I think that it was a better, safer place for everybody. I didn't build the street in my image. I just changed it to make it safer. And people didn't appreciate that because they wanted to be shitbags. Same thing happened when I was in security. There were people that did dirtbag, crappy, shitty things. They tried to ruin our business. They tried to destroy us. They threatened us. They lied. They went on these different social platforms and they tried to put fake Yelp reviews, whatever they tried to do, all these different things, to try to get us into trouble. And our company is still around and it's very strong. We have over 100 accounts still doing what we're doing. And we do it correctly and we do it good, the best we can anyway. Our show is the same way. I came out of nowhere, according to these people, and just started bossing people around and doing all this, blah, 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 blah. No, they're just mad. They're jealous because they were sucking at what they did because they couldn't tell the whole story. And Speakeasy, I'm going to tell you, what these people do is they'll take one person's one little encounter, hyper focus on it and go, wow, that person saw a werewolf. Yeah, okay. Is that a werewolf or is there more to it? Is this something else that we're dealing with? What are we dealing with? And so I asked those questions and I went deeper into these people's past and I asked the questions that needed to be asked that nobody was asking. I'm not saying I'm somebody special. I'm just saying I'm doing what everybody else should be doing. Do you remember that movie, The Departed? There was a
Love
scene
that movie.
where, yeah, I love that
Irish
movie.
Mafia.
Great movie, man.
So many scenes in that movie were so, right there. But I remember he says, who are you? He goes, I'm the guy doing my job. You must be the other guy.
Yeah.
See, that's what I told these people. They're like, who the hell you think you are? I'm the person that's doing what you should be doing, which is investigative journalism. And they're like, well, we're not journalists. You are to a degree. Yes, you are. If you have a show and you're putting out material, do your due diligence and ask the right questions. Stop narrowing it down to where all you're getting is one little snapshot of someone's life experiences, and then you're twisting it into a narrative that is false. That's what they did. And then they sensationalized the hell out of it. When in reality, if you just told the whole story from beginning to end and you told the truth about it, it's more sensational than that little snapshot that they tried to make something out of. That's the problem with a lot of these channels and a lot of these shows, and why they're sucking hind tit. Because they don't do that. Also, they don't have the photographic mind to remember everything that someone says. So they make up shit to just fill in the blanks. And that gets you in trouble. And then you have people going around telling everybody, that's not what I said. And then it ruins their credibility. And I know a handful of them that's happened to. So instead of cleaning their house, they just start throwing rocks at your house, hoping that there's glass there to break. But if you build your house on the foundation that Christ tells us to, you don't have to worry about that. And don't build your house made of glass, because that is the problem, isn't it? People who live in glass houses don't throw rocks, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Here at Paranormal Roundtable, I like to believe that we built something that has credibility, something that is sturdy, a foundation, and we're surrounded by like-minded people. I don't judge you, Speakeasy, for coming in here to go after me, because if I were you and I had a channel like yours, and you probably like
to
go
after you is a weird way to
expose people for being full of shit.
Well, that's not what I wanted to do, right? So if you go back and listen to me, I was trying to think of like an extravagant story to come up with, and I was explaining to my chat that like, I'm not good at this, dude. I'm gonna laugh if I start doing this. Like, you can go back and listen to it. All my stream stays up, so you can go back and listen to it. That's literally what I said. I'm gonna laugh doing this. And I said, okay, here we go. And then I just knew that I wasn't going to be able to do that, so I decided to just join the conversation, right? But I did bring up things that I did want to bring up, like one, that I don't think every paranormal experience is an actual like paranormal experience. I think some of it has to do with our mind playing games on ourselves. I think I said that. I don't think I don't think me saying that I was gonna try and make up an extravagant story as an icebreaker is like some like bad thing, when I was literally gonna tell you this. It was a story.
So can we agree that at the beginning your intentions were not 100% pure?
It would depend what you mean by pure.
Well, you weren't coming in to do, honestly, you weren't being honest at the beginning.
Yeah, I was gonna make up a story and then tell you guys that I made up the story, and then like get into the whole, like, is it a good idea to just accept anybody's story as true?
No, that's not a good idea.
Yeah,
but
of course.
Here at PRT,
and like, I can tell now by all of the things you said, you wouldn't say that's a good idea. No. So like, we wouldn't have even had a disagreement, right? You just have this dude over here crying because he's just, he's looking for the attention that somebody never gave him.
You guys. So here's the thing, folks, and before anybody throws stones or gets really upset with this guy or anybody else, I'm going to say this. How things start. I thought about this today. This is interesting that this happened, because today I do the Wim Hof breathing. You ever done that? I don't know if you guys do.
It's awesome.
It's awesome. But I do the Wim Hof, and I was doing one of the advanced ones. And I just, when you're in that state, you're thinking a lot. And one of the things I thought about was like, how things end is what's important. When you're playing football, you don't think about the beginning. You don't think about the middle. You think about how it ended and the final score. That's what's important to me. So how we met and how we started out and how whatever happens. But I believe God has a plan for everybody, and it all happens for a reason. And I believe you came to this channel tonight for a reason. Whatever your initial intentions were, I don't care. I really don't. Doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is where we end up as people. Yeah. So, hey, Kevin, how you doing?
Hey,
and OTW, how you doing? I'm going to get you on in a minute here. Glad to have you on the show. I don't know you, but we can get to know each other in a minute. But here's the thing, Death Star, I appreciate you looking out. I think that you have good intentions. I think you're a good guy. But you also got to remember, too, sometimes you got to just observe and let things play out. And this isn't my first rodeo. And some of my best friends hated my guts. In fact, my friend who gave me a story, it's in my book. His name is Arash, and he owns 3 bars over here in the Austin area. And Anthony, what did he tell you about when he first met me?
That he didn't like you?
He couldn't stand me. He said he was an arrogant, smart mouth son of a bitch. And he goes, and then I saw him bust a guy's face open. I thought, okay, that's why he's that way. Then he thought, no, he's just an arrogant, smart mouth, mean son of a bitch, but he can fight. But downtown at that time, that was what was valued. One of my friends who's a boxing coach now, former MMA Bellator guy, Deuce King, he said something about me one time on Facebook. He said that there was the days of monsters. Wolf was a monster. That's what he did. He fought downtown, and he did what he did. And I was in MMA and the amateur shit. I did it. And I coached boxing and MMA for years. I did all that. But here's the thing. You're in that arena, right? You're at that level. You're with that audience. If I were to go to my people that I was coaching and just sat there and told them about werewolves and vampires, they'd be like, what the F is this? You're here to teach me how to fight people. This isn't Van Helsing. So there's a time and a place for it. So I get it. The audience you have may not fit with the audience that I have. I don't fault you for it. You have a channel and you're trying to do what you're trying to do.
I actually do have quite a bit of people in my audience that will enjoy paranormal stories.
That's good.
And stuff
That's a
like
good
that.
thing. And not all of them have to.
And
So,
by the
like
way, I've been sharing. Sorry to interrupt, but I've been sharing the link of where I am in the chat. So make sure you guys come over, give a sub, like, send super chats, all of that.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
Then
So
that's also why I'm here, because the paranormal kind of falls into my realm of expertise, being a preacher. So I couldn't help but to come over and hop on the panel and say hi.
Yeah, nice to have you, Russ. So real quick here, I want to wrap what I was saying, I want to wrap it up and just put a bow on it. No hard feelings. And I'm not the person that judges. I do not do that. I've had people cuss me and hate me. Some of my best friends in this field, one of them is Bettina Moss and the other one's Abe Seas, and they have shows. Well, Bettina doesn't anymore because the trolls ran her off. But we weren't friends. We had our issues at one time, but now we're very close. And I'm even at war with these dickheads because I was helping them, helping those people that were getting attacked. And people have asked me before, would you do it all over again? I said, absolutely I would, because it's the right thing to do. I don't hold grudges, and a lot of people will say that, but I'm going to say this again to the audience. When you hold grudges, guess what? You'll die lonely and broke. Because if you're in business, you can't hold grudges. I've had to sit across a table and do business deals with people who I can't stand. You absolutely cannot stomach these people, and I've made no bones about it because I'm not a good actor at pretending I like somebody. So I just tell them, you know.
Wow, I might have something to learn from you there, Mr. PRT. I don't know your name, so
Wolf.
Wolf. All right, greetings, Wolf.
So who am I talking to now?
I'm OTW.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, hold on. Let me just cam up here. Out of respect. All right, greetings.
Yeah, OTW's got a show as well.
Really?
Yeah. I'm aware of Rant and also Speakeasy. We've had interactions. We are pretty much aware of each other. And I just I clicked the link. I saw these gentlemen up here, and I figured, you know, you're kind of like in the realm of what I resonate with. So I decided to just jump in and see maybe I could contribute. Maybe not. Who knows? I'm not too familiar with your platform, sir. It's like this is my first time, so
You're welcome.
I'm not sure exactly what you speak of or what the topics are. I'm getting like a feeling that it's obviously about the paranormal, which I guess leans into a bit of what I research and I go through. So yeah, that's why I'm here.
Well, here, OTW here, my thing is I welcome everybody, and who cares? I've had, you know, and unfortunately, I'm going to say this. There was a guy that would come on our show on Mondays, and for those who don't remember, James, I'm not going to say his last name. Sadly, he was a Luciferian, and we tried praying for him, and we tried helping him. He passed away was it last month?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He passed away. Yeah. He
Oh,
was actually
wow.
killed. I don't want to say the word. He was unalived by a police officer during a home invasion.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember you said that.
Yeah. And so, you know, and people were chastising me. They were like, why would you have this guy on there? And I was like, I was trying to reach the guy. I was trying to help him and pull him out of that darkness because he had a lot of knowledge, a lot of esoteric knowledge too. But unfortunately, he was playing for the wrong team. And I kept telling him, keep on with this and you'll end up in a bad way because the devil or devils, because there's not just one, there's many.
Legion.
They take their pound of flesh, believe me. And, you know, they'll come after you for what you say and do that goes against them. If you're going against them, they're going to eventually come for you. Unfortunately, a lot of Christians and Muslims and, you know, they believe that there is just one devil and that's the, you know, whatever. But there's many, many devils and they don't all get along. They're not all on the same team. They're just against you. But I look at it like this. I don't really care what gang you're in. You're not in my gang. So my gang, I roll with Christ. Some people don't like that and they make fun of it or they do whatever. They can do it at their own peril. Because
so would you consider yourself like Protestant? Like, is that
not really? I mean, that's funny that you say that. Okay, so easy. Let me tell you. When I was a baby, I was baptized as a Catholic. When I was 6 years old, I said the sinner's prayer and I accepted Christ in a Baptist church and I was baptized as a Baptist. And I went to a non-denominational, not only the church, but the school. And I was 11. No, I was 11 years old and I was baptized as a non-denominational. So I've been baptized 3 times. I do believe that the Orthodox Church has a lot to offer. Let's put it that way. But the Catholics have one thing that I totally believe in. Intercession, to a degree. I believe in that. That's 2 things, I guess. And exorcism. I believe that they do have the rights. They understand that. So, yeah. And so what about you, Speakeasy? Tell us a little bit. What do you, and Modern Men, nice to meet you. Speakeasy, tell me what your background is.
Yeah, so I grew up similar to you. I was baptized in a Catholic church, and then I went to Catholic school. Getting into my teens, I got like really far away from Christ and the church. I did a lot of degenerate stuff. Sorry, but then when I had my first daughter, something switched in my head. And I started letting go of a lot of the stuff, and then I started getting back closer to Christ. First through my grandmother, because she's been in the church since I can remember. And then I started doing more research into the churches, because like I started seeing like some churches are repping rainbow flags, but this seems like totally contradicting to what we're taught as Christians. So I started doing more and more research, and I've found that like exactly what you're saying, that Eastern Orthodox Christianity has the apostolic succession that leads back to the actual apostles. So when it comes to interpreting the Bibles and the scripture that we hear, we need that authority. And this is where I've leaned towards. I'm not catechumen yet or nothing like this. I'm still, it's a big thing to, you have to actually, commit your life to it. And I'm still battling with being able to make sure because I want to bring my family with me too, right? So it's a big process that's going on in my house right now, actually, is that it's getting us all into the Orthodox Church.
The Orthodox Church is, I had a dream one time, and I can't tell, it wasn't some amazing magical thing, but in this dream, there was a loud booming voice that told me that the Orthodox Church was correct. And it was spoken in Greek. Anthony, I've told you this. I've told, everybody in my household knows the story. And my brother started going to the Orthodox Church, so did Anthony. But it said it in Greek, and so I looked it up, and what the words were, it was telling me, follow the Orthodox. And I was like, wow, that's weird. So, yeah, it does kind of jibe with what I believe is correct. So let me, Modern Man, Lost Again. What is your deal? Who are you? Welcome to the show.
So, yeah, I'm a lost man, looking for, I guess, a lot of answers. I don't have a whole lot myself, so I don't ever really proclaim to be a teacher in this online space. People will often give you a hard time for that and trying to find your way, because niches and sort of established knowledge goes a lot farther. But so I guess more so than anything, I'm here to learn. And, I've got a difficult relationship with God. I was very sick to a point where it's just almost, took me out. And recently, I've had some upwards momentum to where trending better. So anything in this nature, I'm always open to listening to.
And so, how did you find us? Are you friends with these gentlemen?
Yeah, my best friend is OTW Live. Me and him, we go way back.
And how did you guys meet? How did OTW? How did y'all meet together? Are you there, OTW?
I'm sorry, I'm not going to entertain the conversation. This gentleman is a troll, and I can't. I won't entertain this. I'm sorry.
OTW, who is the troll?
The gentleman that was just speaking, Mr. Modern Man. See, Rant is actually pointing there. Speakeasy nodding. They agree with me. I'm not.
But I'm here in good faith, and I'm being authentic and calm and collected. So I have no intention to troll anybody here today.
It's like a game of Clue tonight, dude. Like, who's the troll?
I gotta say this though; it's very entertaining.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
It's
great.
Rita Burnett, thank you for that donation. We appreciate
Spicing it up.
Yeah, it's kind of like the nightclub back in the day. You never knew who was doing what.
Yeah.
Listen, I'll apologize for my part in this probably because I'm sure a few of these guys came from seeing me on here, especially this one here. But, so I apologize that I have no control over their lives because I wouldn't bring everybody with me. This again, when I say my goal was to tell a made up story, it was to get into the topic. I was going to tell you it was a made up story, right?
Yeah.
Like I don't benefit from going and trying to like ruin people's live streams and nothing like that.
And I don't either. So
like
I agree.
And this guy over here acting like the hero of the day, right? Like I was on a panel before this having a completely fine conversation for him to come up and talk about my children, right? Like that's the level this guy's on, right? So like that's why he's here. If you would have let him do what he normally does, he would have went off about my kids, how I don't take care of them. He'd bring up my baby moms. This is his normal routine, right? So he's feeling like a hero right now with everyone thanking him and everything, but I'll let you have your time of experiencing him if he comes here more, and you'll see what the real
Did you tell everyone what I said about your children?
Yeah, you made claims about me not taking care of my children. Yeah,
I'll give you this, dude. This guy above me, he is a liar. So I'll tell you that.
Various company tonight. Is it true?
OTW, because you said you were going to check out. So the guy that's the troll to you, who is the troll?
Landry, the Modern Man Lost Again character.
Okay, so he's pretending that you and because Landry, you said that you and OTW were friends.
We were, but when I was obviously over.
We were never friends. It's a lie. It's just like,
he takes things very seriously. As you
keep
can tell.
projecting and making shit up, dude. Come on.
He takes things very
See,
seriously.
like,
very
What
serious.
happens whenever?
Hold on.
Wolf, the only reason he's on this panel right now is because I'm here.
No, I'm here for Speakeasy.
Et tu brute,
Right.
I'll give him that. OTW. He probably came because I came here. Same with
Yeah.
Rant. That's why these trolls
come
are
on.
I gotta
chasing
say
me
this
around.
though. I
trying
will
to-
say this. I
Speakeasy,
like
come on.
Speakeasy. I
He's
like
been
Speakeasy.
following me all
Me too.
over.
I think Death Star's a good guy because he came on because he's doing in his conviction what he thinks is right. But Speakeasy, I actually kind of like you. I know, and
I
you-
appreciate it, and
you
I've
were
enjoyed our
actually-
talk.
You were open and honest because you said, "Hey, look, I was going to do this." You didn't continue to just say whatever you were going to say.
Right.
But
No,
and
again, it wasn't to hold a big lie, right? Again, it was. I do like having conversations, especially with people that have a different worldview than me, and I believe a lot of it comes down to our minds playing games with us, and that's where I was going to go with the story. But I do have some experience that are pretty, like I told you, they're unexplainable, right? Like, but I think there's something to it that I'm not seeing. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, and Randy, a veteran of the show, he says they are all friends and hijacking the show.
No, that is definitely not true.
The same thing can be said for us though, because having them on is giving us more exposure. I don't care. It doesn't hurt me.
Well, I think it's a good combination. Somebody like you, who I feel like makes us kind of all behave. I think it's like a beautiful sort of situation to where, if it wasn't this case, it would be much more chaotic. So I like this.
Friends and enemies alike, all are welcome.
And I
on
can say this
PRT.
too. I love comedy. Let me tell you guys something.
Thank you.
So I got an email today. I didn't get to do this, and I'll do a skit for you guys. I mean, this is what happened, and I can only imagine what this idiot was doing here because he does. This is how. I'd wait till Halloween. I'll show you what he looks like. He's like, let me tell you something, Mr. Turner. Your show has hit rock bottom. I don't believe a word you say, and this is all a grift. And one day you will be exposed by Yahweh God. And I will say this, I will never stop. I will never, ever, ever stop. So I'm going to tell you this. He's never going to stop. Never, ever going to stop. Never going to stop.
Won't stop.
So, because there's no party like a Diddy party. So, folks, I'm going to do my Trump voice. You will stop. You will shut the hell up. Okay? Even though we solved peace in the Middle East, you still want it because you want war. That's what you do. And so you send crazy emails. Shut up. That's what you do. You send very, very negative, very bad emails to me. And because your mangina's in a knot. That's why you tell me you're never going to stop.
These are nasty people.
These are horrible, very
terrible,
bad people.
Terrible
folks.
people. These are bad people.
Very bad. And they continue to troll and they do the most horrible things. I want to turn his house into the Riviera of the ghetto. That's what, because I know that's where he lives because of the way he talks and the bad grammar. It was like another language, right? I just, and you know this guy. PRT people know I'm talking. Probably know who I'm talking. He's probably there going.
He learned how to read and write.
That was good.
He was from a
The
shithole.
ending was gold.
His family is going to be from shitholes, and his little kids are going to be in shitholes.
He learned how to read in the Philippines.
Oh shit!
Tagagalaga
in a favela in Brazil. He learned. That's why he went to school, folks. It's true. Look it up.
If you don't believe me, they have toxoplasmosis over there. It makes the women hypersexual and the men very aggressive.
If I went to a favela, I'd still be rich, but that's just me. I'm not bragging, folks. I wouldn't have toxoplasmosis.
My brain works correctly.
It's a great
I'm
bit.
sorry, I'm not trying to be mean, but this is ridiculous. You're going to email me, and then the other guy just starts off with, "You're a liar." A very provable thing because he's mad because one of his favorite talk show hosts turned out to be black.
Mm-hmm.
And because I said that, I was like, I wasn't talking bad. He's like, he's not black. I'm like, why is it a problem if he's a black guy?
Does it matter?
Because he's a racist person, you know? And then they throw rocks at me. And then if I say something back, I am attacking them because these are weak men. They're weak. They're not. And these are people who they always have to have somebody to prop them up, right? They're not MGTOWs. They can't possibly be that. They just can't get a woman that'll stick around. And one of them has gigantic boobs. I mean, I'm telling you, dude, he's got man boobs. I mean, for real.
Yeah.
And
Gynecomastia.
Yeah, he's got gynecomastia. He's got, and you know that also comes with.
Yeah, small hands.
That's what it is.
Small hands.
Small. Show him the tiny hands.
Yeah.
Here's what he's got here, folks.
He's got tiny hands. You know what they say
hands.
About men with tiny hands? I don't have tiny hands. Look at these giant hands I've got, but he's got small hands.
I could palm a basket.
Like these right here. He couldn't even palm a marble, but I can palm a basketball.
You know, you got to be. And the thing is, too, they're slow. They're very slow people. And I've always said I'm very quick. I'm very quick-handed. You have to have fast hands to beat off evil.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna clip that.
You can clip whatever. Bottom line is this: their channels.
You meant it the other way. Sorry.
Yeah, their channels are a dumpster fire. You go over there and you're looking at the hills have eyes, dude. I mean, who goes there unless you're to laugh?
Nobody beats off evil like I do. Nobody beats off evil quicker and better than I do.
So do you ever do the I've watched a few, like actually last Halloween we did a thing where we watched a few different like those guys that go and stay in the haunted houses and film everything and bring the sound scanners and everything. Do you ever do that stuff?
No, I've never done it. I'm really good friends with Russian Gangster. I don't know if you know who that is, Eric Konevsky, and he had all kinds of pranks and stuff he used to do. And dude, we had some ideas about it. One of them, and we actually rehearsed for it. He goes to these bodybuilding people and tells them to give me your height and weight, and they get real mad and they roid rage.
Yeah.
And so we were going to do one where I was the
guy.
coach because I can do a Russian voice like this, my friend. So I said they're going to go to this meet where he is Natalie, and he's just like this big burly Russian dude with big old muscles. He's a big guy. And he's just going to wear a halter top and be like, my name is Natalia, and I'm like, what? Why? Because this is the shim. You don't like him, him. She could not compete. So we're going to go to San Antonio. We were going to do this competition. They got wind of it because one of his friends said something on the prank channel, and then they're like, oh, if y'all come here, there's going to be problems or whatever. And so they kind of got really, so we couldn't go. They were going to arrest us and everything else. But yeah, I was going to do all that because I love just being out there, like out in public, and just going up to people at random and I love that, dude. It's funny as hell, especially just kind of catching people off guard, but nothing aggressive where you're going to get attacked or whatever. But yeah, I've thought about a lot of different funny skits and things to do because I think humor it's like breathing. To me, you gotta laugh, and people do things and they think that it's gonna hurt. They think they're hurting me, and all you're doing is just giving me material to make fun of. I mean, it's just the way it is. That's the funny thing about it. I'm not gonna lie, I was really entertained when Speakeasy showed up, and Death Star came up and goes, "This fucking faggot."
Yeah.
What the heck is this? Dude?
I was like, what the hell?
I mean, I don't care. It's
do a roast battle if you want. It'd be real entertaining.
Like the
do what, Death Star?
We could do a roast battle if you want. It'd be real entertaining.
It'd be awesome. That's why we have the random files.
That would be one for Rumble or something.
We could go to Rumble or we go to random files. We have other channels we could use to do some funny things. I think it would be great.
I'll tell you, this guy above me is the worst roaster I've ever seen in my entire life. I mean, I'm dead serious.
Really, like the worst is like he's not good at it.
He's really, really bad. It's shocking to me. I mean, but I would love to see sort of y'all's perspective. I mean, I'm not saying that I want to see this, but it's just.
I guess we'll have to find out.
Why don't you do a roast battle with him then? Since he's so shitty, yeah, you should go 1-on-1 with him. See
I'd
what you
love
can do.
to see that.
Yeah, exactly. OTW. So what brings you here? Because you're not friends with modern.
I saw Rant. I saw Speakeasy. Speakeasy was interacting with you, and I showed up over on Speakeasy, and you guys were having a pretty interesting conversation, so I just decided to join.
Yeah.
Because you guys were pretty much speaking of in an arena that I'm already familiar with, and that, it's kind of like down my alley, right? And I also have, I resonate a lot with the same types of beliefs that Rant has, right? So it's like I'm actually more familiar with Rant than I am with Mr. Modern Man there.
Okay. So Modern Man, what is your? I see you got you got Ganesh behind you. You got some kind of laughing demon. You got mushrooms. What's going on with all that?
Oh, I don't know. I just like to switch it up. I just, I don't really know. I think it looks nice. I mean, most of the ones I have are really, really offensive, and if I did this one, it'd piss off. It would piss off someone here.
Oh, just
that? Or if I did this one, it would do the same thing.
Album cover.
Wolf, just to let you know.
Hold on. Somebody's talking here. What now?
Wolf, he's an initiate for the Freemasons, and hence he's actually Luciferian.
Wow, you're a Luciferian, Modern Man?
No,
absolutely.
No, see, that's what I'm saying. So that's when we can already see
Freemasons worship, sir, right? Is Lucifer.
So we could either have the conversation about that.
What degree are you?
Entered apprentice. Entered apprentice. Only passing the first. So bottom of the barrel. And we can have the conversation about.
I got to say something.
The secret name is Maha Bone.
Hold on. I'm not a traveling man, but I know a lot who are. If you have a mortgage broker or a lawyer, or you have any kind of whatever, you might have somebody, blue or red, traveling man. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know a lot. I know Prince Hall Masons. I know regular Masons.
There's a ton, dude. And it's like we're not Luciferian.
I'm not one, but I mean, well, once you get up to the higher echelons,
I agree.
You might get into some, but it's a good way to, if you're into that, trying to get your businesses going or whatever. I've been asked 1,000 times, I'm not going to do it because I'm not that guy.
Yeah,
but
no, and I hear that.
I'm just I'm not Charles' enemy. I'm not here to mess with anybody. I mean, I just want to hear what you guys had to say. And actually, Speakeasy, I'm glad you showed up tonight. This was interesting. It was cool. There was a lot of back and forth and, and whatever. And Death Star, I'm glad you showed up too. I can take a joke too. I'm very thick skinned. My enemies will be like, he gets mad and attacks you over nothing. No, I don't. They just get mad because I roast them like that. They get so mad.
You just opened up a door then, if that's the way, if you want to, because I don't do the whole ad homs and insults. I like to make, I don't know what would you call it, OTW? Slop?
OTW.
I'm Machiavelling his
He
ass.
wants to
I'm
be his
sorry.
friend
I'm
so
not
bad.
interacting
It's
with him.
crazy.
So bad.
So what's up,
Crazy how bad
Cynthia?
he wants to
What's
be
going on
his
with
friend.
you?
What the
Welcome
fuck?
to the show.
Hey, Cynthia.
Hey,
Awesome.
Landry, I got the link you sent me. Interesting.
Yeah.
Hi, gentlemen. Good to see you. I know
It's
Landry.
my
and I
wife.
TW.
Oh, that's your land. That's your Landry. That's your wife.
That's
No,
my
she's not his wife. That's
I'm
a
not
lie.
his wife. I'm his neighbor.
Now all the
That's
trolls
also
are going
true.
to come.
So let me ask you a question. Can each one of you guys drop a comment on here so I can see?
Of course.
Drop a comment so
Absolutely.
we can say something here. That'd be nice.
Speak easy to your question earlier about going to people's like haunted houses on Halloween and using the voice, the spirit boxes and all that crap. That's a real good way to have something real nasty follow the person home. Most of the people that do that sort of crap will end up with serious demonic attachments. And if you listen to some of the stories that they talk about after doing that, it will literally ruin their lives, and it's ruined many a lives. Or these people literally become demonically possessed.
Hold on.
Yeah, I
one
wouldn't
second.
say it's a good
And
idea
to,
to go,
touch on
messing with
that.
anything like that.
Hold on. Ace Outdoors, you say I'm no fool, but yet you were accusing me of beating up Tony the other day. What's going on with you?
And also, nobody called you a fool. It's just
Nobody. Why do
out
you
of left
randomly
field.
say things? Because if you're not a troll, then tell us you're not a troll. Cable in my
Like,
arm
what?
in summer.
What?
You're assembling the megatard on the panel. It has begun.
Yeah, I just saw that. There's a dude who joined with that name. Like,
Megatard. I think it's
Did you see Rant's video
Yeah,
on
Cynthia's
that?
the left
Speakeasy?
kneecap,
But
and Landry is the general.
Paranormal, did you see my message there about you said what's your email exactly so I don't misspell it?
It's at the very bottom there. Josh Turner at prtpodcast.com.
Bottom where? Why am I not seeing it?
Ace says it was a mistake. Ace, you said that
sent
in a
it to
way
me
that
by
was.
mistake.
Yeah, you said that, Ace, the other night during the live, and it sounded like you were trying to say that I had beat Tony up or something.
All right, so I can't type in chat because I'm a new subscriber, and you got to be a subscriber.
hang on, let me change it.
Oh, yeah.
Let me change it.
Well, if you do that, then the trolls will be able to. They're partying outside the Roman gates here.
I think that word is weaponized a lot of the time because it's like an insta discredit. Oh, this person's a troll. Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, they're a troll.
They are a troll.
Right. I have proof. You can go watch Rob Knorr's interaction with this gentleman, and you'll see
he's
that
a
he's
troll.
literally a troll, and Speakeasy agrees.
So we'll
Yeah,
so
he
would that
came
mean
and
that
tried to troll me the other day. It didn't work too good though for him, poor guy. He's not
Right.
good at
and
it.
he's also
That's a good question, though,
obsessed
right?
with me and follows me everywhere I go. I was on a panel just before I came here. He went. He
there
came
it
up
is,
there.
Josh
This is what I'm saying. This is poisoning the well. Poisoning the well. We can talk about the Freemasonry.
Shut up, Landry.
I'm not trying to have an
I left
argument here
because
with
the
you.
trolling was getting off the charts, and I decided to go to a panel where there was actually peace and quiet and no drama, where we could actually have a conversation.
You're starting the drama
and not
right now.
yelling at each other.
You're
And
starting
this
it.
is why I ended up here. But look, you
You're being
follow me
rude.
everywhere,
No, dude,
everywhere.
I
like
wanted to
an
come to a-
obsessed little fucking bitch. You're just a little woman.
Hey! Well, let's watch it with the f bombs.
Yeah.
I'm
It's because
sorry.
I don't want to.
I apologize.
Well, so yeah, that's what I'm saying. I've been nothing
This
but
is a
honorable
preacher
and
gentlemen.
kind and polite here and willing to engage civilly. So that always exists within all of us. It's just a choice whether or not we want to go there or not. And you've shown that you were the one who
Everyone
went
should be
there this
wearing
time.
togas.
Focus. I'm going to speak for the Roman Senate. When
I
say
refer to the
this.
conspiratorial innuendos here.
Well, listen, I want to say one more time to you, Paranormal Roundtable, thank you for having me on. It's been a great talk, and I'm definitely going to email you because I think I have some people that would love to debate some of the things you talk about for sure. And I think you do great on verbal combat, by the way. Like I said, we do it every Friday. It starts at 9:30 p.m. Eastern time. And as long as you're there before 1:30 a.m., you'll be eligible for the prize. If you come this week, though, you have to have a costume because we're doing a costume contest this week. It falls on Halloween. So you gotta have a costume.
Yeah, I can't. This Friday I have my own thing going, but
Yeah, no worries, no
in the
worries.
future we
Easy,
can
yours is already on.
Will you give him the $600 if he turns into a werewolf live on the on stream?
No, unfortunately, you have to win. Okay, you have to win to get the money.
I tried, bro.
But hey, if you turn into a werewolf on screen, I mean, chat might vote for you. So,
well, that's never going to happen because that's not what I am. So. But I appreciate you coming on. You going to bounce?
Yeah, I'm gonna head out here. I gotta do a couple more things. Probably gonna visit a couple more places. I really gotta piss too, though. That's really my main reason.
Sometimes you got to jump off, man.
But
All right, guys.
yeah, I
see you,
appreciate you having me on. Everyone in my chat, I've shared the link over here. Make sure you all come over here, sub up, hit the like, send a super chat, all of that. All right.
Thank
and
you.
again, thank you for
that.
having me on. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I'll see you, man.
Yeah, you too. God bless.
Yeah, God bless. So that was interesting to say the least. Did we lose Death Star? Looks like Death Star left. So Death Star, Modern Man, how do you know Death Star?
I don't have a name like Death Star.
I would call him a troll the way that y'all would, but I also have never had the chance to interact with him in a normal way, right? Sometimes there's a lot of layers to this online stuff to where one man's troll is another man's treasure. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
One man's troll is another man's treasure.
You know what I mean? It's just
Yeah,
like
I guess,
there's like politics to it that are very silly and unnecessary, you know?
Yeah.
But above all, I believe that it is important to laugh and have a good time, not to take yourselves too seriously. That's where I believe I stand with myself. And but I can engage seriously if the opportunity presents itself. I have like, it's the same sort of respect you carry with you when you go and you hold the door open for somebody because you're reading the room. It's the right thing to do. And so I believe that we can have both sides. We can be dualistic in that sense.
Okay. So let me just ask you this one more time. What brought you over here tonight?
Well, I guess I've seen a pretty big jump in panel hopping, right, from all ends. Essentially, I didn't know about many of these people until the whole thing with Andrew Wilson happened, and I was aware of much more than I initially started with. I came into this as an editor back in 2021, 2022, and a little bit of 2023. I was editing for Jeranism, and then I just went back to the regular grind, and then I came back into this hoping to find something similar. Kind of got into some issues, and then essentially said, "Okay, fuck it, I'll try the whole streaming thing." But yeah, I know of Speakeasy, I know of Rand. It's just a bunch of familiar faces. OTW can say it's just for him, but it's we're all here doing the same thing. It's networking, above all else, is it not?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's fine with me. I don't care. But the thing is, OTW, you say this man follows you everywhere you go. Like,
he means that I've been on 2 panels that he was at tonight, is what he's referring to.
Okay.
But he has me and the lady next to me permanently, blocked from his little space while he continues to, spend 8-9 hours a day talking trash. So, I'm willing to let bygones be bygones, but I'm also willing to have a conversation here without him. It's there's a whole lot more opportunity here than I find there. So.
Megatard. Now you've changed your name from Death Star to Megatard. What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on these people, on Reverend Russ and Cynthia and Modern Man and OTW?
So that's what I'm saying. That's where the Megatard came from. Essentially they've got like a little group of gatekeepers, right? And what they do is basically gatekeep the truth, grift, lie, support each other in their bullshit.
About what?
And they assemble the Megatard on panels,
Yeah.
Dude, oh my gosh.
I mean, whoever's right or wrong knows about it.
I'm not picking sides here, but that's pretty funny. So
if you want to see the context.
So Megatard, let me ask you, whatever you want to be called, what is Modern Man's association with OTW? In your opinion, what is that?
So basically, Modern Man is a parasite clout chaser that just tries to, get on OTW, get a couple of clips, go make an AI video about them. So I started doing that back, and that's where the Megatard came to be. You know, Cynthia's part of the Megatard. They have to assemble. There's like
I
5,
think
6
Cynthia
of them.
could give a better explanation than that.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't agree with Megatard when he says gatekeepers, as he is the one recently who has voted that I leave a community. Oh, specifically OTW's community.
I didn't
So
vote.
anybody's
I was the judge and jury.
I was speaking, and I'm not sure how you can listen and speak at the same time. So when he
Cynthia,
says
you
that
know
I'm
I
a
have
gatekeeper,
multitasking abilities.
so that
Okay.
when he says that I'm a gate, that we're gatekeepers, I find that to be projection, and I can't take anything he says seriously after that.
No, you're right. I do gatekeep the lies.
So what do
We
you
started off as arch enemies, by the way.
Okay, so let's start with you, modern man. What is your show about essentially? What is your show about? Tell us.
So essentially, I was, working with a lot of these people. I say working with because I started as like a co-host situation, and then with Jack Talcott. Then that obviously went poorly because of his. That's a whole story for a different day. Then I went on to OTW show as a fan. I would go there and we would talk about AI and video editing, and we had some common ground, some inspiration and all that. But some of these other characters, we can call them the big players. They think they're big, but essentially they're still small fish in the ponds. Came around and started trying to use people as pawns, right, and just sort of stir the pot. So essentially, what I am passionate about is the video editing and the short clips. I do stream, but most of the time it is to find inspiration to make like 3 to 4 minute music videos, but not just the fucking song from Suno, press download and there you go. It's a video. It's like I put a lot of time and effort into the actual editing process. And we were having some sort of competition. Me and OTW. It was a friendly competition. We had this Hey Landry song, dogging on me. It was fun. It was good spirited. But then something happened where I actually was on his stream, restreaming. He thought he was getting donations. So the donations were coming through. He was celebrating as if they were going to him. He didn't realize until at the end they were going to me. He got his feelings hurt. And ever since then, we've not been able to collaborate. That's the short version.
Okay, so OTW, is that true? What is he saying about that?
He's obviously spinning it to his advantage, and like I said before, I don't want to engage with this character.
Well, talk to me then. Let me ask you a question. So the donations, how much money are we talking about here with the donations?
I have no idea what he's talking about because obviously the person that he's mentioning was trying to troll me again. These are all a band of trolls that. Group up together to form the Megatard, just like
who are they?
Right. Well, there's Chuck, right, which obviously sent you a message. All right, and I'm doing the stupid thing. I'm fucking interacting with you. Oh, I'm sorry about the F-bombs, but it's like I always get trapped up into this loop and having to respond to this gentleman, which I don't believe is actually a gentleman, and I don't want to encourage or entertain his delusions.
He was told not to by his father, Paul.
There we go. Another troll. See,
it's not a troll. It's the truth.
Right. That's whatever. Okay. Your truth.
His father? Who's his father?
Well, he calls another grown man daddy.
I never did that. See,
yes,
another
he
lie.
Does. He does.
I never did that. Never
it's a part
did
of
that
the thing,
ever.
right? So where they do this whole bit, they call it a bit. All right, it's a lie. If you say so, you know what I mean?
I'm glad you brought your nonsense over here, Landry, because you're just exposing yourself for who and what you really are, man.
That's one of the 4 sentences you have. Everything I said was true. I mean, the thing with Chuck, we're all trolls, but did it happen? Did you celebrate? Did you embarrass yourself?
I think that it's your truth, and you're trying to get everybody else to align with.
No, I didn't even bring it up. They asked
that
me.
False narrative that you're trying to create.
Which part is false?
Some sort of clout chasing.
I don't want clout, dude. Nobody look at me. Nobody subscribe to me. Nobody think about me. I'm just asking you. What's your narrative?
He's like literally. So the guy is saying, "I'm the invisible man." Guys, stop looking at me. All right, just leave me alone. That's what.
Yeah, exactly.
So modern man. So you and this guy you and OTW used to be pals, and now you're at each other's throats.
We never were friends.
Over some. Okay, he won't use the word friends. That's fine.
I had some interactions with Landry. We collaborated on a couple of projects. He decided to become some sort of troll for some sort of reason, and I'm not really aware of what his agenda really is. And I'm just doing
got a lot
my
of crazy
thing
theories
on my
about me.
end, in my area, creating the content that I want to create, and not have any more interactions with this man. That's it. That's as far as I'm going to take it.
Okay, I'm going to say this. I have people that I used to work with, and they were very jealous and very angry. And when things didn't work out, one of them, he lost his sword out in the woods, and everything was a curse. He drank a bunch of soda, got put in the hospital, and he comes out, this man cursed me. Pretty much how it went. That's pretty much how it went, right? And then I said some things back, and then he said some things, and now it just keeps going. It's a feud that never ends. And he's got a band of banjo playing morons that do this.
Yeah, we call them flying monkeys in our area.
Yeah, that's what they are. Just you got to get your banjo and play a song for them. Right here, I'm going to play it. Let me make sure I got the chords right here. Shut the hole under your nose. Shut the hole under your nose.
I love it. Can I clip that? I want to clip that. I'm going to use that clip.
I don't care.
That's so cringe, dude. The way that just like the ass kissing right there. It's just like, oh yes,
wow,
new guy.
Is that his thing, man? He just goes around and he does that. Is that what he does?
Landry's
that's what OTW does. Yeah, that's what OTW does.
Did it.
He's it's very much we see this sort of thing.
Look, let's put this to rest. Wolf, why don't you bring up Landry's channel? Go look him up and go see how many broadcasts he does just about me. Try that.
Well, just because they're in the title doesn't mean that yours weren't about me.
Go look at all the AI videos.
Let's clarify this.
So I've got a question.
Go have some fun with it, Wolf.
Well, then go to his video from today, and then we can if we play that game.
Which I was actually
Let me ask
reviewing
this question.
my co-host. That was
to put it in perspective. So what started all this? But
what is that?
What is that? Looney Tunes in the background.
Who's
What is
playing
that?
That's all, folks.
Anyway,
is that me?
Somebody's watching Looney
I mean,
Tunes.
whoever's watching Looney Tunes would know. Anyway, so look, what started all this, right? Is money. So like, what amount are we talking here?
It's like 135.
How much?
135. It wasn't much.
So this is all over $135.
No, that's what
Minus
he's
30%.
saying. No, that's the issue. You guys are believing this moron.
So what was it then?
This has nothing to do with the money. This
Then what
has
was it?
everything to do with his character, who he is out here, and what he does.
So it wasn't
It has
right after
nothing
that
to
that
do
you
with the
started
money.
doing this.
I make enough money on YouTube. I don't need your trolls' money, Landry.
So
Get it
OTW,
through your
let me
thick
ask you this.
skull.
What is your channel about, OTW? What is your channel about?
He watches videos in silence.
Okay, let him answer. Go
Right.
ahead. What is
Thank
your
you for
channel?
that projection, Landry.
Never done that.
All right, so I do essentially pretty much half. I have like this standalone content where I review or talk about esoteric knowledge, and I go into deep, all kinds of different realms when it either paranormal, any
You've
different
never
type of.
talked about paranormal.
No, well, paranormal, maybe from not your perspective, but from the perspective that we look at it, it's maybe not what you think it is. But anyway, so I look at all kinds of things. The name of my channel is literally Out of This World, so I cover pretty much all kinds of topics that are out of this world, right? And the other part of my broadcast is I cover the drama, right? And drama sells. So this is another part of my business model where I entertain both sides of the coin, right? So I'm not, this is what I do, right? So I review other channels, I observe and report, and I give my opinion on what's going on and try to expose the hypocrisy and pretty much the trolling, the nonsense, the grifting, expose liars for what, who and what they are and what they're doing, expose their projections, try to literally take it from, my own experience in life, using my psychological abilities to be able to, assess these situations and make sense out of it, right? So this is it's pretty much the goal of my channel, right? And I'm on a journey where I do a lot of research when it comes to esoteric knowledge and also a lot of religious research as well, right?
So Cynthia, you've been very quiet here. You showed up to defend your husband.
Well, not my husband.
We
but-
were arch enemies like a week ago.
But I think it's more so of the gray rocking. that is the issue, and neither one of them are really talking about that. Earlier, when you were giving your
Coming from a woman that literally dragged Landry through the mud for the first 3 months of his first interactions with you, and now you're freaking, white knighting for him.
She's not white knighting for anybody. She's not
So
even
the
said a
fact
single
that
thing yet.
the fact that I wasn't saying anything out of context or anything rude, and that he interrupted me up, is just an example of who he is. He's unable to control his emotions. He's unable to stay in control of his words. Again, it's the gray rocking. Landry seems to have a problem, as well as others, that people will make videos about you. They'll put you in the titles. They'll have the troll videos. They'll say the most hateful things about you. They will make up lies and continue to spread those lies. However, when you go and try to talk to them, oh, I'm not talking to you. I have nothing to say to you.
I'm
You're
not interested.
And yeah, I'm not
But
interested.
that's
And
never
I think
happened between you and I, Cynthia. So I understand why you're
I'm not
projecting that.
speaking. I'm not saying that it has
Oh,
happened between you
okay.
and I. Okay, so you need to. It's okay. I'm not attacking you. Stay okay. You're safe.
Hey, Dick.
But what I
So
am.
let me ask you this.
Mhm.
Let me ask you all this. Like, y'all each have, like, you all do YouTube, right? You all have your own
Correct.
independent YouTube channels.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So we've established what OTW's channel is about. That's kind of like, that's his lane, right?
Right.
Cynthia, you have your channel. Modern Man Loses Again. You have yours. Like, Cynthia, what is your channel about? Because it
I'm
just
what's
seems
up.
like. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm what's up, Cynthia. Talk about things that are going on. I covered the Vegas thing. I'm covering. Obviously, I'm starting to notice that the panel verse looks different to people. We have different rules apparently than the debaters, and sometimes when people cross over on other areas, they don't always understand the interactions. I don't even know how to label it, because it's our behavior, it's the way we think, or it's the way things perhaps are perceived that maybe not all who understand. So it's kind of what I'm covering right now, the rules and what is the panel verse.
So outside of y'all's like personal like beefs against one another, like would y'all say generally that y'all are kind of like that y'all are kind of aligned on like some of the topics that y'all cover, like that y'all share some opinions and views on things generally?
No.
So that's the interesting thing. I knew you'd say that, right? But we were essentially, in a way, that we were very different. Me and Cynthia, we had our issue. We had beef, but we still were able to be there in, the same space, because that's what OTW always said. This is out of this world. It's the shit show. I embrace the shit show. And then all of a sudden, that just totally changed. You know what I mean? Overnight, now it's the locked down, gated community of, we'll still hate and be, hateful, but we're not going to give you the chance to defend yourself in this space. So it is the gray rocking concept. But yeah, me and Cynthia aren't aligned in a whole lot. We're just living nearby each other, but we have interest in local events. That's something.
So then y'all know each other in real life then?
No, we met each other on the internet and then found out we live like 5 miles away from each other.
Where's that at?
Dallas.
Oh, you're in Texas.
Oh, Texas.
Yes.
Wow.
I was just telling him that the Bonnie and Clyde are buried here, that maybe he should go out there and
Put my
check out
Texas
their
Ranger hat
burial.
on for you guys.
But OTW, will you at least admit that you said at one point that I had, inspired you tremendously, and how I was good for this space and all those things? Or will you just not even concede that? It's not that long ago either.
I think this kind of goes into this kind of feeds into like the point that we got into earlier with Speakeasy about altruism, and about how like if you put people in a virtual setting environment where there's really no real world tangible consequences for anything you do and say, that there's no reward for doing good, there's no punishment for doing bad, like this is kind of like, with respect to y'all, I can't make heads or tails of like why you all hate each other.
If
it is what it is.
If they really do.
Yeah. If they really, exactly. That there's that too. But like this is kind of like the end result of people interacting exclusively in a virtual setting. It's very easy to like dehumanize your fellow man, your fellow woman, and be like, like y'all basically perceive each other, it seems like, as just like pixels, as virtual people, like video game characters that are pissing each other off.
I agree with that. They sure do.
I might be able to offer some
if y'all,
context.
if the three of y'all if y'all's relationships started out in person and were never even online together, like I don't know for sure, but I think there's a good chance that like y'all wouldn't even have these issues with each other.
I agree.
It's very different when you're in person because there's consequences
to the bullshit.
Yeah, and it's not you got skin in the game.
Well, there
next to someone.
There does seem to be a certain group of people, and again, Megatard here was part of that group, that if you don't think like we do, if you don't align like we do, if you don't believe like we do, well, then we don't want you around. We have
But it didn't start that way.
we
It's
have
not that.
no value
Let
for
me
you.
offer you some context. There's an investigation underway that there's groups of people who are not actually genuine people. They are but paid government actors
There it
that
is.
are here to simply manipulate and warp the perception
So the
of the
fact that you're
masses.
someone who's never met me and can make that accusation, keep in mind you've never spoken to me outside of this panel. I think I could probably count on both hands only, and I probably wouldn't even
First,
get
you'll
on
know them.
that you that we have spoken to each other. So for the fact for you to
My
be
cover's
able
blown.
to think that you can discern what my intentions and what I'm here for is projection and it's arrogance.
So let me ask you a question here before anybody else says anything crazy here. I'm impartial. I have no dog in this fight at all. What we do talk about here is the paranormal, but everybody knows we get into everything. We get into history. We get into science. I'm a big science person. I read Scientific American, Smithsonian, Discover. I just, I love history. And I even like politics. I try to keep it out, but it gets in because everybody has an opinion. And I'm going to say this. the Megatard thing. I'm kind of wondering about this because the first person to show up here was Megatard, Death Star, whatever he goes by.
It was a
showed up.
preemptive strike.
Preemptively, yeah. And so you showed up, and I appreciate that because you said you were trying to stop the machinations of this guy that was here earlier, Speakeasy, which seemed like I liked him. I mean, he seemed like he was an okay guy.
Yeah,
but
it seemed all right.
Yeah, it doesn't reflect bad on you though, Megatard, because I'm gonna call you Megatard. What is your name? Can I call you something else?
You could call me Rant.
Yeah,
Rant,
that's
okay.
what we call them around the.
It's an acronym. Recreational Argument Network Television.
Okay.
These people are very paranoid.
A lot of people are, but that doesn't mean they're not out to get you. You know how that goes.
Wolf, I'd just like to mention this. Like Rant and I we're pretty much on like the same wavelength, right? And we are both not on the same wavelength as the two individuals at the bottom of the screen, right? So,
but Cynthia, okay, so let me get back to Cynthia then. Cynthia, you showed up to defend Modern Man against.
Not to defend me. She just got the link.
He just sent the link, and so
okay, sorry.
I thought he was just sending the link to come talk to him because, like I said earlier, we had spoken about the Bonnie and Clyde. And when I showed up, I was like, "Oh my God, don't run! Like, don't run now! You're here. They already said your name." So I've been trying to get in this conversation as best I could.
Yeah, I mean, I got sent a link to go to that other one that you ran from OTW. So it's not, there's always people that do that shit where they're trying to put other people into positions. But this has been great. This has been a great space because it's civil, it's cordial, it's collected. While there's still a little bit of heat and passion, and often we can't maintain that space. I'm saying we, as in me, OTW, Cynthia, we can't manage to make that happen. So.
And Cynthia, what do you believe in the paranormal? And what I mean paranormal
I definitely believe in the paranormal. My parents lived in a home that had activities in it.
Because when I talk about paranormal, I mean ghosts, cryptids, silent abduction, alternate realities. We talk about
it was a woman. The house was built in 1918, and a woman's family had built it, and then she ended up living there, and then she had passed away, and she was in there 2 weeks before they found her because she was, is it the agoraphobic who doesn't go outside?
Yeah, agoraphobia.
So she was agoraphobic, and then my parents bought the house next. However, what came with the house was everything she's ever had, her diaries, her report cards, everything. And my mom kind of created a shrine to her because she was an entertainer on cruise ships. And so I kind of think that energy brought that lady back. I never stayed there. They told me a lot of stories. I wasn't involved. However, after a while, she did eventually give all of that belongings to a museum, and they said that all the activity stopped after that. But this was in a neighborhood where, like, Mrs. Baird's house was there. The first house that she ever started baking bread out of was there.
Yeah.
And so everybody, like the whole entire community, like my parents' house was a historical marker. So everybody had paranormal stories in that neighborhood.
And you had to live there for how long?
I didn't live there. My parents lived there for 12 years.
Damn. I lived in a house that was haunted for 10. I thought I was badass. 12 years. I don't think I could have taken it to 2 years. It starts to really mess with you.
My mom considered her a friend, and she's my friend. She looks after me, and I was always like, "No, that's not."
You're like, what is that? What kind of friend is that? Somebody just said it. Familiar.
Her name was Flora, and she had a picture, and she was like, "Make sure to say hi to Flora when you come in."
No,
no, I'm good.
Yeah, I'm not doing that crap.
Oh, so I also think I also think the spiritual world can also be another form of the paranormal world as well, because it is in another realm that we're not familiar with. We can't just be there or understand. And so that's where a lot of the differences come in with Rant and OT.
You're cutting out, Cynthia.
Yeah, so she kind of cut away there.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. But yeah, so I think it's a lot of our spiritual beliefs are what causes the division between what you're seeing here in this group of four.
Yeah, I see that. So, modern man, what about you? All joking and whatever aside, what are your beliefs? What do you think
about paranormal?
Not anything. Like, what is your stance on, like, what do you do? Like, I mean, you have a show, obviously, right?
Sure, yeah, and like obviously there's a lot of lighthearted and jabs and all that stuff. But if it was the serious, most raw side of myself, I would say if I had it my way, I would get to a place where I could express the journey I had through the digestive health situation, because it got so bad. I mean, I felt like I had Alzheimer's. Nobody took me seriously. Like I said, it's not. I'm not trying to make it a pity party, but I believe that there's a lot of people out there suffering from things that doctors can't diagnose.
Yep.
And it's a lot of it's digestive. I just, it was so crazy the way it all worked out, and I still don't think I'm out of it completely. That's why I don't feel as though I'm an authority to speak on the healing side of that yet. But
have you done a parasite cleanse, bro?
Yeah.
I've done cleanses. I haven't done one specifically for parasite, but like I said, I spent $5,000. And then this is the other thing, right? With the digestive health stuff, everyone has their answer. Oh, totally, it'll work for you. And everyone is unique in the sense that it's very complicated. But there's a lot of people out there who are, if you go into some of these subreddits, they've been suffering 10, 15 years, and that's their whole life. So at this point, I'm so happy to be alive that I really, all this other stuff is just, it's water over my back but I mean, I did come into here to be, like I said, I've always been the side guy where I was here to edit for people. But in my religious pursuits, this way that I was tested so seriously, it really, really messed with my concept of God. So I like to say that I don't know what God is, but I know it's not on this computer. So I'm trying to get back out and just be out in the real world, because that's like a heroic act now. Nobody's out there. Nobody's doing shit. I mean, if they are, they're at these events that are all very centralized, and everyone's in the same space. But there's all this empty shit out there. A lot of it's abandoned. So I'm actually kind of into the abandoned stuff. That's a little spooky. You know what I mean?
kind of like liminal spaces, but in a creepier way. You know what's interesting about what you said, and I've said this before on the show, and it's everything is relative, everything is related. But if you were to take a microscope and look at some of these parasites, they look like demons that were drawn in the 13th, 14th century. It's like they are just smaller versions. And I do believe that the demonic, what we think of as demonic, could actually be linked to parasitism. I know it is.
100%.
Because demons in themselves are parasitic.
Yeah,
they attach. Yeah, they attach. And that's where the whole vampire thing comes in. And people don't understand that.
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a weird thing. When you sit there and you go through all of this, and that's why I think the paranormal is important, because to me, paranormal is that real reality. It's the real normal that we overlook, and we always think, well, we know what this is. We had a guy on our show. We had so many people, so many guests. What was his name? Not Young. What was his name? He was the mud flood guy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He wrote a book about the Cabbage Patch Babies.
Oh, I love it.
People don't really understand that. He's on my Facebook, and he's very popular over in England. He's been on the show, and he and I had a great conversation. And I've talked to so many people, from ancient aliens to demonologists. I've had all kinds of people on this show. We've interviewed so many types of guests. We did a thing with these 2 alien abductees, and I've had tons of people give me stories from different types of, different things. And it's weird because he's like me. He believes that we are a people who have amnesia. We don't know our past. We can go back. Guy Anderson, there you go. We can go back several thousand years, but we still don't really know. We don't know. And I think that our way back in our ancient past, we had cures for things. Like, we knew that everything began with the gut. We knew that there were things that you could take that would heal the gut. And now we're learning that the gut health is linked to Alzheimer's. It's linked to cancer, it's linked to everything. And there are ways that you can cure those things. We have a group now. It's a holistic healing group that my wife runs. And she posts a lot of stuff on there. If you go and follow Paranormal Roundtable on Facebook, the link is right here. There's a page, and then we have a group, about 10,000 people in the group, and we have a big, and we have a prayer group. We have a group that's, and you don't have to be a Bible thumper to join the prayer group. If you feel like you need spiritual help or prayer, you can ask for it. And there is one about the healing of the body, because we are big on the mind, body, soul connection. And we're not in this for money. We're not in this for popularity. I started this with my partner, who's a good friend of mine, 16 years in the military, and he passed away a couple years ago during the pandemic. And it was something that he believed in, and he wanted me to do it. He was like, "You're a good speaker." And he's like, "And I want you to do this." And he kept on, and finally I did. And we did it out in his garage, the first episode, and the sound was terrible. His wife came out there and was like helping us hang blankets to try to get the sound or whatever. And now it's grown into a community. We have a community. And there are a handful of people who would troll us and attack us and try to derail what we're doing. And they have made me their breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And that's sad, because that kind of obsession is dangerous for them, not just me.
Right.
But it makes them very parasitic, and it makes them idolaters by their own confession of their religious beliefs. And so I'm not here to judge or pass judgment on people. I've been getting messages this whole time saying, "Oh, get these people out of here, blah, 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 blah." Anybody and everybody is welcome here at Paranormal Roundtable to come and hear the truth that I know to be true. And I tell people what I know. And I tell people, I've been through all the horrible experiences of my life. I've never balked at this. And all the horrible things that have happened to me led me to this point. I don't feel sorry for myself for all the things that have happened to me, because I wouldn't be here. And I wouldn't be able to tell you guys what my life experience is. You came here tonight for whatever reasons you came here tonight, modern man, but there are things you can do to heal your gut, to help you. There really are.
That's the thing, right? Is that I believe that there's sometimes we get so caught up in so many things that people don't realize that there's always something to be learned in any situation, to where I can, go in the direction of the less tasteful dynamics of this, but there's there's a part of all of us that wants to be taken seriously, and that there's seriously a part of us that's hurting, especially in this day and age. I mean, it's not getting less toxic out there. The food and the way that the direction it's all going is, it's concerning. And I believe I was the youngest person that I've met who's experienced sort of these symptoms. And the Alzheimer's connection is that I believe that these old people, they just get on these laxatives, right? And nobody really warned you about them. That's what happened to me, but right before this stuff started to become.
They got aluminum in them.
Yeah, I mean, they have so many things, and it just the way that I can't prove this, but if I had to take a guess, I would imagine it's like seasons, in the body and in the gut, because all you want is a quick fix whenever you're going through it. But it's basically impossible from what I've learned. It takes so much time because you can't just make it turn from summer to winter in the real world. I believe it's the same thing. Like everything has so many different pieces to it, and the gut lining and all this stuff is so gate kept. You know what I mean? It's just to get help and to get answers. They just want to find cancer and a few other big things, like the little small things that are a result of our toxic environment. It's all very niche.
How is your pancreas?
It's a big one. It was good last time they checked, but I do have a long history with alcohol up until this all happened. I had to quit drinking completely not because I wanted to, but just because it would make things much worse.
Mm-hmm.
What's Tony got there?
What is that, Chaplain Tony?
Ivermectin.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, be careful talking about it on here. That's the thing. And here's another thing, too. When you're talking about a season, there is a time for everything. I mean, there really is. And I used to coach fighters, and I would tell them, I was like, timing can beat speed, but it helps to be quick. And I always told them, I said, I can teach you to be faster, but I can't teach you to be fast. You either are or you're not. And one of the things I learned, though, there used to be this, I hated this saying, there's always somebody bigger and badder, no matter how tough you are. It is not a person. It is a time. There is a time. There is a season, like you were saying.
Right.
There is a season. There is a time after you eat a meal and you're really full or whatever. A Girl Scout could kick you in the nads and rob you, okay? You could engage in a fight while you just wake up, you're half asleep, I used to have friends that were bad people. They'd go after people when they were getting, asleep, at a party or something.
Or it's just not your day.
Yeah, well, and it's not your day. There's different reasons though why it's not your day. That's what I'm saying. There's a time though. There is a time after a meal, waking up, or if you're really tired or whatever, or you've been out partying, those are the times you don't want to face your enemies because you're very weak. And if their chi is up and yours is down, well, guess what? You lose. And I've always told people I was an expert at knowing that time, when to walk away. As Kenny Rogers said, when to hold them, when to fold them, when to walk away, and when to run. And there's times when you have to turn tactical retreat and they think, oh yeah, he's scared, blah, blah, blah. And then you turn and you do what you got to do. Because, why fight on their terms and fight in their den? Because you're going to lose.
Why fight at all, right? Sometimes we can't help ourselves, but above all else, I think the only real fight to be had is against the things that are harming us. And a lot of the time it's not people. It's just situations.
Yeah. Parasites, though, in the body and spiritually will make you.
One thing that might be relevant here is this stuff all started happening like almost right, like I think a month after I had my initiation to the Masons. So that really freaked me out, and that's kind of why I haven't pursued it much further. I don't know. Could be coincidence, but yeah.
Modern Man, what year did that start for you, bro?
2024, April.
Do you see this person right here? Y'all know this person, Texas Bully
Did you
Mom?
drink from the cup?
Hold on 1 second, guys. Hold on 1 second. Texas Bully Mom.
I don't know who it is.
I don't know who you are, but you're joking about something when somebody asked me how's your pancreas. That's a very pertinent question. Yeah. So I'm going to ask you nicely this one time to refrain from making fun and joking. Maybe you like to troll and goof around. This isn't the place to do that. Okay? Just be nice, and I'll let you stay. And if you don't think it's worth staying, then you can go away.
I love that, man. That's the way you should address that, man. I'm learning a lot here today.
And
Did you drink the hemlock?
I don't know what that is.
Did you drink from the cup in your initiation?
The cup, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to ask, what is your initiation?
There's no cup drinking.
And you weren't even initiated.
So you think I'm lying about this?
I'm just saying.
That's what I'm saying with the excessive paranoia. Which country are you in?
Okay, look. before we get too derailed between y'all's.
Well, no, I mean, obviously, I'm not going to.
I just want to
backtrack
ask,
there. No, it
like,
would be silly to lie.
For me, like, what exactly did your initiation consist of? And I'm asking that because of what you said previously about how all of your digestive problems began after your initiation. So what exactly did that consist of?
I mean, the thing is that a part of it is obviously swearing, on the Bible that you won't reveal any of the secrets without, agreeing to have your tongue torn out and all those things. So that's, public knowledge. But what you can do with AI now is you can go and you can put in entered apprentice degree, just walk me through it, and it'll give you exactly what happened. So that way I don't have to sit here and tell you and then sort of be paranoid that might make things worse or that they'll come after me. They probably won't. It's historically it's, but essentially they get you in a situation that it's very hard to walk away from because, the doors are locked. You're not fully dressed. And then you essentially just walk through some motions and you say some words. And then the whole first step, the first process of the first degree is just memorizing everything that you did. And then those things that you memorize, those are the secrets. And then you do that again and you take a test and none of it's written down. But most of the time, like the hangout times, it's just a bunch of old dudes eating bologna sandwiches. Like it's very, very boring. And they're losing members because it's so the digital age now that a lot of people just don't want to show up for this sort of, it's rigorous memorization. And you can't do it on your own. You have to have another person sitting there with you, verbally going through it, and it takes a lot of time.
So Christ said that rivers of flowing water will flow from your belly, or rivers of living water will flow from your belly. And what that refers to in the very next verse is the Holy Spirit lives inside of our gut. And so I believe that when you actually swear those oaths on the Bible, that it's a form of actually grieving the Holy Spirit, and that it could be more of a spiritual issue than anything.
Yeah, because it's like you're literally fighting the Holy Spirit. You're not supposed to do that.
So how would you, I guess, get out of that? Also, I've heard about familial curses.
Believe in the gospel, brother.
Renounce it in the name of Jesus Christ.
Who said to believe in the gospel? Who was it?
I think that was Reverend Russ.
That was me.
Russ?
Yeah, I'm Reverend Russ. Just a little introduction. I'm just a simple confessionally reformed Protestant preacher, doing mostly weddings and funerals. So,
yeah, but you're right. Confess. I got to say this. I have a friend that I've known for 8 years now, and he's a professional, a friend of mine, and he's got a business, a very professional business. He buys and sells real estate. He's very wealthy, and he got to the third level of masonry. That was 22 years ago. He never went back. He just quit going.
I think also on these panels can be a lot of exchanging of the energy and then the spirits. And I think perhaps it affects people more than they realize. And so,
you gotta
have spiritual balance. This is people sometimes don't align when there comes to their spiritual beliefs.
They just, but for reference, I had never stepped foot on a panel until less than 3 months ago. So, and it was crazy because it was right during the time when I started to trend upward. So I was thinking this whole time, man, I'm feeling so much better. There's got to be a reason, if there's this God force, that I found this place and that I'm going in the right direction, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? So I would love to, but I can't force myself to believe something, if that makes sense. But I've always wanted to. I don't believe that it's, I'm not an atheist by any means, but just to sit there and force yourself to believe something it's impossible.
Have you taken the time to actually read the Gospels?
No.
Not a lot of people do, and that's what really fascinates me the most, is when you sit down and you actually read the Gospels as they were written, a whole new story is revealed to you, more so than what you would hear in your pulpits or on YouTube videos or on reels and stuff like that. So what I suggest that you do, and if you really, really want to seek some deliverance, is sit down with the Gospel of John. Start at verse 1. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Start there and just read it through, and it's not like you have to apply yourself to it immediately. Just give it a read, give it a like you would any other book off the shelf. You give that a read through and see what it says to you. See if the gospel reveals something to you. See, my job as a preacher is to convey the gospel. It's not to convince you to believe, but to plant the seed. I plant the seed, somebody else water, but God gives the increase. So it's up to you to sit down and look into that gospel. See if you see any truth in that for yourself, and see if the seed is planted for you. And that's the best advice I can give everybody on the panel and everybody listening.
Yeah, Russ, to expound upon what he's talking about, reading the gospel, and I've read, it goes real deep. The Gospel of Thomas, which isn't actually in the Bible, I think it should be, but there's a lot of different gospels, Gnostic gospels too, that some people consider heretical. I don't. Not all of them.
Well, the thing with the Gnostic Gospels, and this is where some of my expertise comes in with a little bit of textual criticism. So, in my studies as a confessionally reformed preacher, I have to study the ancient history of the Christian church, the advent to Christianity, the apostolic fathers, along with all the creeds and confessions that came along from there all the way up to the age of the reformers, and then from the reformers to the present day. So this way I can trace back all of the key doctrines and theologies all the way back to the original sources of them, which is the apostolic fathers. Now, when we look at the Gnostic texts, the reason why these were rejected early on by the Christian church is because the early Christian community was very small, very tight-knit. It was pretty much like an underground organization. And so you had a lot of people who knew each other. And when these certain writings came in, say Gospel of Thomas, some of the people who actually walked with Thomas, knew Thomas, and were taught by Thomas could look at this text and say, yeah, this isn't our friend Thomas. For example, if you receive a letter from, say, your brother or your grandmother, and you read it, but it doesn't read like something that your brother or grandmother would write. You know them personally. You know their writing style. You know what they've taught you in person to compare to what's on the paper. And when you compare it on the paper, you could tell that, hey, maybe this isn't grandma writing. Maybe this is a forgery. And that's how a lot of those early Gnostic texts were pushed aside by the Christian churches because of how close and tight-knit the community was. For example, you have Irenaeus and Polycarp. Now, Polycarp was a disciple of John the Apostle, and he knew Irenaeus. And when these guys got together, they asked, well, what did John teach you? What did you learn from John? And this is how a lot of the early canonization occurred, is because everybody knew each other. They knew the text. They had the tradition that was handed to them from the apostles directly. So, yeah, like I said, when these other texts came in, they could really just tell, this isn't our friend writing this. And they were able to accost it to the side. But then also you have textual harmony within the Holy Scriptures. So there is an authority behind the Holy Scriptures which guided it, which is the Holy Spirit. Now, when you look at something like the Gnostic Gospel of Thomas, it gets a lot of things wrong. It gets names wrong, it gets places wrong, and it gets events wrong as well. So, for example, in the Gospel of Thomas, I think it says that Jesus, unalived a kid. And then realived the kid.
Roof and then brought him back to life.
Yup. Now keep in mind, this was in his hometown. So this is where he grew up. Now, if you go to the canonical Gospels and you see that when Jesus went to the synagogue in his hometown, the people around him were amazed. They were like, isn't this Jesus? Isn't this Mary's son? Isn't this Joseph's son? Isn't his brothers and sisters here with us today? They were amazed that he got up there and proclaimed something that he did. So that shows alone that these people weren't aware of the divine nature of Christ. Because, think about it. If he was, snapping kids down and up when he was a kid, and then he comes back as an adult to preach this stuff, these people wouldn't be sitting in that synagogue with him, just out of fear. Well, because if you read that gospel, it's pretty gnarly.
Yeah, one of the things, though, I think that happens is that when he was a child, I think that I'm not talking about evolution. I'm talking about he evolved as a spiritual being and as a person, because as a child, he was a child. But then when he got a little bit older, every year he added to his repertoire of what he understood and what he knew. And I think he was allowed to live as a man. I really do. And I think that it was a lesson to be learned by all of humanity, that you start off as a sinner, as weak, whatever. Jesus wasn't a sinner, Like he did what he did. There was a reason for it, but it was just playing. I think they were playing, and this kid fell. That's what I think happened. And I think Jesus brought him back to life. Now, I do believe that a lot of people would try to discredit him in any way they could, but he also was gone for 18 years. Where do you think he
Right.
was at during that time?
Northern India, Tibet.
Exactly.
All
I
along
think
the
he went to the
so-called-
ashrams, and I think he went to a lot of these different places, and he preached his version of the truth.
We've got
Some
evidence of
agreed,
it.
some didn't, and some of them went along with it, and some of them didn't. I mean,
Well, the idea that Jesus ever left the confines of Israel is quite impossible, especially if we're considering that Jesus was a sinless man. So, in order for him to be a sinless man and a Nazarene, keep in mind he was a Nazarene, he would have had to be within walking distance of the temple almost at all times just to be able to participate in the temple worship. So, there was often a pilgrimage from all parts of Israel to the temple for things like Passover. So if Jesus himself went all the way to India on foot, he would have missed an X amount of Passovers. That would have meant that he would have been under sin according to the Mosaic law. So the idea of him
yeah, he
trying
was.
to
Do you
travel
think you have to
outside
hold
of
them
Israel doesn't really
hostage
make
to
sense
that, though?
to the whole biblical canon.
Yeah, they claimed that he was under sin all the time. They claimed that the apostles or the
There's a lot of
disciples,
evidence of him back
the
there.
disciples, yeah, there is, and the disciples were eating wheat during the Sabbath, and Jesus chided the Pharisees and told them, he says, "Doesn't matter what day you keep the past, whatever you keep, it's for man to do that." And that I've got a lot of heat for that, for saying that, but that's what Jesus said.
He
And
also
Jesus,
gave the Brahmins a hard time about their whole caste system.
the caste system, he did,
Yeah.
and he was cast out.
No, there's
But
a
he
lot
was
of
in India
evidence
for
of it.
years. I know he was, and I know that he went to all these different places because there's records of him having been there.
Yeah.
He changed a lot of things. He was a different person. I mean, he was a new breed of man, velvet and steel.
They've done a
And
good job of submerging that information, though, Josh, haven't they?
do what?
They've done a good job submerging that information.
Yeah, for real. I mean, and you can get into the Cathars and the Marconians or Marconiism. What's it called? They were wiped out. The Catholics made sure to wipe those faiths out because they were telling a different story. I think their story was a little more true than we think it is. That's my opinion, Russ, and I'm not trying to be combative with you at all.
Nor am
I
I.
don't know you, but I think you have a lot of information, and I
Got
like
a lot
that
of great stuff. Doing great.
I think that you're
Doing
very
great.
well
Oh,
lit.
of course,
Just don't agree with that last
and
part.
I just really like sharing information. So, and that's another reason why I came over here from
Why we're
Speakeasy's
all here
channel.
tonight.
You guys were engaging in topics that really fascinate me, so I thought I'd jump on and share some information with you guys when I got a chance. So, Modern Man, other guy Mega, and Cynthia, I don't think they really know me. Aside from seeing me maybe once or twice on other panels. But yeah, I do mostly theology. So this is really
I'd like to have
my
you on
unique-
sometime.
Great hearing you.
This is what I get the most pushback on. I'm a Bible believer. I've been I go to church. I do a Bible study, and this is what people tell me. I'm in a cult. People tell me I don't have the true God in me. They tell me that I'm a fake Christian all the time, and it's crazy that
Who says
people.
that?
Megatron over there has said it to me before. OTW has said it to me before.
Why would I say that?
My old thing is always, how can you judge another's walk? How can you understand another person's relationship with
Why
God?
would I say that, though, Cynthia?
Because I told you I believed in the Bible and I followed the
No,
Bible. No,
that's not why.
Okay, then why don't you remind me why you said I wasn't a real Christian?
Oh, you know why.
No, I
Hold
don't.
on, you guys. Just 1 second. Hey, Cynthia, can I ask you a couple questions about
Sure.
your Bible study, church you go to?
Yeah.
What denomination affiliation are you with? Are you Catholic, Orthodox, Protestant?
Baptist.
Baptist. Excellent. So, are you confessional Baptist or are you just New Baptist?
No, not a confessional Baptist.
Okay, cool. Because I know
But I would.
Baptist
Does that
is
mean
confessional body.
does that mean I would go to confessional and confess my sins to my preacher? Is that a confessional Baptist?
Oh, no. So,
okay.
a confession. So, for example, when the Presbyterian Church started, they compiled a document called the Westminster Confession of Faith. Baptists have something similar. I'd have to look up exactly what it is. I'm not a Baptist myself, so but I do know that out of the Protestant Reformation, they did have some articles and confessions in place. So I was just wondering if it was like classic
We did
Baptist, Southern Baptist,
the road
or a
to
little more
Romans.
of the far
If
leaning,
I
like
say
we're going snake handle Baptist.
no, if I say the road to Romans, will you know what that means? Like the different verses that we read?
Yeah, I'm familiar with the evangelical term "Road to Romans." It's a certain collection of passages and scriptures that will lead you through Romans and pretty much guide you to what salvation is.
Correct. So
Through the
I did
scripture.
that, and then I was baptized. So I don't know what Christian that is, but I don't know if that's that. But I'm that Baptist Christian.
Well, as long as you were baptized in a Trinitarian church, you should be all right. So,
Oh, good.
baptism in the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit.
Amen. Yes.
So that's always good. And I always encourage everybody to stay into a Bible study, stay grounded in Scripture, read it contextually. Start with the Gospels. They're great. It's great literature to read. More so than treating like cherry picking certain verses out of context.
Right.
So what I think the biggest disservice is to the scriptures today for modern readers is the chapter and verse denotations. Now, the chapter and verse denotations was added a long time ago, around the 1600s, as a bookmarking method. I also have poetry on myself, William Shakespeare. I also have the writings of Plato and some other stuff from the early 1600s to the late 17 and 1800s, and they're all in chapter verse format as well. So it's just a bookmarking system. See, when the apostles sat down and penned the scriptures, they didn't add the chapter and verse denotations. It was all written together contextually, especially Paul's letters. Now, Paul's letters are really fascinating because Paul's a long-winded dude like me. So,
For
so
sure.
so when he would write his letters, say Romans or 1 Corinthians, to get a firm understanding of what Paul is saying, you really have to digest the whole letter and then do it a couple times over to really understand and grasp the context of what he's trying to say. He uses a lot of words and a lot of imagery, just like I do, to get a message across. So I definitely encourage giving full reads of scripture.
What do you think, Russ? Let me ask you a question. You mentioned Plato because I think Plato had a big. I know he wasn't Christian because there was no Christ at that time, but he was a cornerstone, in my opinion, of the Greek Orthodoxy, and I believe that they used a lot of his teachings as a basis, as a starting point for a lot of things. What are your thoughts on that? Because Plato, obviously, I mean, the philosophical just. What am I trying to say here? Not just the philosophical, but like the moralistic teachings. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, like Paul, I think that certain Greek philosophers are good for explaining a context to a certain group of people who may not understand the context that you're trying to explain. So you're using imagery that they're familiar with. So Homer, Socrates, Plato, some of these guys would have some really good writings that would make for good apologetic material to, say, a Greek audience who are familiar with that material. For example, if you watch the Matrix movie, I can give you an exegetical explanation of the Matrix movie and then spin it into like a gospel telling story. Fascinating fact, the Christmas tree actually originated from something similar. You had a monk who went into a Viking village, saw them sacrificing children at the base of an oak tree called the Thunder Oak of Thor. He saw that happening and he went in there and he cut down that tree with an axe. He said, "Today the cross of Christ shatters the hammer of Thor." He cuts down the thunder oak. Then he points to a small evergreen tree and said, "From now on, this is your tree. This represents the Christ. Look how it grows in the winter. It never dies, just like Christ. In him there is new life." And so he took an image that was familiar to those Vikings he destroyed their idol, but then gave them an exegetical explanation of something that was familiar to them, a holy tree. And that's where the origins of our Christmas tree comes from. And it's
I thought it
actually a
was the tree of
pretty
Addis.
cool story.
I thought it was the Addis cult and the tree of Addis and what they used to do in their Addis rituals.
Well, the Addis tree is a fascinating story. So that's a little farther up in Europe and a little farther away from the Vikings. Now, a lot of people would get this misconception that all these groups of people just got along and they shared myths and stuff. Wasn't always the case. Usually when they would stay separated, but then when they would encounter each other, it was often very bloody. So there wasn't really a share of information like we have today, to where a Christian could sit down and have a conversation with a Buddhist or a Taoist or a Muslim or what have you. Back then, it was often pretty savage and pretty brutal, especially in the European areas.
Yeah, and to what he's talking about, like, you're right. I mean, there are different versions of what that is, because the tree is universal. The Celts used the tree of life. So did the Vikings, but they were not the same people. The Germanics had the same thing. They had the tree. A lot of people say, well, this is what this and such did. It's kind of like saying the Mayans and the Aztecs. They both committed human sacrifice. One did it on a humongously larger scale. It was something very common in Mesoamerican culture, but you can't mix them up because the Mayans, they're still around too, by the way. The Aztecs are not.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And when you see that they did the same thing, people will talk about Apocalypto, the movie with Mel Gibson's movie. And I'll tell them that's not Aztec. They're like, yeah, the Aztecs. I'm like, no, that's Mayan. And they're like, what's the difference? There is a big difference. They fought each other. There was a huge difference, and they fought each other. And the written language, the codexes, it was something that the Aztecs didn't really have. They didn't have that whatever. And so you stop and you look at this, and what Russ is talking about is, that's a different culture, different area. Whatever. They didn't all get along. That's the thing I tell people about demons too. Everybody's always like, they're all together, they're all this, and no, they're not. And they really aren't. And they fight each other, and they're just as likely to kill one another as they would to kill you or anybody else or any other entity. They're volatile. They're very volatile. That's like saying a scorpion and a spider are all together because they're arachnids. They're not. And if you put them together, they will destroy each other. In fact, Scorpion had one named Samson, and that scorpion killed everything he put in there and ate it, including spiders. So, that's a very good point that you brought up, though, about the Addis tree. And to the thing about the what we were talking about earlier, I forgot your name, Cynthia.
Yes.
So the other guy, I guess he bounced or whatever, Modern Man. But you were talking about we were talking about the confessional Baptist. You asked about that, what that is. I don't know a whole lot about that, Russ. Maybe you can help me with this. But if I remember correctly, the confessional Baptists they're a church that adheres to like a formal doctrine, and I believe it was drafted in London or something like that. I'm not 100% on that. But it's like you don't only adhere to. It's one of the reasons why I'm not into the Baptist religion. I'm just not. But nothing against anybody who is. But if you look at these, like the Presbyterian, the Episcopalian, the Methodist, the Baptist, people wonder, like, well, what is the difference between all these religions, different types of Christian religion? But they are different. They really are. And so you got the confessional Baptist, which actually you have to adhere to this doctrine, and it's kind of a practice, and it was drafted in London, and I can't remember the whole, like, what it says or whatever, but it was like from the 1600s, I believe, the 17th century, and it's like you have to agree to that doctrine, not just the Bible, which to me is something that, like, okay, we decided that we're going to add this on to whatever, and then it becomes another arm that you have to serve. And I don't agree with that. I do believe that there is enough in the formal gospels of of the book, that we use, typically the King James Version or versions of that. But I disagree in some areas with Russ in the way that I believe that there are some really good, not just anecdotes for life, but just some really good teachings in some of these Gnostics. And of course, the Cathars were slaughtered, and so were the Marconianism was destroyed. Because Marcus, they didn't agree. Marcus said, "I don't agree with this. I think that there's a different God here than the Old Testament God that Jesus is speaking of," and so many times it's come up again and again. And I think there's something to that. I don't think it just comes up again and again because it's evil. I think it's because it's got a lot of truth to it. Because the priesthood of Judaism, I think, caused a lot of problems by not being honest about who God was and just spinning it to make it look like, hey, you got to give us all of this and that because that's what God wants. And that's not really what God wants. That's what they wanted. And Jesus tells them they're heretical, the Sadducees and the Pharisees, two different things. But he told them over and over again, this is not correct. You are not correct. And stop chastising people for eating pork or whatever, because it doesn't matter what you put into your body other than the ill effects it can cause by parasites, obviously. Because I think that those laws were archaic and they were put there for a reason because those animals, they couldn't, if you would get really sick back then, you didn't go get antibiotics, you died. So eating shellfish and pork was just a matter of not getting sick. That's why they made it into a scriptural law. But do I believe that God said, hey, don't eat these animals? I don't believe that because Jesus says that that's not the case. But these people in Islam and Judaism, they do believe that. But they also believe in halal and kosher butchering, which is horrible. I don't agree with it. But that's my opinion on these things, and take it for what it is.
Right.
Russ, I'd like to have you come back on. We're here on every Monday. We do this panel, and I didn't know it was going to go 5 hours. But we do this every Monday, and we let people come on and talk. And sometimes we tell stories and people's encounters, and they come on and they can talk like this. Who knows where the show ends up. Tony and True, who was here earlier, he's here a lot. Dick Richards always here. Kevin, he shows up. And we get people come through here and tell all kinds of stuff. And I don't want anybody messing with Speakeasy. I think he came in here, maybe he had ill intentions at first. But if you show people the true nature of hospitality and being humble, a lot of times it'll turn people away from what their original intentions are. And maybe somebody comes in to try to do harm. Now, I wouldn't try to sit down a home invader or a carjacker and talk to them about, let's hang out and be friends. No, you got to do what you got to do. But here,
it could shame someone into
it's not a bad thing. I think he just came in here and he probably thought, oh, let's go to this panel. There's some weirdos over there, whatever. They don't know. They don't know who we are.
Well,
and then they probably thought we were a bunch of weirdos.
Yeah. Well, panel raids is something that a lot of YouTubers do. So especially those that like to participate in debates and open discussions. So what they do is they go to see who's all on live, and then they'll go into the panel and see if there's a conversation that resonates with a topic of their interest. And so when Speakeasy came across your channel, saw that it was paranormal, he was kind of stuck like, geez, this isn't a topic that I normally cover, but it would be good to get in here and get a conversation going. So he was just trying to brainstorm a way to get into the conversation with you guys. And that's just my unbiased opinion on the whole situation. So I don't think Speakeasy really meant you guys any harm. He was just coming to look for a conversation.
Yeah, and I appreciate you too, Death Star, Megatard, what do you want to call it, Rant, coming in and trying to be, hey, I'm watching you because this guy said he's going to do this or that, and I appreciate that.
I've got a very different outlook on Christianity. I don't interpret the Bible the way that most people would. So, you know what I mean?
Yeah. And you're free to have an opinion,
Jesus Christ was constantly calling out the Jews. He told them, you are of your father, the devil, who was a liar and a murderer since the beginning.
The synagogue of Satan.
Right. And I just posted a verse in chat. He tells them, which of you, if his sons ask for bread, will give him a stone? And if you ask for a fish, we'll give them a snake. So if you are evil and know how to give good gifts to your children, how much more will your Father in heaven give good things to those who ask him? Now, what he was doing here, he's pointing back to a scripture in Exodus where they're walking through the desert. And yeah, the Israelites was complaining.
They were complaining.
Right? They were complaining, but at the end of the day, they just got the 10 Commandments, right? And so now they've just murdered a bunch of people. And now they're in the desert complaining. They're hungry and thirsty. And we got Sepharim, which are fire serpents, being sent after them to bite them in the heels, right? And at the end of the day, they're made to look upon an idol made out of a molten image, right, of a serpent on a bronze staff. There's a lot of Christian apologists that'll sit there and say, oh, well, this is to point forward to Jesus. I don't believe that's what Jesus was pointing to. And you'll see a lot of that in the Gospel of Markian.
Markians, yeah. And the reason is they got really upset because Jesus was basically saying, like, would this be your father? Would he give you a snake to eat?
Yeah, he said, I call my father's name. Now, people don't understand what that means. In Hebrew, the name was the character of the man. This is why Lucifer becomes Satan when he falls. This is why Isaac becomes Israel. Jacob becomes Israel when he wrestles with God.
He who wrestles
with God. The character of the man changes, right? His name changes. Now, Jesus Christ didn't come in the name that you would call the Father. I believe he was the character of the Father to be used as a comparison so you could know who God is. So no man could tell you this is God and this was what he said. It has to match the character of Jesus, which is benevolent love. Now, a total side note of this, right? You look at the Old Testament, we're going to find the Tetragrammaton hidden under God and Lord, right? And a lot of people are getting into sacred name stuff. But the reality is, Jesus Christ never called on this Tetragrammaton. He called on the Father, right? Yeah. And the reason why is the Old Testament that we know today comes from the Hebrew, the Jewish Tanakh or the Torah.
Tanakh, yeah. It was the oral Torah, and then it became written.
Well, here's the problem. There's a lot of verses in the Torah that don't match exactly what was being said in the Gospel. The reason for that being is that at that time they were reading from the Septuagint LXX, which was a Greek translation of the original Torah, but they lost the original Torah. Then we look at what they're claiming to be proof that the Torah is actually accurate, the current Torah, but that's not true either because it's written in block script. Now, block script wasn't used in the ancient times. The Dead Sea Scrolls they're using as proof was written on sheepskin vermilion. And that was only used during the time period of 1100 AD when the Templars had control over Jerusalem. So I would argue that it was planted in the Dead, in the Dead Sea area. And at the end of the day, I would also claim they edited their own Bible in order to try to discredit Jesus, also taking years away from Adam's life to change the timeline. So when you look at the Septuagint LXX, there's zero discrepancies between the quotes that the apostles were writing in the gospel, and there's also an extra 1,000 years.
So one thing we got to remember is that when God gave a warning to Adam in Genesis 2, in the day that you eat of this fruit, you will surely die. Now, people would say that that's hyperbole, that he didn't die the day that he ate it, right? But then when we go to Peter in Psalms, it says a day to God is like in 1,000 years.
1,000 years.
But then when we look at the lifespan of Adam, he only lived 930 years. So God was very accurate. In that day that you eat of this fruit, surely you will die. So I really don't see how years could be taken off of Adam or added to Adam, because if he goes over that 1,000-year benchmark, then God's a liar.
But what he's talking about too, though, and you guys are getting like way ahead of like I think what most people are going to be able to comprehend, because we're taking it step by step. Yeah, I do too. But I can tell you the vermilion thing, most people don't know that because the Templars, They were there to collect money, and it was all about putting money into the coffers. And people also don't understand Richard the Lionheart. Like, why would he go there to the Holy Land? Why would he himself leave Europe to go there? Why? You know, it's an interesting thing, and we could get into a whole Templar discussion, but he was going to make sure that the money was where it was supposed to be. And that was the thing. And the Templars were the arm that was used to collect the money, the taxes, so to speak. And a lot of that money was given to them by the Jews that were living there in the Holy Land to protect them from Saladin, because he had said, hey, we're going to wipe out the Christians and the Jews and the heretics. We're going to wipe them all out. But Saladin was a military man. He was not a murderer.
He was benevolent on top of it.
He was very, very much so. But he was told to cleanse the land of the infidel.
A man of great character.
And he was like, inshallah, I will do this, blah, blah, blah. But the thing that people don't understand was the Templars were literally bankrolling both sides, but they were doing it at the behest of the Pharisees. So the Bible got messed with so that they could give themselves the leg up. The copy and paste goes back to the Sumerians because, like you said, the Torah was gone. And that's a whole nother thing, and that people will put that into the realm of conspiracy.
They lost it because it was maintained in oral tradition, and it was compiled in the libraries of Babylon, right? And the Jews were scribes under King Cyrus.
Mm-hmm. Under King Cyrus. Now, here's what happened. Babylon was conquered by Persia. This is something that people need to understand. I'm going to say this, I got to go. Babylon was conquered by Persia. Persia was, at that time, it was taken by the Greeks, by Alexander. Alexander built his library in Alexandria. And everything, which would have been almost like the grandson of Plato, Aristotle, because Socrates, and then he had Plato, and then there was Aristotle. He was like the third or fourth generation, scientist, right? No scientists at that time, Archimedes, him, maybe a few others, but what they did was they put all the information, all of that information went into what? The Library of Alexandria. When I was in college, and I didn't stay, I dropped out, but the professor comes out and he says, what is the single most important event that ever took place known to mankind, the history of mankind? I was a world history teacher when I was a freshman. And there were many people who raised their hand. And then he said, not religious, not Jesus, Muhammad, and a bunch of people lowered their hands. And I just raised my hand, and he wasn't calling on me. And finally, I just said it. I said, look, the burning of the Library of Alexandria. And he's like, who said that? I was way up in the top there. He goes running up, and he was a goofy guy, wild hair. And he's like, you know what you're talking about. And then me and him became friends. And we would talk a lot about history. He was a great guy. One of my professors, going back before that, this guy, Mr. Riley, he was a really good professor. Another one was Mr. Rydell when I was in high school. These were people that I looked up to because they were history teachers that I could talk about real history, and I wanted to be a history teacher. And Mr. Rydell told me something very interesting. He says, you will never be able to tell the real history. There is history, and then there is the real history. And that really struck a chord with me because history tells you where you've been, it tells you where you are, and it tells you where you're going to be. And I always say this, Anthony, what do I always tell you? When you meet someone, if you treat them how they are, what happens?
They stay how they are.
They stay the way they are. Treat them how they have the potential to be, and at least you're giving them a chance to become something better. That is the problem that we don't learn in these schools. They're just indoctrination camps. That's all they are. And they're a babysitter, a public babysitter for people to go and work their ass off to pay their mortgages and have their kids sit there and learn nothing. That's why here at PRT, we're doing what we're doing, because we want to teach people something and we want to give everybody a voice, and we don't always have to agree, right? And there's always a lot of meat left on the bone, so we'll come back one day and we'll eat. But this is what we got to do. We got to think about these things. Why is the world the way it is? Because of history. Do you know what the number one subject is? Not just in America, Canada, North America, Mexico. History is all the kids' least favorite subject now. It's even eclipsed math. They've made it, the Rockefellers, they've made it so boring and so crappy that nobody wants to learn it. That's done on purpose so that you won't know the true history, that you will just swallow blindly the lies that are fed to you, and you will never make that mind, body, spirit connection. That is a problem. That's a big problem. And then people, they don't realize that everything they've been taught from birth to death was just about paying taxes and dying. And it's all a big lie. Then you are encountering these weird things. You're catching glimpses of things that are not supposed to be there because the matrix is glitching for whatever reason, because they got to keep feeding it. And we're all participating in it, which gives it our energy, our life force. And we're controlled by vampiric entities. And it sounds like a bunch of crazy gobbledygook, but when you put it all together, it makes sense. That's why you have to have not just somebody telling you about a dog man or a vampire or a, lechusa or whatever it is, because there's something to this. There's something behind all of this. The black cube. Why does Saturn look like it has a cube on top of it? Why do the Jewish priests wear it on their heads? Why do the Muslims dance around it? Because it's knowledge, it's information, but they guard it. Nobody wants to share. Everybody wants, I have the peace here and I have the truth. You have part of the truth. Jesus said, my people die for lack of knowledge. That's the most important thing. And that's why things happen the way they did tonight.
My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge.
That's right. I really appreciate you guys showing up tonight. And don't be a stranger, Rant. I like you. I appreciate what you did tonight. It was an honorable thing. And I appreciate that you guys came and we could get really deep with you on this subject of the Templars and what they did and how they did it and why we have Friday the 13th. There's a whole bunch of stuff there. And Reverend Russ, you're welcome to come back anytime. You guys have my email address. Cynthia, you too. Y'all email me. Let's stay in touch. And you guys come on the show and we can talk and let's be friends.
Josh.
Yeah, absolutely. This was a very fun interaction. I enjoyed my conversations here. So thank you so much for having me on, and God bless you guys. It is getting late where I am, so I do have to take off. So again, God bless, and I will be back.
God bless, Russ.
God bless you. I'll see you, Russ.
Josh, speaking of Mayans, did you get a chance to look at the book on the Toltecs?
I have not the one that you sent me, but I have read a lot of stuff about them.
Yeah, so, that's a particularly good one. Davies is a good source.
Oh yeah, for sure.
One of the 3 or 4 he's got on the Toltecs, but I thought that given your previous academic interest in that field,
the predecessors to a lot of the mixed texts and the Zapotecs and all
certainly
of that.
the Aztecs, and the warrior after the Olmecs and before the Mayans a little bit, and but the whole warrior priest, warrior ethos model that was used, for
if you look at the Olmecs, this is what I believe. Like we have a modern or a past ancestor, all of us. The Olmecs, the face on the stones of the Olmecs,
amazing, isn't it?
Isn't it weird because they don't look Polynesian, which would be who they claim came over here. Who are they? We can get into that one day, but for now, guys, I got to run. I really appreciate and thank you, Descar Rant, for coming on. Come back and email me and send me, a friend request on Facebook. Let's be friends. I really like what you're talking about the Templars. We could get into that.
I'll be around.
Well, I appreciate it, man. Bye, Cynthia. Y'all be good. All right, I'll see you. So I'm going to run, let you go, Kevin, and I'm going to let you go, Tony. Thank you for showing up tonight.
See you later. Love you, Tony. See you, buddy.
So, Richard, that was weird. We ended up, you're my co-host tonight. Like, it's just
that was pretty good.
It was, it's Paranormal Roundtable. You never know where it's going to go. Just, there's a lot of positivity. There's a lot of people that don't like me, and that's fine. They can say and do whatever they want to say. It's their right to be evil and be bad. But I'm going to tell you this. They're not going to derail or stop what PRT is and what it has done.
Amen, brother.
What it will continue to do until I take my last breath. I'm not a perfect man. I never claimed to be. but I do know a lot of things. And so, I'm just glad that we're here tonight. Remember, folks, join the Patreon. That is the best way to get the swag. We have some amazing stuff. I have an idea.
Amazing sweatshirts.
Yeah, because I'm going to make one for Christmas. It's going to be green with the red logo, Christmas logo. What do you think? I love Christmas. I love Halloween. Awesome. I love Thanksgiving. I love these 3 months. I hate the rest of the year.
Yeah.
I don't care. I don't hate it. It's a strong word. Nothing going on. It's just work. And I just feel like I'm blind, work. Like it just, and then you don't get a lot of breaks. You don't get a lot of time. I really enjoyed the people who came on tonight. I really appreciated Rant coming on and actually trying to protect us in the way he did.
Absolutely.
I think he's a smart guy. I think he's got a lot going on there, But by the same token, even though he came on with his Machiavellian intentions, maybe, I don't know, Speakeasy's got a thing going, and I'd be happy to go on his show and debate. I don't care. I'm not afraid to talk anything about with anybody. I can get with the best of them. You win some, you lose some. But, that's just the way it is.
Hey, you might be able to get $600.
Yeah, and if I do, I do. I don't. As what do you got to lose? I don't.
I'm kidding.
I don't care. So thank you guys for tuning in, and don't forget the Thursday show is the what is it? The members only.
Yeah.
So that's coming up. We got tomorrow is Tuesday, which is the Patreon show.
Mm-hmm.
We got tomorrow, Tuesday. Check that out. It's going to be a bomb show. And then Wednesday, we're back here doing what we do. And then Thursday will be the members only. Then Friday, we're back with Sean. And he's got a lot of interesting stuff to talk about. Reptilian, Dogman, everything. Sunday or Saturday, we have the shorts. Those are going to go away in November, folks. So enjoy them while they're here. So that's the last one of the year, right? Of the Saturday. And then everything schedules are going to change in November.
Are you doing a live on Friday?
Yeah. We're going to be live. That's right. Okay. So Friday's Halloween. My bad.
Yeah.
Apologies to Sean. Get out of here, Sean. We're not going to do your show. We're going to
get out of here, bro.
Get out of here. Kid, you're bothering me.
Yeah. So we're going to do something like this, but I'm going to be retelling people's encounters too. It's going to be
awesome.
All about fun. We're going to have fun. Remember, we're doing a giveaway. 10 people are going to get $50. We're doing 10 people, $50. Tons of giveaways. We're going to give away a lot of stuff. We're going to give away a ton of stuff. All right. So we'll see you guys. Thank you to everybody that showed up. I got to run. I can't believe I'm still here. I didn't have to do work tonight, so I just stayed too long. But I had fun.
It was a good show, bro.
Yeah, it was fun.
A hell of a show.
We had a lot of fun. We always do. But I'm out of here, guys. I got to run.
Love you guys.
What do
God
you want
bless.
to listen to for songs here on the way out, Richard?
Alice. That's my favorite show. That's my
Which
favorite
one
song.
now? Alice Unbothered, or is it the other Alice? There's two of them.
The original one. The Looking Glass one. Yeah, that's the one.
Okay, you got it, buddy.
Love you guys.
One last thing I got to say. These songs were all written by Nellie, my wife. Okay, so this is everybody knows.
But logical, peculiar, strange. A white rabbit with a clock on a chain. He's late for a very important day. But I must follow, I must know where the white rabbit goes. Skeleton keys open everything. A wonderland key to change everything. Doors so small, wondering who could fit in there at all. A potion to drink, one sip it'll take. What a mistake. The wonderland cake, another mistake. Alice's tears begin a lake so big the game is rigged. Peculiar, strange. A white rabbit with a clock on a chain. He's late for a very important day. But I must follow, I must know where the white rabbit goes. smoke rings of wisdom, magic mushrooms in this kingdom size to control. Alice continues her stroll. Peculiar, strange, white rabbit with a clock on a chain. He's late for a very important day. But I must follow, I must know where the white rabbit goes. Red-headed deep party so bizarre, and everything is strange by far, confusing and absurd. The conversation is a blur. Nonsensical riddles like playing a grasshopper as a fiddle. Why is the raven like a riding desk? I'm sure the answer is somewhere in the middle. It's all in perspective to say what you mean and to mean what you say. Peculiar, strange, white rabbit with a clock on a chain. He's late for a very important day. But I must follow, I must know where the white rabbit goes. Sarcastic is he, definitely the Cheshire cat grinning. Advice on direction with no goals of his own. Persistent grin, philosophical debates. He knew the white rabbit was always gonna be late. Peculiar, strange, white rabbit with a clock on a chain. He's late for a very important day. But I must follow, I must know where the white rabbit goes. Queen of hearts with unfair trials, executions for everyone all the while. She does this all with a frown, not a smile. Angry is she with her unforgivable deeds. 7, 5, 2, what do you do? When it's off with your head, you paint the roses red. Ooh, painted the roses red. They'll still find themselves dead. Lost off with her head. Alice wakes up in her bed.